not uploaded. I'm looking at it right now, and at the moment it says that there's still about 15 seconds or so to go. So I'm kind of like a hawk just staring at this thing. Obviously, there's been loads of things that have gone down today. A couple of really, really big stories. One of them, a big spoiler, but I'm sure it's a spoiler everyone knows by now. The other one, the stage reveal. So we've had both of those things. And I did an unseen on it about an hour ago. Didn't even take much editing. There wasn't really any like mistakes or anything in there that needed editing, but it just took absolutely forever to upload. So I knew that if we went live, it would just delay that process even more. So whatever, it's it's almost there. It's doing its thing. It should be showing very, very soon. So I felt confident we could go live now. So that's where I was. Obviously, for those that don't know, the WrestleMania stage has been shown. You can vote as to what you think about it in the poll. In regards to the kickoff show, that's about to start in 17 minutes. Once that's done, then we've got a couple of hours, which we normally have anyway, just to chat. So we'll have that chit-chat. Then, of course, we'll be getting stuck into SmackDown. And then, of course, we'll be getting stuck into the Hall of Fame. So we're going straight the way through. We're doing the Hall of Fame, of course, straight after. So we're just going straight the way through. And honestly, looking forward to it. Should be a good evening, a good night. I'm looking forward to getting a few talking points. We're guaranteed at least one talking point, and that's going to be Stephanie. When she does her induction speech, is she going to mention Vince? I think she will. I can't see how she won't. I can't see how she can't. Obviously, it was a bit awkward last year when Triple H was in the same predicament. This time it's going to be Stephanie that's in that predicament. And so, yeah, I'm interested to see kind of what comes of that. I think everyone's going to tune in, obviously, to just see what she says anyway. But there is going to be that cloud of Vince hanging over Stephanie's speech. So that's going to be very interesting. In regards to SmackDown, we can have a look at SmackDown. We've got a bit of a preview lined up for SmackDown. So if we go over here, go down. So we got Cody Rhodes. He's got a message for Randy the night before WrestleMania. I mean, it would be lovely to just get like them two having a word with each other in the ring. Jacob is going to respond to Drew's brutal attack before WrestleMania. So Jacob responds to Drew. Cody has got a message for Randy. We've got the Andre the Giant Battle Royal. That goes down tonight. We've also got the Wyatt Six taking on the MFTs. There is word as well that the championship match is off. Don't know why. I can understand Julia fans pulling their hair out right now because that sucks, to be honest with you, that the championship match is off. I understand why we did this. I think there's a lot of fans that struggle, but I understand. I understand that they want a championship match on SmackDown because they want SmackDown to be the start of WrestleMania weekend. You know how we get excited for the Raw after Mania? Well, they want the SmackDown before to be kind of as exciting. You know, they've moved the Andre Battle Royal onto that show. We tend to have some feuds that finish on that show. And if you go back historically, we have had championship matches on that show. It is unfortunate. It does mean that those people miss out on being at WrestleMania, of course, but there's a lot of people missing out at being at WrestleMania. So my frustration with Julia wasn't that she didn't make the WrestleMania card. It was more the fact that we just hadn't put her in a good story. We hadn't built up a good feuds. If this was a red hot feud against Tiffany, and now it was building towards tonight's show, and it was going to be our main event tonight, and it was going to be Julia Tiffany Women's Championship on the line, and they were going to get a lot of time, and it was going to be a good showcase for Julia. I would be okay with that. I would understand the Julia fans being upset, right? Because Julia fans are always going to want Julia at WrestleMania. But big picture, I think having a championship match, main event, that go home SmackDown, even if you do a segment after where you do like Cody coming out and just cutting a quick promo or something, but you know, the final match is this championship match. I get it. I really do. I understand why you want that WrestleMania weekend to be a big, exciting weekend where you've got a great SmackDown like, title match, Andre Battle Royal, the 2 days of Mania, Raw after WrestleMania. So I get it. But obviously now they, first of all, didn't build a great story, right? It's been rubbish. And then we have had it removed. So I hope everything's okay with Julia. I hope there's no like major injury or anything like that. That match now is Tiffany versus Jordan Grace, #1 contenders, which you could have done last week. You know, you could have done that last week, and then the winner faces the champ this week. So, I don't know, part of me thinks there's got to be a little niggle, or there's got to be something wrong with Julia. But I am going into tonight a little bit more optimistic, to be honest with you. I said this last week. I think if there was another week of, like, waiting, I don't know, man. I don't know how the fan... I think it would have been really good, like, just good from a fan perspective, if a lot of fans had agreed they were going to boycott a SmackDown, right? We couldn't as a fan base kind of get it together to agree that we were going to do that for a week. And as we said, we as a community could not drive that. That has to be driven by the wider community. But there's lots of comments out there from Nick Khan in particular, talking about how X and online is a vocal minority, how he doesn't care what they say. He only cares about revenue and ratings. And so, you know, if people are upset with the current standard of the show, and people tell me all the time they are, and if the Pat thing was the straw that broke the camel's back, I think it would have been good if people had said, we're going to have 1 week off. We're not going to stop watching. We've said before, we've got a sickness, we've got an illness, we've got an addiction. But yeah, I think it would have been good if we'd have shown them we're really not happy. You might think that everyone that's complaining is the minority. But as I said the other day in a video, it's a very important minority. This is your core fan base. Like, you cannot take that for granted. Hardcore fans that are so connected with WWE that they're going to go online and actually talk about wrestling when wrestling's not even on. That is like your die-hard fans. If your die-hard fans are saying they're not happy, that is not worthy of just a quick comment of, well, that's just vocal minority, I don't care. No. If your die-hard fans are unhappy, then that's the core of your audience, and that's a problem. So I think that I feel much better going into this week's show because this doesn't feel like a normal show. You know, this is going to have that energy of the WrestleMania crowd. If you're going to WrestleMania, you're going to the show tonight. So it's going to have a different energy. It's going to have a bit of excitement in the air because, of course, tomorrow is WrestleMania. It's going to have the Andre Battle Royal. It's going to have Wyatt's MFTs. Their feud is going to end. I'm not sure I'm expecting much in the way of surprise or anything like that tonight. I think I'm just expecting a much, much better product, a much better show than what we've had the past 2 weeks. Past 2 weeks have been amongst the worst WWE programs I've ever seen since the early 90s. And that is quite the statement. But it is backed up by your opinions and ratings that we see out in the wider world and just the backlash online. So if you're wondering what are we expecting tonight, how are we feeling about tonight, I'm feeling good, actually. I think this show feels like we're there. This is it. This is WrestleMania, and I'm expecting this to be a better product. I'm expecting this to be just like entertaining, fun, hopefully. So hopefully just better than what we've been getting. So there we go. That's the preview. I understand why the Julia fans are upset. The Tiffany fans might be upset as well. I don't know. The EO fans have got to be upset because it doesn't look like she's making it. There's been no word on EO Asuka. So that just doesn't look like it's happening, does it? And she did delete that post the other day as well. So that's obviously not a very good sign. So, oh my God, so much to talk about, so much that's going on, and we can get to all of it. Right, we have got 8 minutes. At the moment, I asked you guys, what do you rate the WrestleMania stage? That got shown. I think it looks okay. I think I would be in agreement with a lot of you. As of right now, we're coming up to 200 votes. 47% are saying it's good okay. So that would work out as being good 89. Good 89 is the overall rating at the moment for the stage. Gotta say, that's a bit of a miss, haven't you? You've got to say, I mean, I think it's probably good 94, good 95, if I was to just put a rating on it. You lot are saying at the moment good 89, which I don't think is wildly unfair. I think that it's narrow. That ramp down the middle is narrow, and it seems like they've sacrificed the stage just so they can get seats on that stage, which they can then sell for more money, of course. You know, come and sit on the stage. And so I feel like those people on the stage are taking a stage away from us, you know. Not that it's their fault, you know, they're just buying tickets and they want to sit on the stage. But yeah, I wish they weren't there. I wish those seats weren't there, because I kind of look at the area that the wrestlers have got, and it's just a walkway by the looks of it, unless there's a little bit that I can't quite see, maybe behind the seating or something, I don't know, but then people won't be able to see that because it's behind the seats. So I don't think so. I think it is just one long walkway, which makes me wonder if we're doing a live band to play someone to the ring, or you know when we've had vehicles driving on stage, or you know, remember Bianca with all those kids dancing away, or we've had a big prop like a big book, or I don't know. I mean, I just feel like it's quite limiting. Big screens, but not much room to operate was my big takeaway from the stage reveal. So you lot are saying good 89 still at the moment. Eric said, what do we think about what Roman said? Yeah, that was big. Roman said that if he can't beat CM Punk, then he might have to walk away. My thoughts on it are that he's not said that on TV. He said it in an interview. And so part of me wonders if WWE are allowing such comments. Like, you know, did they write such comments? Is that something that they are... Is that part of the story? Or is that just something Roman has thought about? You know, has he just sat and thought, if I can't beat him, what am I even doing here? And just sort of thrown it out in an interview. Because that is not featured as part of the builds. So my thoughts on it are, it's a very interesting comment to make in an interview. I wonder how planned it was. I wonder if WWE have given their support to that, or if it was just something that Roman came up with. I think if he does lose, it doesn't say to me he's gone. It doesn't say to me he's absolutely leaving. It just says to me that he's probably going to go and have a bit of a think. You know, if I can't beat CM Punk at this stage in my career, then I feel like my work is probably done. It wasn't a definite. It wasn't, I'm out. It's over. I'm quitting. I'm done. It was more a musing. It was more a thought of like, you know, I'll have to give, you know, really think about this. So I don't know. Those were my thoughts. I think if it had been delivered on TV and had really been a focal point, I think that would have been more impactful, shall we say. I don't know why you would leave such a statement to just the day before WrestleMania begins in an interview and not say it when on TV when you had plenty of opportunity. So, don't know. No, for me, I think that there's obviously something to it. It's obviously a very interesting comment, but I can't see Roman leaving. I mean, I think he's still got time on his contract, for example. I mean, he'll just run till his contract expires, won't he? I'm not aware that his contract is up at the moment, so I think it's a little bit of please tune into WrestleMania. Please tune in. You know, even that spoiler that came out today, I wonder if they sort of were okay with that leaking. Because, again, please tune into WrestleMania. Yeah. They might come out and say they're not worried about ticket sales or viewerships and stuff like this, but they are. And they really do want people tuning in. Otherwise, you know, they wouldn't have got Pat, would they? To sabotage that main event. They're hoping some of his fan base are going to tune in to WrestleMania on ESPN. They're going to be really hoping that those numbers are good. Right, Giovanni, shout out to you. Appreciate it, buds. Rido, shout out to you. Jordan, thank you, my friend. Shout out to you. And Hannah, shout out to you as well. Thank you, everyone becoming a subscriber. Mackenzie said, Days, PW Insider have said a massive return at Mania. Well, we might know that return. So we might know that return. There is a name that's obviously done the rounds, which... I mean, let's be honest, you're not going to be able to avoid the name. We can sort of be cute about it and be like, oh, should we say, should we not say? It's absolutely out there. There's not really a way of avoiding it. I mean, it's all over social media. It has leaked. It is spoiled. I still don't really want to be shouting about it, but yes, it's that might be the name. That might be the name, unless you're telling me there's a different name. But that might be the name that they're referring to. Jackal, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the support. We got 2 minutes. Jackal says, and don't worry, by the way, we're doing the kickoff show. And then, of course, after the kickoff show, we got 2 hours. We're just in our normal stream then. So all of this is bonus ball, right? Jackal said, do we eventually think that the current shambles of the products will find peace and we can have our beloved WWE back? The WWE that we know and love. I do think that it will settle, because I think that the reason there's a lot of noise right now is because of it being WrestleMania. Once we get past WrestleMania, I don't think there's as much desperation around until we get to, say, a SummerSlam. I think that, you know, by and large, most weeks, WWE will just be left to it, right? The problem is that most weeks in 2025 were a bit flat and people were looking for something more exciting, right? So we've got a problem with TKO getting involved, and we've got a problem with the business strategies, most notably the sponsorships, the ticket prices, the celebrity involvement. I mean, I don't see any of those things necessarily changing. It's just that I think it settles down when it's not such a major event. So outside of WrestleMania, outside of SummerSlam, you should see those things settle. But the problem is that, as we said, creative have had their own challenges. And so people have had their issues there as well. I think this is why, for me, the concern is that WWE's attitude at the moment of we're going to do this and we don't care if people are upset is obviously heartbreaking as a fan to hear, because you feel very helpless and it's frustrating and you can see the upset and the anger. I can only imagine that they're pinning all their hopes that whatever they've got planned is going to land, is going to satisfy. So we'll have to see how people are feeling once WrestleMania is done. Once we're out of WrestleMania, we'll have to see how people have felt about what's gone down. Hopefully, people are feeling a lot better because the product is satisfied, you know? At the end of the day, we all want a great WWE that's entertaining. And, yeah, I mean, this road has been bumpy. This road has been real bumpy. So we'll see what they deliver this weekend. But I can't really answer if it's going to be okay, if everything's going to be okay, because I think there are some really concerning signs. I don't see TKO moving away from celebrity involvement. I don't see them moving away from high ticket prices. I don't see them scaling back sponsorships. I mean, all of that stuff. I mean, we've got seats on stage, not for us, not to make it better for us, but so that they can sell those tickets and make even more money. Everything is money motivated. We're just seeing people arrive, by the way. There's AJ Lee. There's CM Punk. Michael Cole wonders if we'll get another pipe bomb dropped today. So it looks like CM Punk might be saying a few words. We just got a WrestleMania video package playing right now. So, right, we've just got that playing. Okay, let's get into the chat. Let's see where the vibe is. Connor said, do we think WWE could see both Paige and AJ teaming with each other? Yes. I would expect a tag team at some point. Shining Wizard said, I haven't heard anything about Becky's coffee. It must be shiz. I haven't heard anything from people saying anything about it. That's interesting. I've heard her promoting it quite heavily. But I've not heard anything from people. Luke said, what match are we most looking forward to? Ober Brock, definitely. Definitely. Eric said, at the end of the day, we all just want a happy ending. And that's what I hope WrestleMania gets. I hope it gets a happy ending. Connor said, Days, after we heard the news today that Paige resigned, would you like to see Paige? Oh, okay, we read that one. Days, what match are you most excited for? We've looked at that. Shining Wizard said, I've not seen one yet. Bobby said, Dom's wife must be understanding as hell. Yeah, I think it's like, you know, it's a job, isn't it? I mean, if you think about someone that goes to work in a TV drama and it pretends to be a wife of someone, like, you know, the woman that pretended to be the wife of Everyone Loves Raymond, or the woman that pretended to be the wife on Modern Family or whatever. Like, I feel it's just equivalent to that, isn't it? Retro, shout out to you, my friends. Thank you for the content. It keeps me up to date, said Dean. Appreciate it, buds. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm glad it helps. Yeah, I appreciate people joining us, sharing their thoughts. Obviously, it's so interesting to kind of... I mean, I can talk about the community and how the community is feeling, not because I know what every individual person is thinking, but because of the facts that we have so much opinions that get shared, and opinions videos and polls, and I'm just constantly getting a snapshot as to what people are thinking. Like right now, I can see how people are feeling about the stage. And it does not appear to have landed very well. We're at nearly 300 votes, and at the moment it's good 88%. So I don't think this is a stage that's going to be fondly remembered at the moment. But, well, again, we've only seen it once. Let's see what it's like once we've had like 2 days of it. We've still got this video package playing. JB, shout out to you, my friends. Firing in some Wrestling Days memberships. I appreciate that, buds. Yes, Unseen is up. That is great news. Lovely. Okay, let's get back to the chat, see where we are. Okay, when speaking about the history of WrestleMania, is it Shawn or Taker that made the event so special in terms of a spectacle? How was Shawn able to be Vince's guy despite his antics? Yeah, I think for me it's Undertaker. I know that Shawn calls himself Mr. WrestleMania, but I think the streak, when that really start hitting, which was around 10, 11, I mean, there's about 10 WrestleManias. I think like that, to me, it became such a major focus. And of course, you know, there's a period there where Shawn has to step away throughout the Attitude Era. And I think for me, the Undertaker match and who was going to face him this year, certainly when you get into WrestleMania 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, that run in the 20s, that is so special. Obviously, it ends for Shawn at WrestleMania 26. And Shawn also had a couple of, like, dodgy early manias. But then I suppose you could say the same for Undertaker. So I think I would go with Undertaker if you're talking spectacle. I mean, that streak and Those matches in the 20s were amazing. But Shawn's right up there. I mean, if Undertaker's 1, Shawn's at 2. And I've always heard that Vince saw a lot of himself in Shawn, so Shawn did have antics. But I think Vince saw a lot of himself in Shawn. Michael has made his way out on stage. The fans are chanting Michael Cole. Real quick. Yeah. Okay, so Michael's just letting us know SmackDown is on tonight. That's breaking news. Hall of Fame is on after that, so we're just running down the schedule. Okay. Days, Nick Khan says that they care about ratings. After Pat arrived, the 2 SmackDown ratings have been the lowest. So now what? Do we see Triple H's interview with ESPN? He teased someone will shut Pat up, says Triple A. They've not been the 2... They've been amongst the lowest for this time of year. But the numbers are still okay overall. I mean... The truth is, WWE have done this to create noise. It's created noise. They've used this show. They've got something out of it, haven't they? I mean, for them, they're probably like, fine. The ratings have not crashed. It's not like we've gone down under 1 million in the ratings or whatever. I mean, I think the last week's number was 1.4 million, which is still not bad. But I did hear that apparently that is down on this time last year. I mean, but everything's down on this time last year, isn't it? They haven't sold as many tickets. The ratings are a little lower than this time last year. Okay, Seth is out. Seth is the first person out and is greeting the fans. Seth, all in black. The fans are singing along, singing that theme song. So we tune in for this to find a moment, see a moment. Is someone going to say something that's going to really grab our attention, or... Michael said, you cut it pretty close. We wasn't sure if you were going to make it. Fans are singing the song. Paul Heyman has confirmed Roman versus Seth, CM Punk, Braun were the original main events for WrestleMania. It's interesting, isn't it? Roman, Seth, Punk, Braun were going to be the main events. So it wasn't going to be Cody. Seth said, that's why I've tried to get back here. It's for these fans. Thank you, guys. Okay, so Michael just asks how Seth felt about Gunther taking him out. Logan Theory. I thought all I had to worry about was Paul Heyman. Okay. We know he wants something from Paul Heyman. So heavily hinting about Brock. Gunther wanting Brock. We don't know if I'm 100%, says Seth. Here's Gunther. Gunther's going to come out. Gunther's music hits. This could be good. The Ring General. In a suit. Okay, Gunther is on stage. Looking over. To Seth, looking out at the crowds. The career killer Gunther. You tapped out, Chance. Do you know, I've only just noticed this. I didn't notice this balcony before on the stage. I feel like that's going to get used, isn't it? If a wrestler comes down the middle, then we've got this sort of balcony here for maybe dancers or something. You're going to know what it's like to be outclassed, says Gunther. Okay, we just mentioned the people he's retired. Days, I feel like the fans have a hard choice tomorrow between seeing WrestleMania and Collision. I don't think there's that hard of a choice, to be honest. You don't have a great track record at WrestleMania. God, anyone else finding this to be really slow? This is really slow. The pacing of this is so slow. It's not snappy at all, is it? So Michael mentions the fact Gunther tapped out last year. I don't just believe I'm the best. I believe I'm the best wrestler on planet Earth. Okay, so Seth says he's the Mr. WrestleMania of this generation. A moment maker. You'll be listening to all these people singing my song. Okay, I gotta say, I found that to be a little bit slow. I don't think there was much that was really added there. Okay. Days, according to PW Insider, Paige will make her return, replacing Nikki. I know, Connor, we've spoke about it, but... Triple A said, did you see the interview between Roman and Cole on WWE's YouTube? He said if he loses, he'll leave. Do we think Roman has spoiled him winning? No. I don't think he said that he would leave. I think it's more, I probably should go. I don't belong if I can't beat CM Punk. To me, that's different to saying, if I lose, I am leaving. I think it's him saying, just, if I can't get it done, I shouldn't be here. I think that if he loses, he will have to reflect on those comments after. He'll have to have a think. I mean, for me, he is under contract. There's no word about him leaving. But also, this is pro wrestling. If he loses, then he can go away after and make a shocking return. Oh my God, Roman's back. I thought he was done. Gets the microphone. You thought I was done. There's no way I'm leaving, blah, blah, blah. Do you know what I mean? So, I mean, this is pro wrestling. These comments to me are just designed to grab some attention, last minute attention before WrestleMania. I don't think it spoils anything. I think it's just noise. And actually, a lot of stuff files into that noise category. So I think that Roman is... if this had been on TV and they'd made a massive thing about it and they'd really got him to say, if I lose, I am leaving, like that specifically, then, you know, I think I'd be more interested. But even then, I would still be like, he'll come back. Once this means that he'll likely lose and then come back later in the year, you know? I really think it falls under the category of noise, hype, buzz. Michael said, what are the chances we get Bianca this weekend? Well, I'd imagine quite high. There's not been any word on Bianca, but I suppose that it depends when she's ready to return. Because if she's still nowhere near ready to return, they might not want to hype anything. They might not want to build anything because there's no payoff that they can have until, you know, 2-3 months down the road. But she can't be far away, surely. Even if you have her on TV, not wrestling for a little bit. I know that she's been doing, I just don't know where she is with her recovery. I've seen those videos of her kind of just, you know, bending her fingers and kind of doing those physical therapy exercises. So it's got to be that she's close to a return. The rest of her is fine. As far as I know, it's just her hand. Maybe she's not been able to do like weight training, stuff like that. So perhaps she'd like, you know, a few weeks of hitting the gym once her hand is working. But I think there's a good chance. There's no word about it, but I think there's a good chance because it's going to be a year, isn't it? Her last match was WrestleMania last year, and she got that finger injury, and she's missed a year of her career, which is mental for a broken finger. Absolutely crazy. So I think there's a good chance. I think a lot of us will be keeping an eye out for Bianca in the Jade Rhea match. Jackal, shout out to you. One special match you'd love to see again. What is that, like a match I'd love to see again? That's interesting. Match that I would love to see again. So I saw it once. I absolutely loved it, and I would love to see it again. Well, my brain always just goes like through a whole history of stuff, and I'm like trying to think of different wrestlers and all this. The first one that came to my mind was Gunther Ilya, because that is one of the best matches that we saw in recent years in NXT UK. Not many people saw the NXT UK one. I think they did it again in NXT, but again, to do it on the main roster, Gunther Ilya, I mean, it's peanut butter and jelly. I mean, it just works. It's great. Cookies and cream. It just works. So that's the one that kind of comes to my mind of a match that I would love to see again, using stars that we've already got. I'm trying to think, though, if there's anything more historic. I mean, obviously, we've got a lot of wrestlers that have passed away. I mean, I'd love to see Undertaker Bray again. I know that that can't be done, obviously, but I'd love to see that again if there was if I could have anything. And this time, book it correctly. I mean, Undertaker was not really around during the build. Bray had to do a lot of heavy lifting on his own. Guys, I think we've got the Liv Morgan song, so you might want to listen to me rather than that, yeah? So we've got Bray. doing a lot of the heavy lifting in the build to WrestleMania 31. It was him against Undertaker. Undertaker was at WrestleMania. Their match was okay. I think people were looking for something really kind of on the levels of Shawn, Triple H. You know, that's where we had been. That's how good the match quality had been. This doesn't get anywhere near it. And I think, like, you can start seeing that Undertaker is done. This is why I've said before, I think Undertaker losing at WrestleMania 30 was correct. Because everything after that, pretty much everything after that, is bad. He's the in-ring work from him just absolutely falls off a cliff. That concussion, I mean, I don't know if it was the concussion, but it seemed to change him as a performer. He just really struggled. He has a really good tag match that people were impressed with. I think it was him and Roman against, was it Shane and Miz? I can't remember exactly who was in it, but I remember there being a tag match, kind of not a good around 2017-ish, 2018, that kind of time. But I mean, we have to suffer the DX Brothers of Destruction disaster, the match with Goldberg. There's a Rusev match that didn't set the world on fire. Some nonsense short 2-minute thing against John Cena at WrestleMania 34. The disaster that was the main event of WrestleMania 33. I mean, it's this match with Bray is okay, passable, but it's not really anything more than that. And I think, like, we were all hoping this was going to be a passing of the torch. It was going to be the new face of fear. And the thing is, I just don't think Vince believed in Bray. And so he just wasn't willing to give him that victory. And so we end up with Undertaker getting the win, which he just absolutely did not need. The streak was already over. And in my opinion, Undertaker just did not need that. It was time to pass the torch to someone new, and we absolutely dropped the ball. That's a black mark against that WrestleMania. People love that Mania, but a lot of the winners were the wrong people, in my opinion. I was not a big fan of Sting losing to Triple H on that exact same show either, or Rusev losing to John Cena. But, you know, whatever. It is what it is. So it's a great question, that. I think I'd love to redo Undertaker Bray and do it properly. Hopefully then put on the banger that we know they could have delivered. I don't think it wasn't Bray's fault. And it wasn't really Undertaker's fault. I just think he was physically shot at that point. Okay, we've got Liv Morgan. She's made her way out. They were just playing the music video. We've got a lot of security guards on stage. Guessing this is because this has been quite a heated rivalry. Michael Cole congratulates her for the Trouble video. I created the most iconic song and music video of 2026. Michael Cole said, well, that would be up for debate. Yeah, Liv winning the Rumble. This could get heated, couldn't it? MLW Flash said, just seen apparently The Rock in Vegas. He was in Vegas yesterday. I don't know that he's in Vegas today, but he was in yesterday for a live action Moana thing. I've not seen any word that he's around today. So if you've seen that, that's interesting. Michael Cole says, look at your face. And Liv said, I'm still hot, though. Are you scared of Stephanie? Okay, here's Stephanie. Liv says, come get me, Stephanie, you loser. Stephanie on stage. She is running away. She's a better singer than a wrestler. And she can't sing. I will kick her ass tomorrow. Michael said, I could see the Rock costume Roman. I've just got a feeling, says Michael. Well, that would be very well received if he did, to be honest, because if we are setting up the main event of next year's Mania, then I'm all for doing it this year. Okay, Kill Tony goes down tomorrow night, and they're saying tickets are still available. So, Kill Tony WrestleMania edition. Oh, AJ Lee. AJ Lee is there. Okay, that's good. AJ Lee coming up next. Not much so far on this show. Right. Connor said, do we see Raquel or Roxanne turn him? I think there's a chance of it. It's hard to say they're going to because, again, there's no word that it's happening. But as I keep saying, I think 3 women in Judgment Day is probably too many. They could maybe break away and form their own group. Again, no word that that's going to happen. We don't know what the future for Judgment Day is, full stop, actually, now that Finn Balor's out. Obviously, we got JD, we got Dominic, we got Roxanne, we got Raquel, we got Liv. I think you can break one away, yes. Will they do it? Well, I mean, eventually they will. Everyone kind of leaves at some point. So eventually they will. But, I don't know, do we keep going with this for the summer? Do we tease a little summer and do it more at SummerSlam? Or do you just pull the trigger and do it out of the blue? Because we haven't really teased any dissension. We haven't really teased any issues. So it could be that a trigger gets pulled and it's just out the blue, you know? So, again, just like the Bianca thing, that is definitely something people are going to be keeping an eye out for in this match. But I don't think people are going to be looking for outside interference in every match. People aren't going to want every match to be... you know, having outside interference. So, you know, you can't really have Rock getting involved, Roxanne, Raquel getting involved, Bianca getting involved, Carmelo getting involved. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to do that for every match. So there are going to have to be some clean finishes. So some of it might also depend on the plans they've got for the other matches already. Because if the other matches have got interference, you might look at this one and go, no, there's too much interference as it is. Let's just go clean with this one. Big Migs said, what in the Temu WrestleMania stage is that? It's straight trash. People not crazy about it. And actually, I got to say, you're not alone. Because it's got nearly 500 votes, that WrestleMania stage. And at the moment, we are looking at good 88. Good 88 for the WrestleMania stage. I'm sure you lot have seen it. Although, I must admit, like, it's grown a little bit on me. I still think it's about good 95, good 96. I don't know that there's enough there for me to click on great, but maybe once I've seen it for a couple of days, perhaps I could go to great. But there's a couple of things about it that I don't like. There's a couple of things about it that I do like. My first reaction to it was not one of, you know, mind-blowing. Oh my god, this is amazing. Let's have a look, shall we? So this is WrestleMania 40, okay? 41. WrestleMania 41. And you can see it's quite sharp, looks fine. I don't think like that I was necessarily crazy about this stage either, but it was fine. It was fine. I like this bit at the top, looks good. So yeah, that was fine. This is this year's. And you can sort of see, I mean, first of all, I don't know why they've not done a proper reveal, because I sort of feel like the picture quality is not helping, because that is, look at that, sharp. Yeah, real high definition image. This one, that is, yeah, you know. This one is at night with the lights and it all pops. This one, day, looks like it's daytime. You can see bits of like light, kind of, it just looks daytime. And the picture quality doesn't look as sharp. So I don't think they've done themselves any favors there. It's just a ramp. There's seating on the stage, and actually from the side angle, there's not much room. Like, there's nowhere, literally the wrestlers can just go up and down. I don't even think they can go across. I think it is literally just that for the wrestlers. This screen is sick though. That's big. That's really impressive. I think that's good. It does have that kind of vibe. They're showing it right now, actually. It does have that vibe of the post-apocalyptic. You can certainly get that vibe. And one thing I didn't notice at the time is the balcony. I mean, the balcony looks very interesting. I feel like they're definitely going to use that, of course. You wouldn't put it there otherwise. So they're definitely going to be using that. So I'm guessing that was like priority pass ticket holders got to be there for the stage reveal. So, yeah, we've got the balcony thing, which I think looks quite interesting. I don't know how it's going to look and feel when it's time for the sci-fi one. I think they'll make it work. So these are just screens, and it's kind of giving me a post-apocalyptic sort of vibe at the moment. I think they'll be able to make it feel like it's all sci-fi-y. So, I don't know. It's one of those where we need to see it, really. But I agree. You look at it and go, compared to that, that just feels a very sorry Temu comparison, does it? Big Migs, I agree. Compared to that, that's what people have got in their minds of last year, and then you look at that and go, I don't think the reveal helped. I think they sort of shot themselves in the foot a little bit. Okay, AJ Lee has made her way onto stage. Alfie said the match I want to see is the 2017 Brock Roman Reigns, Braun Strowman, Samoa Joe. That was a banger, and I loved it, said Alfie. Love that, Alfie. Shout out to you. Metal Mama, hello. Shout out to you. Metal Mama, very excited about the Page return. Love that. I love that comment. I put it in unseen. Okay, AJ Lee said, I didn't come back to take things easy. I came back to snatch the hair from Becky's big-ass head. Look at all those friendship bracelets. Are they obligated to wear every one they get given? It was a ballsy move to put the championship on the line. It's WrestleMania. Little flicker, little technical glitch. Stephanie, Liv, Rhea. The Black Widow tapped out Becky Lynch. She says, oh, here comes the man. She was just about to say, yeah, I dream about it every night, but here comes the man. Here comes Becky. Here comes big time. Here comes Ammo. Ammo Coffee CEO. Okay, well, if nothing else, she's fantastically entertaining on a microphone. No one wants your questions. Let a real talker talk, says Becky. This is better. It's a bit of energy. This is better. I'm here to clear up some misinformation. You tapped out from being here. They're talking to you, Loser Lee. Fans are chanting you tapped out. You spent nearly 6 years here. I've spent double that. I thought I was rid of you. You've got some crappy song. My daughter likes you because you got some crappy... She's like, I love my song. You've got her skipping around like a little idiot. I'm going to erase you from her memory. I'm going to erase you from history. She's the best thing on this show so far, Becky. You'll be nothing but an afterthought. Welcome to the big time never was. Becky drops the mic, walks away, doesn't even allow AJ to respond. Yeah. Michael Cole said, I wonder if Bleacher Report will be reporting and still. Okay, AJ. Thanks, Michael. Walks off stage. Okay, Michael was just saying about Saturday and Sunday being hosted by the greatest of all time, but Dominic Mysterio has interrupted. Dominic Mysterio coming out on stage. The AAA Mega Champion. There's a lot of people that have come here to see this. Of course you would, wouldn't you? We got some Dirty Dom chants. Are you people for real, says Michael Cole. Yeah. There's the AAA Mega Championship. Oh, what happened there? Yeah, You really stepped into it this time, says Michael. You don't get Balor at WrestleMania. You're getting the Demon. I was cautious. But then I remembered I'm Dirty Dom. Finn Balor's never gone face to face with my demons. Good question. How are you going to combat the demon? It's a good question. It doesn't matter. No. Finn says he's going to out Dirty Dom. Oh, here's Ray. Ray's coming out. Oh my God, look at that lady. Lady in the front row freaking out at Ray. I get it. I get it. Rey Mysterio. Yeah, your time is up, Nepo Dom. Nepo, he's calling him Nepo Dom. Dom has gone off stage. Nepo Dom. Nepo Dom. We got some Ray chants. Ray reacts to the crowds. You're a Hall of Famer. He's going to be in that ladder match, isn't he? Okay, they're talking to him about the Hall of Fame. What's with the overacting? Even Cole is doing it. That was proper cheesy, said undercover manager. I don't know if he just sort of got a little bit lost with his lines and so he had to sort of exaggerate his reaction a bit. I'm not sure. It was a bit left field. Days, just like Punk return, they kept that a secret and no one knew and it was a shock. Why couldn't they do that for Paige as well? They can't hide any surprise. Honestly, I don't know, because I would say that they tried to keep it secret, because I believe they tried, but then I heard she was just doing rehearsals earlier this week. But I suppose the problem you've got is that when CM Punk came back, he didn't come back and go straight into a match. So there was no rehearsal that was needed. She is apparently wrestling this weekend. She's not just coming back, she's wrestling. I'm guessing it's going to be Nikki's out, here's my partner, Paige's music hits. She's then got to be in that tag match. So I suppose it's a different challenge, isn't it? Sneaking CM Punk into the building last minute, keeping him covered up, is different to Paige having to do rehearsals. Here's Penta making his way out. Dom is one of the worst promos in the history of wrestling, said 092 Films. Let's go, Ray, said Metal Mama. Do we think Ray will ever turn heel? I think he might be one of the only wrestlers never to turn heel, says Lee. Hard to see him turning heel at this point, to be honest. He's so loved. And he's of an age where, I don't know. I mean, I suppose they did it with Randy, didn't they? Randy's such a good heel, though. Don't know. Hard to see that happening with Ray. Why do you want to defend your title in a ladder match? Simple. Because I am Penta and I've got Cero Miedo. Penta is ready for everything. Oh, yeah. What's the favour? Can you... Here we go. Yeah, right. They're going to teach him the what? Yeah. Oh, yeah, there you go, Michael. There you go. Kind of. I think there's a future on Dancing with the Stars for my... Do you know what I mean? There was a little bit of hit work in there. Yeah, a little bit of hit work from Michael. So, there we go. Michael has just been taught how to do the Penta Walk. CM Punk's here. He's going to be on the stage in moments. That'll be our final appearance, won't it? Our final appearance. I don't know if Roman will come out. I'd be surprised if he did, but not impossible. Jackal said, 09 heel Randy was perfect. Do we think recent heel Randy work has been somewhat similar? Well, I mean, 09 was vicious. And so... yes, when we're going to look at the beatdown of Matt Cardona and the beatdown of Cody, and I suppose you could say the beatdown of Jelly Roll, even though we didn't see it. So in those regards, yes. But obviously, you know what I'm going to say. The big frustration with that story and the continued frustration with that story is the fact that Pat has hijacked it. I mean, this is what wrestling fans are upset about, is I want to be talking to you about how great Orton's heel work is. I want to be talking to you about the great back and forth promos that Randy and Cody have had as we've dug into their history and how Randy has said some stuff that maybe has kind of caught Cody off guard. You know, I never believed in you, or stuff like this. You know, I always thought the other one would be the one that would make it, or whatever, you know, referring to Ted DiBiase Jr. And, you know, people wanted to get stuck into that, wanted to get digging into that relationship. And instead, it's been about Pat. It's been about Pat talking about saving the business and waffling and coming out with a load of nonsense, which, you know, it was just nonsense. I mean, we've broke it down many, many times. And of course, it's Pat that takes the belt and takes it to his show so that Cody can get it back and so that we can create more noise and blah, 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 blah. So it's kind of hard, isn't it, to sit and talk about the heel work of Randy when really this whole feud has been hijacked. And as I keep saying, whatever they do at WrestleMania is not going to undo that. It's not going to undo the 2 episodes of SmackDown we just had to sit through, or the Pat segments we had to sit through, or the fact this feud was hijacked by celebrities. You know, if rumors are true, we're heading to that tag match, aren't we, with Pat and Jelly Roll? So even if you get a nice moment at WrestleMania where, say, The Rock comes down or Stone Cold comes down, right, and you get a nice moment, it doesn't undo what's happened. And it seemingly is not going to change where we're going either for Backlash, which is going to be this tag match that I don't think people really care about. So I wish I could sit here talking to you about how great the Randy Orton heel stuff is, but all of that has took a back seat. Okay, we are at commercial break. When we get back, we'll be with CM Punk. Michael, thank you, my friend, firing in some memberships, and I really do appreciate that. We're doing member streams every day. We didn't get a chance to do one today. We did one yesterday. We did one Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So we didn't get a chance to do one today, though. Obviously, what with Hall of Fame, kickoff show, all of that. Yeah, just crazy. But next week, we'll be back to 5. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So lots coming up on the members side. So Michael, appreciate it, my friend. And Angel Imperious, shout out to you as well. Thank you, my friends. Firing in some gifted memberships, which is so appreciated. It really is, because I think it's such a generous thing to do. I think there's a lot of people that don't get to experience that side. I'm trying to provide content that people will enjoy over there. And the feedback's been really good, really positive. I think we're in a good place. So, yeah, come and join us. If you've been gifted a membership, then just come and join us. All those member streams, one every day of the week on a weekday. All of that available to you now. Elliot said, I can't remember a WrestleMania with such ill will towards it. The booking has been chaotic. The staging is poor. Why book a building with only 4 days prep and 1 day to empty it? They had New Orleans confirmed. Well, Elliot, the honest answer, buds, is the concerning answer that is not going to ever change, and that is money. The reason why it got taken away from New Orleans was money. There was more money being offered to them by Las Vegas, so they could make more money by going to Vegas. Of course, they push up the ticket prices. Granted, you might be able to find something at a reasonable price, and they've been doing sales because the ticket sales have been slow. But again, the reason why they're in that situation is because they push up the ticket prices to make as much money as possible. We don't have a big stage this year at WrestleMania because they've put seats on there because they want people to buy those seats for money, an inflated price. We didn't even get like seemingly a proper stage reveal. They obviously wanted people to be there when that stage was revealed. And so, I kind of feel like the stage reveal could have been done better, maybe later tonight. As we said, if you compare the pictures to last year, one of them's in the daytime, one of them is at night. But because they wanted people to be there as part of their priority package or whatever, they have to kind of show it off a little bit earlier in the day. And I don't think it looks as good. I think that stage reveal would have been better later tonight. But you can't really do it later tonight and have people there because those people are probably going to go Hall of Fame, probably going to, as part of their package, probably the Hall of Fame. They're going to be at SmackDown. So, and you can't really make them go to the stadium after the Hall of Fame. So, you have to do it earlier, and I don't think it looks as good. A lot of these decisions that happen, like Pat's involvement, it all comes back to money. It all comes back to money. It's money is ruining it. Like, look at all the sponsors on the ring canvas. It's the money. Look at the fact we have mascots coming down to the money. The reason why we even allow the celebrities to get involved is because we want to tap into their fan bases, hoping that their fans are going to tune in, start buying merch, start buying tickets, and that it results in money. I mean, we can't say that Vince was never this way inclined. Of course he was. Vince was about making money as well, but I don't know, man. TKO are squeezing it out of every single place they can, really. Anywhere that can be squeezed to generate money, they are squeezing it to generate money. But they're a business, and, you can say that's what they have to do. But it's just, do you know what I mean? When it's everything and it's all being squeezed for money, I think this is why you end up where you end up. This is, where you end up with a lot of stuff that we would normally tolerate, but it's just harder to tolerate, isn't it, when things just don't feel right, when the show's not as compelling, when the matches aren't maybe the matches people were hoping for, if the weekly shows are underwhelming. These little things that you can just let slide, they start to bother you a bit more. I get it. I understand. I understand where WWE are coming from. I understand where the fans are with it. I think, hopefully, fans can really start to feel WrestleMania is here, and start to get like a bit more excited and a bit more, into it. None of us want to be down this weekend. None of us want to be like, moaning and all that. I certainly don't. So I'd say let's try and focus on the positives. There's some great matches coming up this weekend. This could be one of them as well. CM Punk's out there. Your main event WrestleMania in a one-on-one match. There wasn't a question in there, but this doesn't happen without any of you. right now. There are people here from other countries. Things are expensive. CM Punk says, thank you. This does not happen without you. I understand how tough times are, says Punk. CM Punk chants. I understand how hard times are. Thank you for coming to see me. This is as much yours as it is mine, says Punk. If you've ever bought a... Sunday night is for you. It's a great way of making sure you get cheered, isn't it? I'm going to speak to the crowd right now. Thank you. Is it great to be alive on a Friday night in Las Vegas? Okay, CM Punk then. Yells, and still at the ends. Okay. I don't think there was really much there, to be honest, that we needed to see. I think we could have quite comfortably missed that, which is a shame. Takeaways, I'd say Becky and Punk I found to be the most interesting. Ray calling Dominic a Nepo baby was... fun. Michael Cole doing the walk was fun. That was it, really. I mean, I think if you know and have been watching wrestling, I don't know that there was anything particularly there that you needed to catch. Certainly didn't feel a need to put any sort of reaction clips out or anything like that for it. So, okay, fine. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're skippable. You never quite know what you're going to get from those, to be honest. Okay, Angel Imperius said, long shot, and I doubt it, but do we think the injury thing for Orton is some sort of drama, since WWE probably realised that fans really have lost interest or hope for this feuds? Do I think that that's some sort of drama? No, I think it's probably true. I think it's probably true that he is hurting a little bit. I don't know what it's going to achieve. I mean, if he loses, does he blame it on that? If he wins, then I don't know. I mean, I suppose it's just the truth, isn't it? So I don't know. I can't really get a read of that, to be honest, as to whether there's anything to it. I think he is banged up, though. I mean, I think this is someone that we know has had a lot of time off due to injury. And I would not doubt for a second that his body is in a lot of pain. There's a lot of wrestlers that when they're interviewed say they very, very rarely wrestle at 100%. I could not even tell you at this stage what percentage Randy Orton is wrestling at. I could genuinely believe that he is hurting. And that there is, you know, serious injuries that he's having to carry. Or not serious, but like a lifetime of taking bumps, wrestling as much as what he has. That has to have an effect on the body, of course. So, I don't know. Part of me just thinks he's probably telling the truth. And he probably is hurting. Whether it's bad enough for him to not win the title, don't know. Only he knows that. Obviously, we know the plan is that he's having a match at Backlash. So, I mean, you know, they've certainly got plans for him going forward. It's not like he's going to have to call it quits after this or anything. We know that he's rumoured for the Backlash match, but I don't know. I think there might be some truth to that. Might be some truth to the fact he's banged up. So, Angel Imperial, shout out to you, my friends. DK said, Randy has teased the punt one time in this. Randy, hasn't teased the punt one time in this. Well, I mean, as we said, the feud's just sort of been hijacked, hasn't it? I don't think... There's lots of stuff we could have been doing. Lots of conversations we could have been having. And as you said, we could have had Cody down with Randy teasing. But who knows? Maybe we end SmackDown tonight with that being the case, where they give us that tonight. We do have one last segment to kind of do some stuff. I don't know that Pat is there yet. He might be. I think Pat teased some surprise for WWE World. It was him on the screen, I think. So I don't know that he's actually there in person at the moment. He's probably on a plane now on his way over. So we might get a Pat-free show tonight. I'm not sure. I don't know. We're not getting a Pat-free WrestleMania. We might get a Pat-free show tonight. If we do, we might actually get a segment that we connect with and that we care about. So maybe they do something like that tonight. Jackal said, who do we think is going to be the give inductions to the 2026 Hall of Fame inductees? Yeah, good question. I think that when it comes to Stephanie, it'll be Triple H, but it could be Shane. I think Shane would be a good shout. Triple H, you know, he's kind of looking over the show. I don't know if he's producing the show. Probably is. So, I mean, he'll go out there and do it. Of course he would. But I think Shane would be nice. So Triple H is what I expect. Shane would be great. I think that'd be a nice moment as well for the fans to see a brother put his sister in. But I'm expecting it to be Triple H. In regards to AJ Styles, he said people. He's found the right people to put him in. That does make me wonder if it's Gallows and Anderson. Certainly if you think about the amount of time he spent with them during his time in WWE. So I do wonder about Gallows and Anderson. If not, then I think Undertaker and Cena, you know, it could be, they could do it. One of those, both of those. I mean, there's a lot of affection for AJ Styles. AJ Styles is just such a lovely person that who's going to turn that down? I can't see anyone turning it down. He did say some people couldn't do it. I don't know why. I'm not sure. He didn't go into details as to why, but I got the impression it was more to do with WWE not wanting them involved. Don't know. I certainly can't see anyone saying no to AJ because they don't like AJ. I mean, he's a religious man. He's a lovely guy. Undertaker would do it in a drop of a hat. John Cena, I'm sure, would do it as well. I cannot see either of those turning him down. But he did say people, so I find myself wondering about Gallows and Anderson. Apparently, Sid is not getting an intro into an induction. I don't know that the legacy ones are, so I don't think we have to worry about Sid's. I don't think we have to worry about Bad News Brown, but, you know, my guess would be their family if it was to be them. In regards to Dennis Rodman, that's tricky, isn't it? Because he's a celebrity, so, I mean, God, that could be anyone. I mean, I have no idea. I mean, do you just have, Kevin Nash, maybe? I'm just thinking, I feel like he was known for his WCW stuff. So I feel like Kevin Nash would be the one that would come to mind. If he was going to have someone do it, then talk about what did he bring. Eric Bischoff as well would be good. It's got to be someone connected to WCW if it's going to be from a wrestling perspective. So Eric Bischoff, Kevin Nash, that would make sense. Scott Hall, of course, would have made sense, but of course, no longer with us. Hogan would have made sense, but of course, no longer with us. In regards to the match, Don't know how they're doing that. Because it's Hogan, Andre, neither of them are with us. You would go Vince, but of course you can't do Vince. So who puts that in? I don't know. I mean, do you just have Triple H come out? Nick Hogan is around. That's Hogan's son. So do you just have him do it? Nick Hogan was around and he's been used in social media posts. He, of course, is going to be at the Hall of Fame to see his dad's match go in. So Nick Hogan would be a shout, but that one, because we don't have Jimmy Hart could be a shout as well. I know Jimmy Hart's there also. It's a shame in it because Bobby the Brain would have made a lot of sense to represent Andre. Andre does have a daughter, but I haven't seen her around. I'm sure would have invited her. That would be great. Imagine if it was Andre's daughter and it was Nick Hogan and it was both of them that put their dads in. That would be awesome. So that could be fun. We'll have to see kind of what comes to that. And who's left? Demolition. Well, do you just go with a tag team like the New Day and just talk about... Because the New Day got the record, didn't they, for the longest reigning tag team champs? And they got that record from Demolition. So do you just have the New Day, a group that fans know, talking about how important and influential Demolition were, and then you bring Demolition out on stage? So it's kind of a... the new longest reigning champs, which I think actually was that superseded by the Usos? I don't know if the Usos might have broke that record. Usos stand a chance. Because Usos could also be that sort of modern team that, I mean, they're the current tag champs as well, so they could talk about how influential Demolition were. I don't know that you're getting anyone from back in that late 80s periods to induct them necessarily. Because who's going to do it? I mean, again, Vince isn't really around. I don't think you'd have Bruce Pritchard do it, because I think Bruce... Well, I suppose you could have Bruce, but I don't think you'd have Bruce. I think you'd want to go with some names that people know, and, Usos or New Day probably makes sense. So, somewhere along those lines is what I'd be expecting for inductees, or people that will induct. Jackal says, okay, read that. DK said Randy winning the Rumble was so hype until Pat's. He won the Chamber. It was Roman that got the Rumble. He got the Chamber, and so yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm with you. I think a lot of people are with you. I think, honestly, WWE fans are just a bit lost on this, and we keep getting dragged back to it because people keep wanting to talk about it. There's a lot of upset. A lot of people really angry and upset, and that has obviously shown itself over the past few weeks online. We saw Nick Khan come out saying, I'm not bothered. I don't ever look online to see what people are saying. I certainly don't care about the complaints. And as I said in Unseen the other day, the 3 R's, right? Revenue, ratings, relevancy. That is from the horse's mouth. That is what Nick Khan cares about. Ratings, revenue, relevancy. So that is people watching, people buying tickets or buying merch, and people talking about the product. So there you go. If ever you want to know in the future how to hurt WWE or send a message to WWE, you got to hit them in the 3 R's. Complaining is easy and achieves nothing. So by typing out, I can't believe they've done this absolutely sucks, doesn't seem to achieve anything. They are happy for the noise. You got to hit them on ratings, you got to hit them on revenue, you got to hit them on relevancy. And I think, honestly, a lot of fans have sort of took that message, and as a result, I'm not seeing tons of people tweeting about the Pat stuff as much as they were, because I think there's a lot of people out there that just feel quite defeated. There's a lot of people out there that have just took the L. And I'm one of them people, honestly. I've took the L. I've took it on the chin. I didn't like it. I complained about it, along with pretty much everyone else. And they doubled down. Last week on SmackDown, they doubled down, and just kept plowing forwards with the plan. And just made it very, very clear they don't care about those complaints. And so we're in a situation where if you're not going to stop watching, or you're not going to stop buying tickets or stop buying merch, or, you know, you're not going to just stop talking about them altogether, then, you know, they're winning, basically. So, yeah, it was all hype, and then they dropped Pat in, and then we just had the 2 worst rated SmackDowns of all time. People out there saying that this is a good thing and that this is heat and all that stuff, but as I've said before, now I hate keep going back to it, but of course people keep wanting to talk about it. To me, they can do anything on Saturday night and I am not going to care. I'm just numb to it. I'm just absolutely numb to it. I just want to get through it. I just want Saturday night to be over, and I'll be really happy when it's time for Sunday morning, to be honest. I think like tomorrow I'm going into looking forward to. There's a lot to look forward to. There's a lot of great matches and all of that. But when it's time for the main event, I'm just going to watch. I'm just going to try and get out of it what I can. And I do expect something. I am expecting something. I am expecting a Stone Cold or a Rock or something. I am expecting something. I mean, that's the big stage for Pat to get his comeuppance. You know, Pat has been a thorn in a lot of people's sides, and this is going to be where he gets stunned or punt kicked, or I don't know what's going to happen, but something will happen and he'll get his comeuppance. And in WWE's mind, that's going to be good enough. In WWE's mind, everyone's going to be satisfied. And listen, maybe some out there will. Maybe some out there will. But as I keep saying, and I'm sorry that I sound like a broken record, it's not going to undo the 2 worst SmackDowns we've ever had. It's not going to undo the fact that this story was sabotaged by a celebrity. It's not going to undo the fact that we had that mystery of who's on the phone and it turned out to be Pat, right? It's not going to undo any of that. It's not going to undo the fact that he's going to stick around, and apparently we're heading towards a tag match involving him and Jelly Roll. I mean, let's not let Jelly Roll off the hook too easily. You know, he's just as much involved here as what Pat is. It's just the one is being presented as a douche. The other one is being presented as a lovely guy. That's the difference. They're both involved. So, you know, we're still heading towards that tag match. So, yeah, you might get a nice moment at WrestleMania, but it's just a moment. Like, it's not going to undo the rubbish that we've had to be suffering. It's not going to change the fact we're all going into this Mania a little less excited than we wish we were. You know, I'd love to be sitting here like, oh my God, what's going to go down? This is going to be so amazing. Every time I look in the chat, there's people sad about the stage, sad about the builds, sad about the Randy Cody story. Like, if you feel like I complain a lot or moan a lot, I am just a reflection of the community, because if every time I looked in the chat there was just positive messages to read, then we'd be talking about positive stuff all the time. But the reason why we keep going back to the negative stuff is because I keep getting sent negative messages, because people out there are a bit down. They are a bit sad. This feels a bit flat, and there are a lot of kind of complaints out there as a result. So I suppose the point I'm making is just really try to not let this get you down. This is WrestleMania. We only get one a year. This is, next year it's in Saudi Arabia. So, you know, there's plenty of people down on that for that reason. So you only get one WrestleMania. It's the grandest stage of them all. All the wrestlers work hard to get ready and, you know, try and put on the best matches and do the best they can. And, you know, let's just try and get out of it what we can. If there's stuff about it that you don't like, that's absolutely fine. But maybe we need to, as a community, really try to switch the script and go, okay, there's stuff we don't like, and that's quite easy to point out and be vocal on. But what about the stuff we do like? What is happening that we are excited for? What is happening that we do? Otherwise, we're just going to have a real rubbish weekend, aren't we? Where we're just going to constantly getting dragged back to the negatives. which, you know, it's going to happen. There's going to be people jumping in that are going to want to do that. And I'm not having a go at anyone, but I'm just saying, like, it'd be good to sort of get our teeth into some of the positives, because this is not a complete disaster. This isn't like, do you know what I mean? Oberbrock's going down, right? If nothing else, we're getting Oberbrock. I think Becky's very entertaining, so her against AJ will be fine. We've seen it before. I'm hoping this will be an even better match now that they've maybe worked on their chemistry a little bit. And maybe, you know, AJ's been able to shake off a little bit of the ring rust. So, you know, this could be a better performance from them as well. I think everyone's looking forward to the ladder match. I don't think people are too down on Drew Jacob. I think people think that should be quite fun. Looks like we've got, you know, big return as well in the women's tag match. So that'll be a moment. Danhausen is expected to have several segments throughout the show. And of course, we know one seems to be involving a blimp. So, I mean, that should be entertaining. I think Nick Khan came out and said he expects WrestleMania to over-deliver, especially in the main events. So, I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if that does come true. I can already hear people going, of course it's going to over-deliver. Just like Royal Rumble over-delivered. Just like WrestlePalooza over-delivered. Just like Who Was in the Crate over-delivered. Just like Who Was on the Phone over-delivered. Just like how Survivor Series over-delivered. I hear you. I understand. But this is where we are. This is what we've got. And, you know, let's try and make the most of it. Dort Knight said, happy WrestleMania. I hope life is being kind. Dort Knight, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Same to you as well. Steve, hello buds, said, Days, I thought I heard on Stephanie's podcast with Triple H that the daughters will be putting her into the Hall of Fame. Oh, they could. I haven't had a chance to watch that podcast. There's been so much stuff that's been coming out. Sitting down and listening to that has not been possible in its entirety. So, yes, I think it's going to be a family member. Triple H, Shane, daughters, great shout. Yep. That would make sense. Any of those to me would make sense. So, yeah, I think that'd be nice, actually. I mean, the daughters doing it. I mean, we know that women in WWE do not get the same spotlight as the men. So, actually, to have the daughters putting in their mother into the Hall of Fame, that sort of next generation of McMahons. Not that it massively matters, because, of course, TKO own the company now. But I think if you're a McMahon, WWE are always going to be interested in you in some capacity. I mean, if you want to be a wrestler and you're a McMahon, I mean, I'd imagine that door's open. They're going to give you a look, aren't they? So even if they're like, you know, their parents or grandparents don't own the company anymore, if they want to get into wrestling, I think that door is still very, very open for any of those. So, yeah, I think the daughters would be good. Okay, Days, if we were asked the 5 best WWE superstars, who would it be? If asked about this generation, who would it be? Well, I mean, in regards to, like, right now, if I don't know if we're talking in-ring, but in-ring, I think EO has got to be right up there. I think Ilya has got to be up there. I think Ilya Dragunov's fantastic. You know that I rate Sammy, I rate Johnny Gargano as well. I don't know if they would make my top 5. I think Carmelo has shown in those open challenges just how impressive he is. I think every time you get a big Becky match, she tends to come through. I think she's very consistent. One of the most consistent performers when it comes to the women's side. I think her promos are very strong. I think she's very entertaining on the microphone. But actually, I can list quite a few matches that she's had, certainly on PLEs, that have delivered. I think as well, you could say the same of Rhea. For me, undeniably, EO is number 1. And then you've got to look at people like Javon Evans, who can do such impressive things in the ring. The only thing I would say about Javon is he's brilliant at the suicide dives, the OG cutters, springboard attacks, coming off the ropes. Like, he's really good at all of those. I would love to see him in a proper fight, proper, do you know what I mean, 20-odd minute PLE match. I'd love to see him and Shawn in a dream world, because I'd love to see him having to dig deep, trying to hit a move and struggling with it and getting caught, just taking a bit too long or trying to come off the ropes. And I think he does have that mindset. I saw an interview with Javon where he said sometimes he actually springboards a bit too much on purpose. I don't know if he was just covering mistakes, but he says he does it on purpose because when he's amped up, like, he knows that his character would, you know, maybe overshoot a few times. It's realistic to do that. It's not realistic to hit a move perfect every single time. You know, if you're all amped up and you're firing back, like, to put a little extra into it, it feels natural for his character to do that. And if it results in him sort of overshooting a touch, like, he feels that is a better reflection as to how the match would be going, right? And I love that mindset. I really do love that mindset. I sort of feel like that's a mindset not a lot of wrestlers have, where, yeah, you're in a fight, and in order for this to feel real, you do want some variation. You do want some color and shade. You do want it to be a case where, you know, you've got to work on your selling. And sometimes, you know, the wrestler might not be able to, you know, they might have to really be labored as they're trying to climb up to the corner. Like, you're not always going to be able to just get up there really quick. Like, towards the end of a match, it's going to be slower. And like that thought process of where am I right now in the match? How should I be dealing with this situation? There's a lot of times where you'll see matches go in quite long, and if you look at the wrestler towards the end, they look to be relatively as fresh as they were at the beginning. Like, the beatdown that they have suffered has not really hurt them. It's not had any effect. Like, they're still jumping around, and, do you know what I mean? They've been beaten down, but their selling lasted for all of like 10 seconds, where they're like, oh, you know, holding their ribs. And then when it's time for them to come back, they're just jumping all over the place. And, well, the ribs don't matter anymore. I think where you get like the great wrestlers, technical in-ring performers, is where they are really a lot more aware of where they are in their own performance. So, you know, where is my character in this match right now? How should my character be performing? That's the stuff I'd love to see from Javon. Because when it's time to do all the springboard stuff, amazing, incredible. There's not many that can work like him. But I think when it comes to getting the crowd to really root for you, come on, dig deep, you can do this, you know, that connection, that, you know, getting the people on your sides, that is just worth its weight in gold. That is a separate skill, which a lot of wrestlers don't possess. And I'm not saying that Javon doesn't have it, because I've just given examples as to where he is actually thinking along those lines. But I mean, how old is he? What, 22? I mean, can you imagine if we really put the work in and, you know, he tries some stuff, it doesn't work, but he tries some stuff and it does. You keep, you know, keeping the stuff that works, losing the stuff that doesn't. Fast forward like 5 years, he'll be 27, 28 and, you know, should have just this incredible wrestling brain of like all these matches he's had and all these moments that he's been a part of. I mean, I think this is the concern with someone of his age being on the main roster, is, for me, the main roster crowd are not very forgiving. So the main roster crowd expect you to deliver. And I think there is this urgency to get Javon going on the main roster because he is so impressive. But I would love to see him be able to try some stuff. You know, does this work? Does that work? I think the main roster is very unforgiving. I think the main roster, I mean, like, I feel like Javon could have spent another year or two in NXT, and a lot of people would be like, no, you can't do that. You got to move with him now. He's so young. Like, I get that people are excited by him, but he is so young that, like, yeah, I don't know. He's got a 20-plus year career, 25 years he could have now on the main roster. That's a long time. That's a really, really long time. I would love to see him have just kind of worked a bit more out rather than doing the eye-catching moves and everyone feeling like we got to move with him now. We could have kept him in NXT another year. Could have had him try a few things, given him the NXT championship, made him an even bigger star, and, called him up just a little further down the road. I'm not saying they should have done that. I'm just saying they could have done that. And I think that Javon, for me, is a great talent. People are excited by him. But the truth is that eye-catching moves, they do linger in the mind briefly and then, forgotten about. I think that when it comes to someone like Javon, if you think about Sean, it's the selling and it's the digging deep, and it's that people really kind of remember. I mean, Sean didn't have like an outrageous moveset, but he made you feel things during the match, and he had a real good connection with the audience, and trying to work on that, I think, is worth its weight in gold. Has Javon got that yet? Well, you'll have to decide. Maybe for some of you he does. Maybe for some of you there's a bit more work to be done. I think actually moveset-wise, of course, he's in the running. But I would put others ahead of him. I think Johnny Gargano is better at a lot of the stuff that we just spoke about. He just never gets really chance to show it. So I don't know how many names I named there, but these are the wrestlers that I love because, a lot of people out there love, say, a Roman or, Jey Uso. They love, like, the big stars. I like those people that can really deliver in-ring. I mean, I don't think Jay's in-ring is all that good as a single star. Roman's fine, actually. Roman's not bad. A lot of his drama, though, comes from the fact that he's in big, meaningful matches, which obviously carries drama. So, he's always defending a top title. He's always in a match where, like, the win and loss is very important. So he's very fortunate in that regard. That a lot of his matches carry that extra weight. But, I think that if you're looking at just really great in-ring workers, I love Sammy, I love Ilya, I love Gunther, I love Carmelo's really grown in my estimation since doing those open challenges. I always liked him, but I think he's really shown what he can do now. So, yeah, those kind of performers are the ones that resonate with me. So, hopefully that was an answer. Seriously, if we come to the USA, then a Sonic drive-in. Don't bother with anything else. Just go breakfast, lunch, and dinner, says William. There we go, Sonics. Days, I'm ready to find positivity because there is just overwhelming negativity online and it is draining the fun out of wrestling for me. If we never point out some of the good, then I don't think this ship will turn around. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think that I just want to sit here and moan about Pat, right? And I actually don't, because I don't want to give him the airtime. I don't want to talk about it. Like, it's not fun to me. So I'm not really looking to talk about it. But whenever I look in the chat, it is the topic that people keep bringing up. And it is the conversation people take us back to. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but there's not much fun to be found there. Yes, it sucks. We know it sucks. Pretty much all of us have said it sucks. And we've spoken about why it's happening. We've spoken about why it hasn't changed. We've spoken about what would have helped it change. I mean, if those ratings had fallen off a cliff, if tickets had slowed to zero, we were so close to Mania, I don't know that it would have got rid of him. But they might have questioned his involvement post-Mania. It might have been, okay, that didn't work, thanks. We tried it didn't really work. And maybe, we could have found a different way out of Mania. I don't think there's any numbers there that are mind-blowing. The ticket sales have not exploded. The ratings have not, again, it's crazy, isn't it? We use Impact to raise awareness, but that is not coming into ratings. It's not like the ratings saw this big explosion. They did not see a big explosion. So it is crazy, like, that we are going through this and you're kind of looking for, well, where's the result? Where's the positive result from this? They're just hoping in general. the general awareness of WrestleMania has been raised. And that's obviously hard to measure, you know. But, I mean, he has been banging on about it on his show for 2 weeks, you know. And they did do that Cody trying to get the belt back, which would have made some noise where he trashed the set and whatever. So, you know, those are the reasons as to why. So I just don't know what other conversations we can have about it, really. So, yeah, I would much rather be digging into the positive side. I'd much rather be talking about the matches we're excited for, the moments we're hoping to see, surprises we're hoping to see, any fun bits that we've seen. I mean, you will have seen tons of stuff to do with WWE Worlds and clips that I won't have seen, because there's so much that's out there that, you know, I just tend to get the big talking points. I don't really get all the little bits and bobs. I just go for the big bits. You know, the stuff that like Wrestle Talk are retweeting, or Wrestle Purists are retweeting, or Fadeaway Media is talking about, or, you know, just wrestling news, what they're reposting. Those kind of big accounts on X. I just see what they're sharing. As I said, I've got like a list of like 200 accounts, and I keep an eye on those. I've got them right now. I mean, here you can see, look, 207. I've got it in a folder called WWE. I've got all the wrestlers in there, like Lexis King, right? And then Fadeaway Media. So here we've got Undertaker. Undertaker said, no one in today's WWE reminds him of himself. The only one that was close was Bray. He's the one who had that aura. He was just scratching the surface on what he would have been. So that is Undertaker talking about Bray. That's actually a really good one. I think people will really like that. I'll pop that in unseen. So you see what I mean? Like, I've spent zero time looking for that. I've just got this list of big accounts where I can just literally scroll down. So there's Jessica Carr talking about how lovely it was to meet fans. That was Pat. He teased a surprise at WWE World. Why anyone would fall for that now, I have no idea. But there we go. Surprise nerds. You thought it might be your favorite wrestler, or maybe someone from AEW. I didn't even hear this surprise was happening, to be honest. I just saw that Pat had been revealed as being, you know, on screen at WWE Worlds. So I don't know. I don't know what. Who knows what he's doing? Who gives a flip? No matter where you are in the world, it's almost time for WrestleMania. All the times around the world when it's going to start. 11 p.m. here in the UK, 3 p.m. in Vegas. Where's New York? New York, I think, would be 8, would it? No. 6. 6. Is it 6? 6 Eastern? I don't know. I don't know the difference between Vegas and New York. Why haven't they got New York on there? It's 11 here in the UK. We're 5 hours ahead. It will be 6. We're 5 hours ahead of New York, so it'll be 6. You're welcome. This is New American Gladiators. What's this? Wrestling legend Big Vito got into a scuffle. Hype package for Ober Brock has dropped, so it's just loads of bits. Randy Orton is currently planned to open tonight's SmackDown. That coming from PW Insider. Randy Orton opening the show. So there we go. So yeah, I just kind of go down this and see what. There's Jess. That's a good pose for her, actually, holding up people's hand. Like, that's a good pose. That's a good pose. Like having an official ref hold your arm up and point to you. That is good. What's this? Nick Khan said WWE has to let Bron Breakker develop at his own pace. I'm high on Bron. We cannot rush it. Gotta sort of let him develop at his own pace. He's an excellent athlete who obviously grew up in the wrestling business, but let it develop at its own pace, which we're all on the same page about. That's interesting. That's interesting. Honestly, you could just sit here and just kind of go down this list and just AJ Lee and Paige are gonna be active in the same company at the same time. That is true. I know the world is on fire right now and times are tough. Things are expensive, but this doesn't happen without all of you. I understand how tough things are right now. That was obviously CM Punk just at the kickoff show. Okay, Connor said, Days, have we heard 2,500 tickets have been distributed for the Hall of Fame? I don't know how that compares to last year, to be honest. I don't know if that's good or bad. So, I mean, that would strike me as being a little disappointing, only because we know there's 46,000 people that are going to go to WrestleMania, and of course there's going to be a few thousand that are interested that aren't going. They might watch it in a bar or something instead. I mean, to be honest with you, I should have gone, really. I really should have gone. I should have gone to Vegas. I could have gone to WWE Worlds. Could have done bits and bobs over there without disrupting the streams, and then I could have just streamed it. I mean, this is what I will do one year, is I will go to WWE Worlds, and I will go and visit the store and maybe do some meet and greets, whatever. And then when it's time to actually watch SmackDown, watch WrestleMania, I'll just go in an Airbnb. I'll just be in as long as it's got good Wi-Fi, which is obviously what I would need, then I'll just stream it. I'll just stream it. So there will be people that, there might be some that are doing that or have got plans to do that. But so in my mind, let's say, I don't know, there's 50,000 in Vegas that are interested in WWE and are there kind of for WrestleMania. So to have 2,500 for Hall of Fame, I mean, that might be capacity and maybe it's sold out. But I don't know. I'd be tempted to have, well, no, I'd be streaming it. Yeah, I'd be streaming it. But if I wasn't streaming it, I'd be tempted to go along. I always enjoy the Hall of Fame. I always think it's a nice kind of thing to go to, say that you've been to one of them. So, but I don't know, knowing TKO tickets are probably like $1,000 each, aren't they? So, Shining Wizard said, Nick Khan is a very savvy businessman. Yeah, he is. Triple A said, Days, I went to Mania last year. It was a dream come true. Insane scenes and atmosphere. If you had to rank the worst Manias from 30 to 41, what would it be? 41 is special to me, and Cena won. The worst Manias, well, I think 36 has got to be the worst because there was no crowds. Plus, also, I didn't think the matches were very good. I mean, you really are hard pushed to find great matches. I mean, I feel like, was it Rhea Becky at 36 that was probably the best match? And then really, what other great matches did we have? We had the Boneyards. People were split, but I think largely in favor of whatever the Firefly Funhouse match was. But I think if we're talking in-ring, then I think we've probably got one match, which is Becky against Rhea. And there is no crowds. So, to me, 36, no one's fault. It was the pandemic. But I just don't have any excitement to go back to that Mania. Of all them, at least if you went back to last year's Mania, you've got the main event of night one. You got that women's triple threat at the start of night two. I think Damian Drew put on a really good match as well. So that you'd be getting at least those things. So 41 might be next when it comes to worst, because obviously that main event was a disaster with Travis Scott coming down. There was a lot of bad taste in people's mouths. I think that's got to be towards the bottom. I think 35 has got to be down there as well. Maybe 35 is lower than 41, because 35, again, I'm struggling to remember any great matches from that show. I just remember it being long. It's just a long WrestleMania. It was like an endurance test, 35. So maybe 35 was worse than 41. I struggle with 32 as well. I think 32 for me has got a lot of matches on it that I don't particularly care for. And I think we were in Texas for that, and I think we went big, but it just felt it didn't hit, it didn't satisfy. I feel like 31 is really fondly remembered, but for me, a lot of the wrong winners. 30 I've got a lot of affection for because I watched it in a pub and I love Daniel Bryan winning. And I gotta say, the shock of the streak ending is right up there. So, yeah, I think the best Manias are 40, 39, 38, 37, middle of the pack, maybe more towards the bottom. I'd say in middle of the pack would be 33, 34 as well. Near the top would be 30, 31, 38, 39, 40. Bottom would be 41, 36, 35, 32. And then I think 37, we'll get into 37 range then. So something like that. Something in those kind of orders. I've never actually sat down and done a ranking video for WrestleManias, but, well, we could certainly do that, couldn't we, once we get past 42 and see where that kind of sits in the pecking order. I did actually jot down, I don't even know if I've got the numbers, I did jot down all the WrestleManias, and I had all the cage match scores. And I put them into a ranking order as well, believe it or not. So just by chance, I have... The only problem is I don't know if I'll find the list now. But I do... Oh, yeah, there we go. There they are. So that is actually all of the WrestleManias in ranking order by cage match. So WrestleMania 32 was actually bottom. Then it was 29. Then it was 41. Then it was 34. And then it was 36. So those were the bottom five. I only went back to 29. So I did 41 to 29. This was a few weeks ago. I just wondered how the recent WrestleManias had ranked. So I've got 32 bottom, then 29, then 41, then 34, then 36, which I would have had lower, 35, then 33, and then 37. Then we're into the top five. So these are the top five. 38, 39, 40, 31, and 30. And I agree with that top five. I don't know if I agree with the order, but 38, 39, 40, 31, 30, I can agree with those being in the top five of recent WrestleManias. So just by chance, I happen to have that info to hand. I was a little boy when Hogan slammed Andre, and that's my favourite Mania, said Vlad. Wow, that match goes into the Hall of Fame tonight. That's going to be awesome. Netforce said, what do we think about Nick Khan's comments about social media? WWE doesn't really care about our concerns. Yeah, well, no, they don't. I think that there is some truth to what he has said. I mean, we've sat here and said the IWC is a minority, just a percentage of the wider fan base. And so he's come out and said the same thing. So I can't really blast him for that, right? I can't really have a go at him for saying something we've said, which is the IWC, the online community, is just a section of the wider fan base. So in a way, it's nice to hear him say that. I agree with him. I think it is not the majority. It is the minority. But where I think he's gone wrong is that he should have come out and said that it's an important minority and that, he does care what they're saying. I mean, I don't see how it makes good business sense at all to basically say that your core, most passionate fans, their opinions are irrelevant. Like, I cannot see how that makes any... They say he's a fantastic businessman, and I believe him. That, to me, seems like he's annoyed. It seems to me like he's upset. It seems to me like he's took it a bit personal, because he's not necessarily rising above it. He's kind of giving a little bit back, isn't he? You want to moan about WWE and complain about WWE? Well, I don't care what you think. I mean, that to me is not rising above it. If he wanted to rise above it, it'd be like, yeah, that is probably like a vocal minority if you look at the big picture, but that is like some of our most passionate, most hardcore fans. Like, their opinions are obviously really valid to us. If there are any concerns, then of course we're going to be looking at those. And I think it's just so great that people are so invested that they want to make their voices heard. I mean, that to me would have been a much better response, would have been a more positive response. I think would have been a better received response instead of that, I don't care what you think. But hey, those are the words he chose. I mean, he didn't do that, right? He should have. But instead, he went down that road of it's a vocal minority. I don't even look. I'm not bothered. We're not going to change our business plans and practices based on a vocal minority. I mean, okay, fine. But then don't be surprised if you do start driving some people away, some of your most hardcore fans. Because, to be honest with you, there is a breaking point for people. And we've all got a different breaking point. I don't think we're at that yet. Obviously, a couple of bad SmackDowns and one of the main events a bit soured. We're not quite there yet for the majority of, like, true... I'd class myself, obviously, as a true WWE fan. So, I mean, they're really going to have to... It's going to have to be unbearable before they drive me away, right? And we're nowhere near that. We are at the point where I, as I said, would miss an episode of SmackDown if everyone else was doing it and there was going to be this big statement that was going to be made. I would stand in solidarity with that. But to send a message, right? But if it's like, oh, are you going to stop watching WWE for it? No, because I can't. Just like how I know a lot of you can't. Because we're just ever hopeful that the good times are around the corner. We're just ever hopeful that summer to celebrate. Like Metal Mama has got Paige on the way, So, there you go. There's something back. So you never know, do you? You never know. We don't know what SummerSlam's going to look like. We don't know how WrestleMania is going to go. I mean, night one could be fantastic. Main event might not stink the place out. And then night two could kick it out the park. We might actually come out of this weekend going, do you know what? I really enjoyed that. That actually was really good. That was really, really good. And it's okay to say that as well. I do get the feeling there's some people out there that don't want to say that because they don't want to give WWE credit because they feel like WWE have hurt them. So they don't want to praise WWE, right? But it's okay for WWE to entertain you. That's what they should be doing. Just because they failed in the past few weeks on SmackDown, just because, the main event of night one might not be to your taste right now, they can still entertain you with the other stuff, and they might even be able to entertain you on Saturday night with the main event. So that's their job. That's what they're trying to do. That's what hundreds, if not thousands of employees are working to try and do, is to try and entertain us. That's why we tune in. So they should be succeeding with that, right? They should be able to do that. And this is, the grandest stage of them all. So I'm hopeful that that's obviously what we get. A very entertaining weekend. And, don't know, keeping everything crossed. We'll see, obviously, how tonight goes. I mean, SmackDown has been a real challenge to watch in recent weeks. I don't think tonight will be. I really don't. I think tonight we've got reasons to be optimistic. Andre the Giant Battle Royal being one. J14 said, maybe I'm biased, but WrestleMania 28 is my favorite. It was my first WrestleMania that I watched live, and it's got one of my favorite matches of all time, and that is Triple H and The Undertaker. Yeah, and of course the main event being the first Cena Rock one. I mean, that actually broke records, that WrestleMania. That WrestleMania was one of the highest grossing WrestleManias for quite a while. It has since been beaten. But, the numbers that they did out of Rock and Cena were so monumental that once in a lifetime became twice in a lifetime the very next year, because the numbers were so big that even if they did go down a bit, they were still going to be incredible, which is why they ran it again. So 28 is pretty special. It's financially a massive success. The interest in Cena Rock was huge. And as you said, I mean, that's the end of an era, isn't it? That is the Undertaker, Triple H, Hell in a Cell. Probably the best near fall in WWE history, where you've got Shawn as the guest ref. And he gets involved, super kicks Undertaker. Undertaker goes down, Triple H goes for the pin. It feels like the end. This feels like the streak's about to be over. We're telling a story where we had Shawn at 25, Shawn at 26, Triple H at 27. Here we are at 28. Shawn delivers that super kick. It looks like DX are about to be the ones to put Undertaker away at WrestleMania, end the streak, and he flipping kicks out. And the reaction from Shawn is one of the all-time great reactions where he just cannot believe it. Just collapses in the corner, mouth open, puts his hand like it just cannot believe it. Cannot believe what's just gone down. These are the moments that I think make Shawn so special. You think about that reaction to that, maybe the greatest near fall in WWE history. And then you only have to go back a few years. Of course, you got the 2 matches with Undertaker, right? But think about the I'm sorry, I love you. Like, these moments are just so iconic. So iconic. This is like, you know, it's not about doing springboard moves off the ropes or, you know, massive OG cutters or whatever it is. Like, when we look back on Shawn's career, yes, there are fantastic matches, but it's the selling and it's those kind of moments that really make him stand out. Jen Exa, hello buds, said Days, I've changed my handle. I used to be Jaylee, but shout out to you. Jen Exa, shout out to you. I like the new handle. Kyle Loves Wrestling said, what do we think of the top 5 Mania stages and what do we think about 42? Well, I think 42 is disappointing compared to last year. I was not crazy about it when I first saw it, and I do say that in Unseen. I think that it's grown on me a little bit. I have noticed the balcony at the top of it, which makes me think they're going to use that for something. I think there'll be dancers or there'll be some that use. You don't put it there if you ain't using it. So there's a balcony, which I think they can use. I like the big screen in backgrounds. Honestly, I think if the picture was sharper, right? Because the images doing the rounds just doesn't look as sharp. I think if the picture was sharper and they'd maybe put on like something a bit more impressive on the screens than what they did. Because I think what they put on the screens just looked a little bit underwhelming, right? Didn't really look that kind of mind-blowing. So I think if they'd gone with something a bit better. I mean, for example, let me just show you. So this is the stage, right? I think if they'd have put something like the back doesn't feel connected to these 2 pillars. Like, I feel like if this was like, imagine if that was a landscape and it was all post-apocalyptic and they maybe gave you a taste. And it's hard to see this balcony, but there is like a balcony that's here as well. So the disappointment is the lack of stage. There's seat in there and seat in there. There is literally just a walkway that goes to the entrance and that's it. Like, there isn't really much of a stage. So, like, it's just this walkway, and then these are all seats on this raised bit. You do have the giant screens. You do have this here. I wonder when people are coming down and you see it in its full glory, if it's going to look a little better than, I think, first reactions. And I think when they use that balcony, is that going to make it look a bit better if you've got, I don't know, people on banging drums or something as someone's making their way down and there's just, or maybe like choir singers singing as like Roman's making his way down and this is full of people, like maybe that would make it feel a bit better. So I do look at it and go, first impression, I was like, don't like it as much. But the more I look at it, think about it, the more I'm like, okay, I think there's something there. Even though with all of that, it can't rival some of the great stages that we've seen historically. You know, I mean, there's lots of, I mean, 34 I was always impressed with. 34 was New Orleans, and it was like a giant Mardi Gras mask. I always thought that was like a really fun stage. A lot of people enjoyed 33, which actually 33 was a really steep ramp. And I think that was nothing more than a walkway as well, actually. So even that didn't have a stage, big stage. But people enjoyed 33. I believe that one was Orlando. And I think it had like a roller coaster theme park sort of vibe to it. So people enjoyed that. I like the pirate ship from 37, which probably doesn't get enough love. I thought the cinema one... do you know, I remember the cinema one. Was that 39? I remember the cinema one being really impactful. People liked it at first. I saw the reveal of it. And I remember looking at it being a bit like, seems a bit low. I wasn't like blown away. I was like, oh, it seems a bit low. When WrestleMania started, I could not believe how big it was. I don't think the reveal video did a brilliant job of selling the scale of it, how big it actually was. Like when a wrestler actually walks through it, it's massive. I thought that it was much smaller in its scale from the reveal video. So I suppose that's a lesson learned, really, that sometimes first impressions are not the right impressions, but first impressions matter. And we're doing a poll at the moment, and you can see that right now it's good 88. That's what people are saying about it. So let's have a look, shall we? I mean, we've got some more comments here, which I have not read. Oh, yeah, look, there's 39. This kind of outside of a cinema. Those are like posters. So that was 39. And honestly, I mean, like you can see a cameraman there. I mean, like that big. I thought people would be like much bigger. I thought it was quite low, but actually it was a big stage. So that was 39. That was 33. As I said, theme park. You know, that's kind of like the Universal Ball. That's like a roller coaster kind of vibe over there. And but that was just like a long walkway as well. So here, you mean to tell me all the ticket price increases, the Saudi deal, the ESPN deal, Netflix, and this is the best WrestleMania stage they could do? This is outrageous. Would look better at night, but definitely disappointing. I think that's a great shout. I also think this was hurt by not having the picture taken at night. It's so much and yet so nothing at the same time. Shiz doesn't look like a WrestleMania stage at all, when WrestleMania was actually the grandest stage of them all. We are entering Attitude Era 2.0. It feels like that's the vibes I'm getting. Attitude Era. Some people have said it reminds them of WrestleMania 17, but the only thing I would say is WrestleMania 17 was 2001. I mean, here we are in 2026. Is it right that the stage reminds you of a stage from 25 years ago, which was a relatively basic stage back then? Yeah, I get it. I get the backlash. I get, well, this person said unpopular, maybe, but I kind of like it. Okay, so it suits the theme of night one, but what about night two? I think they'll change it easy. I mean, the reason it looks like it suits night one is because that's a screen. These are screens. And so obviously they'll just change over the graphics and they can make it feel... I mean, they'll be able to make that feel really good for all the different wrestlers, any theming they want. I mean, that's just a giant screen. These are just giant screens. That's a giant screen. The whole thing's pretty much giant screens. So, I mean, you can put whatever you want on there. So, in reaction to it, my first reaction was, not really feeling that. Don't like the lack of a stage. But then the more I've thought about it, the more I've gone, actually, do you know what? There's bits to it I don't mind. The balcony, the big screen in the background, the fact that I think because it is just largely all screens, they can really tailor it to look good for a lot of different entrances. I won't be shocked if actually this does grow on a few people once they've seen it over the weekend. But yeah, I think the majority of first reactions are... David said, I'm so hyped for Paige. I've been praying for this. Well, your prayers, my friend, have been answered. Choppy, hello my friend. Choppy said, do we think any NXT, AAA or TNA stars will turn up like Joe last year? I don't think so. I'm not expecting any TNA. I mean, Joe wasn't going to. It was going to be Randy, Kevin. And then Kevin, of course, had injury issues and was out, and so we needed a mystery surprise. I'm still shocked they went with Joe. But, yeah, there was a vacancy. There was a spot there to bring him in. I can't really see a spot to bring someone in. There's no mystery partner. If there is, it's going to be who's partnering Brie, and we already know who that's going to be, and it's not a TNA star. In regards to AAA, I think there was an opportunity to put someone in the ladder match, and maybe they still add someone else in that ladder match. But, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to see someone in the crowds. I wouldn't be shocked to see a couple of like AAA talents being shown off in that regard, but it's hard to see where they're going to fit them into matches. Same with NXT talent. I mean, to be honest, we're already getting behind Trick, Javon, Oba, like Stephanie's obviously got a match as well. Like, these are talents that have been called up earlier this year, or in Stephanie's case, kind of after WrestleMania last year, and they find themselves in big matches, you know, singles matches, single match for Oba, singles match for Trick, single match for Stephanie, Javon in a ladder match, of course, but he is, I think, second favorite to win in that match. So, I mean, he's got a great chance of leaving with a championship. So, yeah, I don't think we need like really any other NXT talent, because I think we're already working on some talent that's recently been called up. I think you do see JC. I think she could definitely come up Monday. I don't know that you see her at WrestleMania, but she could help. She could end up helping Jade or someone like that, you know, maybe being a new baddie. I don't expect that. I don't know how you use JC, actually. I would have been okay with JC and Fallon going up and then putting Kiana James with them, and then you've got like a new female group. And actually, imagine them three going up against Judgment Day. That could be interesting, because there's 3 women in Judgment Day: JC, Fallon, and Kiana. We need a draft. We need to shake things up. But yeah, I don't know. I can't sit here and say, yeah, I see loads of opportunity for AAA or TNA talent. You never know if they might use WrestleMania to call up an NXT talent. Obviously, they're very high on Joe. He just lost the belt. They're very high on Ricky and Ethan. They're high on Sol Ruka. They're high on JC Jane. This is the crop that we're waiting to arrive. Do you bring them up after Mania? Do you bring them up in a draft? Do you bring someone up at Mania? I'm not expecting any of those. But, yeah, there's always possibility. There's always a chance. I think it'd be good to have some sort of TNA presence. I mean, we do have that relationship with them, so it would be good to have some sort of presence. But again, you know, why is Leon Slater not in that ladder match? That would have been easy, wouldn't it? Leon Slater's one of the most exciting young talents. Why not put him in the ladder match if you want some TNA talent in there? Why not put Vikingo in that ladder match if you want some AAA talent in there? Why not find... I mean, maybe Danhausen and Mr. Iguana have a fun moment. I could see that happening. Apparently, we are going to get multiple Danhausen moments. So I could definitely see something between Danhausen and Mr. Iguana. I think that there should be some sort of presence for these companies. It's just hard to see it being matches. So, Choppy, shout out to you. And Alex Wings, shout out to you as well, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate the supports. We are just under an hour away from SmackDown. Harmon said Days Roman will % win on Sunday because of the interview when he said if he loses, his work is done, says Harmon. Harmon, shout out to you. So Harmon adamant that Roman is going to get the win. Connor said, Days, do we think that we could possibly see Randy Orton turn and show his true colours to Pat in the main event? Well, he's already turned. He's a heel, isn't he? I don't think we're going to turn him back face at this stage. Plus, also, the rumors are at Backlash, it's Randy and Pat teaming together. Mr. 4D said, I miss the days when the stages, not just Mania, but PLEs, when it wasn't just screens, but it was props and it was structures. I think they like the fact that they can influence and change so much of it that it's hard to see us moving away from that now. I think they like the fact they can tailor each person's entrance so dramatically because they can change like everything that's displayed. I don't know. I agree. I think like for WrestleMania, I don't mind them going big with screens. But I think some of those other ones, it's kind of nice if we... do you remember Clash in Paris, actually? We had like a giant Eiffel Tower. Well, that was good. I do feel like there was a little effort towards the end of last year where they were trying a couple of things. The Clash in Paris one sticks in my mind. There was a giant gem, wasn't there, for Crown Jewel? I remember like some structure that felt like some sort of diamond. That was not as impactful. I was trying to remember what WrestlePalooza stage looked like, because that was obviously a big deal, and I don't remember what they did. WrestlePalooza. Oh, yeah, that's why. It was very forgettable. WrestlePalooza, I think, was just a giant screw. Some of these are custom ones. Oh, yeah, no, it was just a giant screen. I was like, WrestlePalooza, that was a big deal. They were making a massive deal out of that. What did they do for that? But just looking at it now, it's just a screen. There wasn't really much to that one. But I do remember the Clash in Paris one being good. Foxy Light said, I think the giant Tatum Paxley puppet needs to be at every show, no matter what's going forward now, said Foxy Light. William said, Days, I'm here. I just got done feeding my steer, kicking back and watching your rear. William, shout out to you, buds. Welcome, welcome. Big Time said, do we think if Cody versus Cena cooked a banger, the perception on 41 would be different? Remember, Cena adjusted his in-ring and wrestled a style of playing greatest hits, spamming finishers. Yeah, of course. I mean, the main event does a lot of heavy lifting, you know, as it should. And so, I do think that if the main event had been better, that WrestleMania would be remembered much more fondly. Obviously, not only was it a slow match, I think there was ring rust. I think, actually, if my memory serves me right, that might have been John's first singles match. Because John had been in the Rumble, he'd been in Elimination Chamber, and I don't think he has a match until WrestleMania. So, unfortunately, we might have been dealing with some very real ring rust. And, you know, it's a shame, really, because I think that he got better later in the year, maybe as that ring rust kind of fell away. And so we were in a situation where there was the ring rust. We had to obviously get past that. I think the WrestleMania match suffers as a result. As well as that, you had Travis Scott come down. There was no Rock, which upset people. But even if you didn't have Travis, I think this is where creative dropped the ball. Like, you had Travis come down, but why didn't we tease that someone, a wrestler, was going to potentially help out? Why? This is where I think, right, the disconnect between TKO and WWE is a concern. Last year, TKO got involved and they made Cena turn heel, okay? So you might remember the story was Ari wanted something big for Elimination Chamber. They tried a few different things, like proposed a few things. They settled on turning Cena, and so they turned Cena. Now, they did that to generate some buzz for the Elimination Chamber. Why did we not use that to build something interesting? So, for example, Cena is now working with The Rock, okay? Why don't we have someone else tease that they're going to be working with The Rock, right? We don't know who it is. Cena can talk about how help is being sent for him, yeah? He's been talking to The Rock. The Rock's going to send some help. And, you know, at WrestleMania, we're going to find out who that person is. This way, you wouldn't have been stuck with just Travis Scott coming down to the ring on his own. You would have had him come down with this other wrestler, and I think that would have been a bit better received. If we'd have known going into WrestleMania, The Rock wouldn't be there, but actually there's someone else that's going to be brought into this group. And I would have had that person be Drew. I would have had Drew McIntyre be that person. And I think Drew could have come down to the ring, could have got involved, and then that would have meant that Cena wasn't out there on his own. He would have been out there with Drew, and I think that would have maybe offered a bit more support to the story. Might have took a bit of the bad taste out the mouth, because it wouldn't have just been Travis coming down. It would have been Travis and Drew. So we would have had an actual wrestler involved. As well as that, we also would have had like a bit of an angle after WrestleMania, where we could have done something with Cena and Drew. There could have been a tag team together. There could have been some really interesting backstage conversations. There's some stuff there you could have got your teeth into. But it just feels like TKO did that thing at Elimination Chamber. It feels like Triple H went with it. And then it feels like TKO went, and it was kind of over to you, Triple H. And it kind of felt like Triple H didn't really want to do anything with it. Like, Triple H carried on booking Cena, but we couldn't have made it any less exciting or any more bare bones than what we did. We didn't change the music. We didn't change his appearance. We didn't, like, bring anyone else into the story. It was literally just Cena trying to go off on the fans going, we love you, right? Not bothered. We still love you. Us then go into WrestleMania. We bring out Travis Scott. He gets involved. End of the match. And it had been a bad match because of ring rust, I think, before that as well. So, yeah, of course, if that whole thing had gone down better and people had left the stadium more satisfied, and people watching at home especially, I mean, don't forget, if you're there in person, you're having a very different experience, because you are in with the fans. There's an atmosphere and energy. You know, you're all away from home. You're kind of in a wrestling bubble. You know what I mean? Like, you've been to WWE World. You've made your way to the stadium. You found your seat. You've had some drinks. You probably chatted to the person next to you. It's very, very different than watching at home. Very, very different. So, you know, watching at home, we don't have any of that. We're just waiting for the show. And so if you tune in and then you get that main event that we got, well, you can understand the backlash, can't you? And of course, that's going to affect the score. I mean, rightfully or wrongfully, main events do a lot of heavy lifting. They don't fix everything, but they do carry a weight. So if the main event of night 2 bombs, I mean, yes, then it's going to really damage the score of the day. Unless every match before it was a banger, and that was the only thing that let it down. But even then, the main event still carries extra weight, because that should be the big story that people care most about, right? The main event should be the match that has had the biggest builds, the most time given to it. You know, it should be the one that really gets people tuning in. So, yeah, it definitely would have had a bigger impact. It definitely would have had a bigger effect. Massive shout out. I'm sure you saw that coming through. I didn't see it come through, but Joe, I really do appreciate it, my friends. Joe is always so supportive of the channel and the community, and I really do appreciate that, but I really do appreciate it. We're so fortunate to have people joining us that are so engaged with the content, with the community, that, you know, there's just, they're providing such generosity. So as I've said, you know already, it goes back into the channel. I am getting the chair. Thank you. It hasn't got marked down for a while, but I will get it. But Joe said, I'm blessed to be able to do this. It's WrestleMania. This is our Super Bowl. You're the voice that represents the community. Having you for each show along with the community makes watching WWE fun, even when the product struggles. Cheers to better days. Joe, thank you so much, my friend. I've seen a few people responding. In fact, we've had 15 likes on that and 7 responses. And I think really what's going to have resonated there is what you just said about, like, how this community can help make the product feel a bit more fun. And that is why, yes, it's good to get stuff off your chest. It's good to get that kind of, oh, Pat's doing my head in, or, oh, creative's doing my head in, or, oh, the stage doesn't look very good. But, like, what you've nailed it there. Like, at the end of the day, we need to still be having fun, and we need to make this fun, and that is not lost on me. So, like, I'm with you. I understand the assignment, and I am going to persevere to try and do that. This is why, like, I've already thought in advance, like, how am I going to react on Saturday night? And I'm not going to be sitting here moaning. You don't need to worry about that. I might not be the most animated, right? I mean, I'm hoping that I can just largely watch Cody Randy going at it with very, very minimal Pat involvement. That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I think Triple H is going to have booked, because I think the Pat stuff was noise for the builds. I don't think we necessarily need loads of Pat involvement in the actual match. So, you know, for me, it's just let's just get heel Randy, babyface Cody. Let's just get that match in the ring. Let's just enjoy that for as much as we can. Of course, there's going to be Pat involvement. It's impossible to avoid, right? And of course, we're expecting Jelly Roll to come down. These are the moments I'm going to struggle. And I do think you get a Stone Cold or someone come down. They've got to give the fans something. They just got to. They've got to give the fans something. So I think that there'll be a moment like that people will enjoy. I'm even half anticipating people saying, do you know what? That was okay in the end. Ultimately, might have been worth putting up with the nonsense for. Obviously, I am not going to be saying that. Do not feel that way. But they've got to give you something. They've just got to. So yes, even when it's going to be at its absolute hardest, I am thinking about how do we still try and bring some positivity and whatnot. So, Joe, I really do appreciate it, but it really does support the channel. It keeps the lights on. It allows us to keep doing this. It allows us to keep going. And I really, really do appreciate it, my friends. So, shout out to Joe. Mr. Valdi said the WrestleMania promo video that's been heavily advertised for months before Mania with the female wrestlers had Io and Tiffany at the table. Both are now not on the Mania card, so it's weird marketing. Well, what I would say about that is that it is... obviously, we are in a situation where we don't know, and we've had a lot of change. We don't know what that final card's going to look like. I don't know actually about on the women's side. Obviously, the men's side has been a dumpster fire. Gunther Ray, Brock LA Knight. I think Heyman came out earlier and said that they were looking at doing Seth versus Roman. And we were going to be getting Punk versus Bron Breakker. And those at one point were the two main events. We also know that Drew Cody was in the running. Cody Roman was in the running. We've settled on Cody Randy right now. There's a lot of change on the men's side. On the women's side, I don't know. I mean, Io Asuka, I believe, was going to happen. It doesn't look like it is now. But I believe that it was going to happen. And apparently a month and a half ago, Julia Tiffany was going to happen at WrestleMania. And that's been bumped. So, I mean, the amount of change that this WrestleMania has gone through is impressive, right? But I think the truth is, when it comes to filming those adverts, they obviously just grab a lot of the big names. I mean, Randy Orton is in one of the main events. So I don't believe he was at that table at all. That's a bit of a mystery, because even if he was not going to be in a main event at the time of recording it, He's still a big name. But then I suppose you could argue so is Rey Mysterio. So you have to draw the line somewhere. So this is why when people look at those adverts or posters and kind of start to try and figure out who's going to be in main events, so I don't bother wasting my time, because not only do plans change, but I'm not even convinced they quite know what the plans are at that point. I think they just grab top talent and they just use top talent under the impression, there's a really good chance that these will feature. You know, some of them might already be penciled in or whatever, but I don't know that it's anything more than that, honestly. I don't know that it's anything more than that. And as you said, now here we are with Tiffany and Io both looking like they're going to be missing out. Randy was not at the table at all. Obviously, Oba was not at the table, so not that you necessarily would have expected him to be, but I think it was just a collection of top talent. Shining Wizard said, I'm thinking of not tuning in for the watch along. I might just watch Mania and then come back to see the teeth gnashing and suicidal tendencies. Oh, well, I don't anticipate any of those. Isaac said, chat days, I might be the only one who is super excited for Mania, and I can't believe that Paige is back. Yeah, I don't know where people are with their excitement. Out of 10, how are you feeling? I reckon I've got to a 7.5 range. I feel like I got to that yesterday when WWE World opened and there were some new figures that got showed off that I was excited for. And just looking at the exhibitions. And do you know something else that hit me as well? And that is that, you know, we're obviously not a massive community. We've got 1,000 or so people that join us on a regular basis. People come and go all the time, of course. But, normally there's about 1,000 people at any one time. And I feel that when I was looking at the footage of the people waiting to get into WWE Worlds, it really strikes you, doesn't it? And we know that 1.5 million tune in or 1.4 million, but it's hard to picture what that looks like. Just watching, I don't know how many thousands of people waiting to get into WWE World. It is really hard to think about just the scale of we talk numbers, but those numbers don't really mean anything. I suppose, think about it this way. 1.4 million people tuned in just in America to SmackDown last week. 1.4 million. How many Allegiant stadiums full of people would that be? Because Allegiant Stadium can hold, 80, 90,000? So, we're talking 20 maybe stadiums? I don't know. It's 18 to 20 Allegiant stadiums full of people tuned in just in America alone to SmackDown. So, we're dealing. I think part of it also was you really get to see better than usual just the sheer popularity of WWE. And so that kind of hit me a bit. Just seeing all the people and seeing their excitement. There was people just grabbing stuff at the superstore and meeting their heroes, and that, kids getting their Danhausen face paints done, and you just go, oh yeah, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. That excitement of being there and, kind of getting merch and getting your face painted and meeting your heroes. And I think that really helped put me in a better mindset. And I think, there was lots of great clips that came out as well. Mattel figures shown, as we said. So there was just lots of stuff that went down yesterday that I thought really boosted my excitement levels. So I reckon about now I'm at a 7.5-ish. Dynasty's at a 10. Metal Mama's at an 8. King Gaza is at an 8. Big Half at a 7. Bobby said Paige is better than Pat. I agree with that. James with a 7.8. Ahmad Dulls is at a 7.5. Gen X are at a 7. Porky Pig's still at a 5. Flame Fist at an 8. Jordan at a 9. Oil North Owl said 7. Andy with a 6.7. Sweet Shanex says 7. I'm more excited for your streams, though. Oh, well, thank you, my friend. Dak22 says 8. Christine said, I'm so excited. I'm not going to let one man ruin anything. Well, I hope you're not talking about me. Carlos said solid 9 for Saturday, but a 10 for Sunday. Dynasty said so much wrestling, we got 5 straight nights. Alex said I'm at a 2. If not for the streams, I probably wouldn't even watch it. I hear you, buds. I hear you. Sunny said, Days, hope you're doing well. I've got a large Oreo iced cappuccino. Folks, please consider buying my books and consider joining the Discord. Well, Sunny, I'll have to jump back into the Discord. Obviously, as soon as we're past Mania, then I can look to get in there again. So I'm not going to commit to anything at this stage. Let's get past Mania, but certainly over the next couple of weeks, I can jump back in there for an hour, and I always have a great time when I'm in there. So, Sonny, I appreciate it, buds, and enjoy your large Oreo iced cappuccino. Sonny's always got some sort of sweet, tasty beverage to hand. So, Sonny, shout out to you, my friends. Let's go down. We've got loads of comments coming through. I do love this time of year for that. Mark said, I've been watching you since WrestleMania in Dallas with the big blue star stage. Mark, shout out to you, my friends. Oof, that's a long time. So, it always amazes me how people have been around for years and years and years. You know, and it's so exciting that people have been joining us for, you know, not just like a month or two, but so many of you are names that I've been talking to and people that I've been talking to for years at this stage. So, yeah, that's why I say let's just enjoy it. Let's just enjoy it. Oil North Owl said, it's Ollie North. It's oil now. It's oil. Oil North Owl. In my mind, you're an owl that has been hit with some sort of horrific disaster. Some sort of oil spillage, and all your wings are just covered in like this black gloop. So I'm sorry. It is Oil North Owl, and I hope you get better soon. Mick said Obafemi for the win. I hope so. I expect him to get the victory. JJ said, Days, I've got to work an independent wrestling show last night. Oh, without even realizing it. I was going to kick off 5 straight days of wrestling excitement. I'm super excited for the whole weekend. JJ, I hope it went well, my friends. We have been chatting to some interesting people, actually, that have been doing things. I mean, you've been working at an independent wrestling show. We know there's someone that joined us the other day working at the Funko stand at WWE Worlds. So hopefully, you know, I know Mayor Pete has gone off and is actually at SmackDown tonight. I think Wrestle with Andy is going over to the shows as well. So he went last year. So he's going to be there again. So, I mean, we know people that obviously have gone and are working at these events. It's so exciting. I can't wait to hear some of the stories when people kind of come back, you know, what their favourite moments were and whatever. I think Aaron's gone, hasn't he? I think Aaron's gone over. There are reports of Vince being involved again, says William. Rumours backstage, wrestlers in dressing rooms. The atmosphere is weird, says William. Well, there was a story doing the rounds about Vince being involved, but when you clicked on it, it was actually comments from Jim Ross. So Jim Ross on his podcast said he believes Vince will be involved in the creative process. He didn't have any evidence of it. He was just more saying you can't keep him away. You know, this is his baby. It'll always be his baby. And so it was kind of like speaking from those you got. And of course, what happens then is your news outlets jump on that. And the headline goes around, Vince expected to be involved. But the person expecting it was JR, who had no evidence of it. So if it was that report, it was a bit of a nothing story that happens from time to time where someone on a podcast will say something and, you know, your ringside news jump on it, sort of give it a bit of a, not a clickbait title, but it's a bit deceptive. Kind of makes you feel like there's something more to it than there actually is. So I did see that story. I don't know if there's another story that's kind of done the rounds today, but I did see that one that was kind of JR based. Where are we with some of the latest news as well? Kendrick Lamar. My God. Sami Zayn has tagged Kendrick Lamar. He says, I need your help with something. Hit me up. He wants to hit up... It's a bit late now, Sammy. It's a bit late now to try and respond to Trick Williams and Little Yachty. I think you probably needed a bit more time. Okay. My father has passed away this week, said Alan. And this is going to be his first Mania without him. He was a huge Punk fan, so I really hope he wins. Well, Alan, I'm really sorry to hear that, my friends. Genuinely really sorry to hear that. That's obviously a very difficult thing. Certainly if you were so used to watching wrestling with him, or you know that there was a big wrestling fan, obviously that's going to be very, very difficult to actually, sit down and watch this, and you're going to feel that absence. But hopefully you can enjoy it. Hopefully CM Punk comes through for you, gets the victory. But hopefully it's just a fun show, and it can just put a smile on your face regardless, So shout out to you, Alan. Connor said, Days, what do we think of Cody's interview? Cody called Randy's current persona fake ahead of their main event match tomorrow. Well, I didn't get a chance to see it because there's so many interviews that are going down at the moment. There's so much stuff that's making noise at the moment that I haven't been able to sit down and watch all these interviews. But if he said the current persona is fake, then, well, it's just noise, isn't it? I mean, that's interesting. If he genuinely believes that, then that's interesting. But the annoying thing is that we haven't seen a face-to-face between them in the ring. We haven't had a back and forth. I mean, it's mental that we're 24 hours away just before WrestleMania, and we haven't had like a back and forth, words being exchanged between Cody and Randy. I mean, the only time they exchanged words is either when the other person hasn't been in the ring, or when we did that contract signing and we hadn't done the big turn. So, yeah, I think that it's just noise, isn't it, really? He's just trying to get a bit of noise, get some quotes out there. And I don't know if he genuinely believes that this version of Randy is not the real Randy, or if there is something to it, but we just haven't had time to dig into it. So there's just not much you can do at this point. But Cody should be on the show tonight. He should be able to say some stuff. So maybe we can dig into it then. Perhaps we can get our teeth into that and maybe explore it a little bit. I don't know how much time they will give over to this, but I'd imagine it'll be a good chunk of time. Obviously, this is the big SmackDown main event, so I'd imagine that it'll get a good chunk of time tonight. But there's lots of other stuff we've got to fit in as well, of course. Got the Andre Battle Royal, got a number one contenders match. We got to do Jacob and Drew. I would imagine there's going to be a few Raw stars around. This is one of those shows, it's the last show before WrestleMania. So, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to see CM Punk make an appearance, or Liv and Stephanie make an appearance. I mean, technically they don't go on SmackDown, but yeah, everyone's in Vegas. It's your last chance to build all of the feuds. So, and obviously we need to get some more clarity on the Nikki and Brie situation. You got MFTs, you got Wyatt Six. There's a lot of stuff we need to do tonight. Days, do we see Alexa turning heel on Charlotte if they lose? I don't see Alexa turning heel on Charlotte. I do think a split will come between them. Whether that'll be at WrestleMania, nothing has really been teased. So it would be out the blue. Out the blue would be fine. But nothing has really been teased at this stage. So I don't expect them to win. I think I think Charlotte as a face is sort of interesting because she's been a heel for a long time. I think she's sort of enjoying having this different connection with the audience. So I don't know that it's right that we just throw that away. I think she's naturally a good heel, and I think Alexa's naturally a good babyface. But I don't know. When we get to the turn, I don't know if you just go back to what we've known, which is a bit predictable and a little bit of a shame to kind of throw away the progress we've made with Charlotte. So I don't know if you go back to Charlotte as the heel, Alexa as the babyface, or if you do try something different and actually have Alexa sort of snapping a little bit, leaning into that darkness, you know, being a little bit heelish and just having like Charlotte confused by what's happening with Alexa. I mean, maybe Alexa can start to kind of transition more into that darker persona, that Wyatt Six aligned persona. And perhaps there's a whole story we could dig into there. I mean, I think if we were going to do that, I would spend the summer doing that, and then I would do the turn at SummerSlam rather than just turn at WrestleMania. So I'm going to say I'm not expecting it. It's not impossible, though. But I'm going to say I'm not expecting it. Please 200 PLN said, today marks 5 years since I discovered you in a kids magazine. Okay, I need to explain this because that sounds bad. That sounds bad. And since then, I've been in each one of the streams. Thank you. Have a good mania. And you, please 200 PLN. Shout out to you, my friends. So yeah, basically, when I first started out on YouTube, there was a company that got in touch with me called Wrestling Shop. And they're just based in London. They sell figures from a warehouse, right? They don't have an actual shop. They're just an online retailer. And I was doing figure videos, toy hunts. And they were like, why don't you come down to our warehouse and have a look around and do a toy hunt? And I was like, yeah, man. Yeah, no one ever goes there. And so if you go back on the channel, you'll see some early toy hunts from Wrestling Shop. No catches. Just literally come down, have a look around. It's obviously good for them because if you see anything you like, it's at Wrestling Shop. It was obviously good for the channel because no one ever went there. And they had a warehouse, big storage room full of figures, right? And I've been fortunate enough to go a few times. And it all kind of, you know, had a great relationship with them. And I did their first Wrestling Shop live, which was like a... come on down, we'll get figures, you can come and actually shop all the figures, we're going to have, like, you know, loads of things happening. I think one year they actually got Tyler Bate and Trent Seven to come and do a signing. Last time they did it a few years ago, they had D'Lo Brown, right? Well, the very first year I was there, and the Wrestle Talk guys showed up as well. I actually managed to meet them. It's probably going back about 9 years ago now that I just met the Wrestle Talk guys and was just chatting with them for a little bit. But anyway, one of the people that was there at this live thing was someone from WWE Kids Magazine. They came down to have a look. And they said, like, you know, would you like to just have a little feature? Would you like to do a little... We'll ask you some questions. You answer them. You can promote it on the channel. And I was like, yeah. Sounds good. Do you know what I mean? There was never any money involved, but it was all just like, yeah, I love WWE. I'd love to, you know, kind of talk about the kids magazine, talk about the figures, just talk about the kind of different things. And so, yeah, I mean, and that lasted for a good few years. I mean, it actually lasted until the magazine stopped. So there are these magazines in the UK from like 2017, 18, 19, 20. I don't know when it stopped. But, I mean, I ended up being, like, with them for a good number of years. And each month they would have a new issue. And each month there would be just a little Wrestling Days thing in there. So that's how it came about. That's how I managed to... It all came from Wrestling Shop. And then, again, you know, it's kind of like just meeting people, whatever. So that was really, really good. Really enjoyed that. And... The magazine was not run by WWE. The way that it worked was anyone can do this. If you want to make a WWE pillowcase, you go to WWE and say, look, I'm going to give you $20,000 and I'll give you 10% of every pillowcase that I sell. Can I put wrestlers onto the pillowcase and say that it's official? And they'll be like, yes. You're allowed to do that. Just pay us $20,000 and give us 10% of everything you sell. And WWE do that with a lot of companies. So this is why there's bedspreads and T-shirts and magazines. And it's not WWE that do them. Different little companies do them, but they get permission from WWE and they give WWE money. So it was an official WWE magazine, but it's not like Stephanie was putting it together or anything. It was just this company in the UK that made other magazines that was putting it together. So I never got to speak to any wrestler, or I never got to speak to anyone at WWE. The only person that would get in touch with me was someone from this magazine company. I can't remember what they were called, but they made magazines not just for WWE. They did football magazines, they did Barbie magazine, they did loads of different things. So that's the story of that. That's the history of that. And yeah, it was good. I've never heard of anyone saying they discovered the channel that way, though. So that's really interesting. I always thought it was just a bit of fun. I never really gave it much thought. But yeah, I always thought it was a bit of fun. I liked it because when I was growing up, and I've told this story before, I would go to Car Boots and I would just get anything I could that was WWE, WWF then, including magazines. We didn't have kids magazines. They were just magazines. But I kind of grew up with magazines. So it was kind of special to me to sort of feature in an official WWE magazine. It was a kids one. But yeah, it was good. It was fun times. I don't actually have a copy to hand. I used to have a couple of copies if ever it came up in conversation, because they actually made like an animated drawing of me rather than using my actual picture. There was like this animated version of me that they used. So yeah, it was crazy, just crazy. Feels a bit like a different time, really. I mean, obviously all of that has gone now. That magazine doesn't exist anymore, but yeah, crazy. So please, 200 PLN, shout out to you, my friends. As I said, never heard of anyone finding the channel that way, but I'm glad that you did. I've been here since the Wheel of Fun, says L.I. Baker. I know you have, buds. L.I. Baker's been around years and years and years and years. So shout out to you, my friends. Okay, right. I used to get WCW magazine, said Miss Clown. It had the largest pay-per-view in it at the back with pictures and captions. Days, I forgot. What time is it? I woke up for SmackDown. Ready for WrestleMania. Luro, shout out to you. Yeah, SmackDown starts 16 minutes. So 16 minutes. You have missed the kickoff show, but it was worth missing, honestly. There wasn't really much there at all to kind of get your teeth into. So don't feel like you really missed out. There wasn't really much to talk about. There wasn't really much to get your teeth into. But yeah, it was fine. Background noise. But really, tonight is about SmackDown. That is starting in 16 minutes. As soon as SmackDown ends, then I change the thumbnail over. I change some of the details over. We just keep streaming. I don't go away. I can just do that whilst we're streaming. And we'll just change it over to Hall of Fame. Haven't actually got any different backgrounds, which that dawned on me earlier today. I was like, oh, probably should have got something set up for that. But I don't. So, I don't know. Maybe if I can get a nice picture of kind of what it looks like, maybe we could put some in the background. But, yeah, we're sticking all the way through. We're here for the Hall of Fame as well. And then once that's done, I'll do the breakdown video for SmackDown. Probably get an opinions video done as well. It really just depends on the time. Obviously, tomorrow, I go to bed, I wake up, and we just go. I don't even care what time it is. We just go. Tomorrow is just go. We just go. So we're just going to stream. And we'll talk about what you want to talk about. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye as news and rumours keep coming through. And we'll be keeping an eye down on that. And yeah, I mean, it's just it's here. It's going to be a lot of fun. Connor said, I feel so sorry for Io at the moment. She's currently been left out of WrestleMania's cards. I would have liked Io Asuka. Yeah, I'm with you. I think we all would. Duran said there has not been anything worth mentioning from that kickoff show since Triple H told us that they have brought AAA. Yeah, so we do get a 3-hour countdown show tomorrow before WrestleMania. Just got to hope that they've got a few things up their sleeve for that. That AAA announcement was big last year. I'd love something similar to that this year. Obviously, no word of anything at the moment. Replica City said, how do I watch the Hall of Fame? Well, it's in different places, isn't it? I think it is it Netflix for some of us? Let's have a look. Because you have to go different places depending where you are in the world. This is all kickoff show, few interviews. God, I'm on WWE's X account and there's not much news about the Hall of Fame. There's a lot to do with WWE World, a lot to do with the kickoff show. But there's not much announcements or info about the Hall of Fame. Still going. I probably should have just gone to WWE.com, really. Because it's a good question. I've gone all the way back to NXT. I'm at NXT. WWE World, Club WWE. Okay, ESPN in the United States. So I don't know if that's the app. Yeah, ESPN app, YouTube internationally. So that was on the poster for the announcement of Michael Cole and Miz. So YouTube internationally, ESPN app if you are in America. So that's where you go. Lovely. Who's going to be next for the Wyatt, said Reese. I'd like to see them go for some mid-card titles. Maybe Uncle Howdy could go for the US title. Yeah, I wouldn't be down on that. I would really like to see Nikki kind of going after some women. I would like to see Howdy and Rowan sort of like Howdy maybe going after someone and Rowan being his backup. So that could be good. So Howdy after a mid-card title with Rowan as his backup, the lads going after those tag belts. You've got Nikki kind of going into the women's division. It does feel like we don't have many options for big groups for them to go after. I think that's been a challenge, actually, is there's not many other big factions for the Wyatts to go after. So you might have to break them down into separate little entities and, have like some solo quests. Wouldn't be down on that, to be honest. Wouldn't be down on that at all. I don't feel like there is a big obvious answer because outside of the MFTs, I mean, who else is there faction-wise? I mean, you got Judgment Day on Raw. Maybe the Bloodline are going to reform, but we don't know that that's happening. So, yeah, I don't really see... I mean, obviously, we don't know what's going to happen with Randy. But, I mean, I don't see the Wyatts going after him yet. But that is a feud the Wyatts should have at some point. They should go after Randy. He was Bray's greatest foe. So, I mean, they've got to cross paths. So, I don't know. I just got to hope that whatever they've got planned for the summer, they really believe in and is really going to land, So, we'll have to see. I think they need a draft. They need to shake these things up a bit, don't they? Are we looking forward to Drew Jacob? I am, yeah. I think the only problem with Drew Jacob, a couple of problems. First one is a lot of people wanted Drew to be in the main event, and they were sad when he was took out of it. And the other problem is that this feels like it's going to be a lot of fun. They're just going to go at each other, two big guys, but it's kind of being a bit overshadowed by Brock and Ober. Brock and Ober are kind of scratching that itch for me. So I suppose, how do you make Drew and Jacob feel a bit different from Brock and Ober? Because I feel like Drew versus Jacob is the Brock versus Ober match for Saturday. We've got that tomorrow morning. I don't know if that's the very first match or if it's the second match. but that's one of those opening matches. So it's unsanctioned, and yeah, I certainly don't think that's going to be a chore to watch. I don't know how great it's going to be. I feel like we've already seen them fighting and brawling quite a bit. I mean, it's just going to be more of that, isn't it? I'm expecting it to be like a 7 out of 10, 3.5 star, depending on what they've got planned. Because you might be able to throw in a few spots that look really impressive. So, depending on what they've got planned, I think I'm expecting it to be 3.5, 3.75. But maybe we can get it into the 4-star range. Perhaps it can be something really good. But it's being overshadowed by Oberbrock, that for me. So, yeah, I'm not down on the match. I'm not down on it. I think it will be fun. It's unsanctioned, isn't it? So, I mean, they can do whatever they want, really. They can go as crazy as they want. I wonder if we get blood. I wonder if there'll be blood in that match. Henry said, Days, me and Lebby are watching. We're just relaxing, drinking Stella. It's only going to get better. Henry, shout out to you. Lebby, shout out to you as well. Hope you guys are in good spirits and excited, because we are just 8 minutes away from what I genuinely believe is going to be one of the better SmackDowns of recent times. If nothing else, we're going to find out who wins the Andre the Giant Battle Royal. We're going to put the final finishing touches to WrestleMania. And as well as that, we have also got the Wyatt's MFTs. We're going to finish that feud. The belief is that is the match that's going to end the feuds. So very much looking forward to seeing that wrap up as well. So yes, lots of good reasons, positive reasons to be excited for tonight's SmackDown. Rev said, I think Cena's opening the show. Well, the word on the street is Randy is going to open the show. But you never know if there's going to be a swerve. Connor said, Days, will we see Cena tonight, or will they just save him for tomorrow? Will the Drew Jacob Unsanctioned match get lots of time? Well, seemingly everything's going to get a lot of time because, you know, NXT can do and historically did 5 matches in about 2 to 2.5 hours. NXT takeovers, 2 to 2.5 hours, 5 matches. We know night 1 has got 7 matches and they have allocated 4.5 hours, right? Because from the moment that the pre-show ends to the moment that the post-press conference thing begins, that gap, that window is 4.5 hours. Now, I don't know if that's just been given that time and they'll move it earlier if they need to, or if the plan is we're going to go 4.5 hours. But yeah, I mean, 4.5 hours is what is the gap, the space that's been given over to WrestleMania Saturday and Sunday. That's a long time. That is a really long time. Like, I do not think it needs that time. So I don't know. We know that we've got 7 matches. There's also going to be an open of some description, the national anthem and all of that. Obviously, you've got Danhausen segment somewhere. You've got Cena with the attendance and whatnot. So, you know, there's going to be bits that's going to be dotted in as well as the matches, and they've given it 4.5 hours. So, yeah, I mean, there's no reason to believe that matches aren't going to get time. I mean, time feels like summer. We really do have quite a bit of for this WrestleMania. So, I don't expect it to get just a couple of minutes. Looking forward to the Andre Battle Royal, said JB. I'm sitting here trying to manifest the grand return of Omos. Well, you might be able to do that. There's a chance that he could make an appearance tonight. I mean, he's obviously not on the WrestleMania cards, but I mean, he is still under a contract. So, I mean, they've got to use him to some description. I mean, if you can't even shove the guy in an Andre Battle Royal, then what are we even doing? I think your prayers may get answered on that one. Corey said, I heard Stone Cold will be backstage. Is he going to hit another fan with a four-wheeler? Well, I hope so, Corey. One of the great WrestleMania moments. I mean, WWE had the nerve to count down the greatest WrestleMania moments, and I did not see that one feature at all. And that really strikes me as an absolute disgrace. I mean, Stone Cold coming down, a little tipsy, dare I say, and, knocking into, not successfully driving around the ring, but hitting the barricade. And that woman with the delayed fall down as well, and Nick Khan had to come over and have a word with her, check that she was okay. I mean, that was... I wonder what she got actually out of that. I wonder if she got anything. Never heard as to what happened with her. Don't know what came of all of that, of course. Oh, look at this. We've got Civil Regime. These are quite funky items. WWE and Civil Regime WrestleMania drop. A collection built from Legacy. Penta shirt looks good. The Guerrero shirt looks good. Some of these designs look really good, actually. Some of the official WWE merch I don't think is always that amazing. But some of these designs look really good. I've said before, I always think, could you wear that shirt and go into a pub and feel pretty cool wearing it? I mean, I would feel good wearing that with jeans or that. That, I think, is that like got the mask on the hood? I probably don't need that. But I like those ones. So, yeah, there's lots of these collaborations. Okay, we're just less than 2 minutes away. 2 minutes away. And we'll be at SmackDown! So, Joe, really appreciate it, but really appreciate the generosity. I've certainly not forgot about it. People saying, you're a legend, Joe. Thank you. Appreciate it. And again, I mean, as I said, all the generosity, it keeps the lights on, it keeps us going. You lot are the people that kind of make this possible. So just a moment of saying thank you from me. I really do appreciate it. It's not lost on me how fortunate we are. I think that's the benefit as well of, like, you know, me starting from zero and having videos that were getting like 10 views at the beginning. Like, being on that journey for over 10 years, like, you it's not lost on you. Like, you've been there when no one was really around. So where we are now, like, it's been built up over a long period of time. As people have been saying, you know, they've been joining us for years. So let's have a real good WrestleMania, shall we? Let's make the most of it. As we are just 20 odd seconds away. Days as it stands, CM Punk has hinted that he could be on tonight's show. Metal Mama said, that's the one I like, the hooded one. The other shirts look like the type of fits they offer. Metal Mama, shout out to you. I can see you in that, Metal Mama. Zipped up with your Rey Mysterio hood on. I don't know what the prices are like. Knowing TKO. $200 each. Bum, 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 bum. Right, here we go. Here we go. Miss Clown, shout out to you. It's Kaz, hello. Friday night SmackDown, WrestleMania weekend. Let's go! Yes, please be good, please be good, please be good, please be good, please be good. Please be good. We've had a 0.8, a 1.1 out of 10. There's just no way. This is an easy home run, this show. Okay, here we go. It's nice seeing Vegas, actually. Vegas, it is amazing. It is an amazing place. Hey. There's a little, what a stunning stadium that is as well. Okay, so we're just having a look at Allegiant Stadium and that video package once again. Now, the streets were saying Randy Orton's opening the show. So I am going to put his name in because I believe the streets. I'm from the streets. And I know that they never lie. Here we go. Okay, I'll be so glad when this WrestleMania nonsense is over, said the Ribs. Well, Monday. You've only got to get through the weekend. Julia might get a match at WrestleMania after tonight, says Jam. Jeff said, well, it can't be worse. That is true, actually. Ryan said, whose run was better, Roman's title run or Bruno Sammartino's? Oh, very different, aren't they? I mean, a lot of Bruno's was not televised or not shown, certainly not PLE. And it was a different time. You're talking the 60s. So, you know, people loved Bruno. I think from a business point of view, Roman's. From a fan connection point of view, it's really tricky to not say Bruno. Bruno had that belt for 7 years. Roman had it 4. Bruno, when he lost the title, they couldn't even give the belt to Ivan Koloff because they were so worried there was going to be a riot. They were genuine. Like, as soon as Bruno lost, everyone was shocked. You could hear a pin drop. And they were so worried the fans were about to riot. They just got Koloff out of there. They just got him out of there. He was a god. He was a hero. He was just the man. People bought tickets for 7 years to watch Bruno. And it's funny, isn't it? I mean, like, people back then weren't like, oh, Bruno Hogan, you know? But he was just, the way they looked at it was that this is the best man. This is the guy. This is the mountaintop. If you want the belt, you've got to beat the guy. He is the guy. And he stayed the guy for 7 years. And he was so popular, even when he lost the belt, they pleaded with him to come back. And then in the 70s, they gave him another run for 4 years. He ended up being champ for 11 years throughout the 60s and the 70s. I mean, let's not disrespect what Bruno did. Just because it was in a different period where a lot of us weren't able to see the work, we still know what went down. So I think we got to give both their flowers. I think for Roman to do what he did in this generation, a title reign as long as what he had, incredible. Absolutely incredible. And for the bloodline to be looked on as just like this amazing period. And we look back at 2022, 2023, 2024. It's bloodline. It's bloodline. And it's, you know, we're suffering a bit now because we don't have it. People are looking at 2025, 2026, and they're a bit... But that's because of what the bloodline achieved. Like, amazing. Bloodline, Roman, amazing. But so was Bruno. So was Bruno. Okay, we're still at this video package. Corrupt DJ, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Happy Mania Week. All the best. Corrupt DJ, shout out to you. I hope you have a fantastic weekend as well. And I really appreciate the support. I like your profile picture, that red dot. It's very striking. Very, like, stands out, jumps out. So, yeah, Corrupt DJ, shout out to you, buds. Hope you have a good weekend. Hope you enjoyed tonight's show as well. Didn't realise Allegiant Stadium was that close to the T-Mobile. There's Michin. She's got a dog with her. And I'm not talking about Jade. Here's Rhea. Mommy is here. There's Sammy. Booze for Sammy. Sammy is looking at a cactus. Yeah, I mean, it will do that, Sammy. It will do that. He touches the cactus and goes, oh. Big cheer for Trick Williams. Obviously, lots of chatter around the double turn. Days, I think that the six-man tag of LA Knight Usos against Speed, Logan, and Theory is going to open night one, and then it's Drew and Jacob. I know it's the first hour. I think you're right, actually. I think it is the six-man first. There's Charlotte and Alexa. Okay, tonight they're taking on Bayley and Lyra in a tag match. That's better. I'd much rather tag teams be in tag matches. Oh, just when we thought we were going to get a break. This is a hell of a truck. We got to make sure we promote Ram. Randy is going to the ring. Okay, so Randy is starting the show. There is a contract that Pat is signing. Don't know as to what's... I mean, surely we're going to be told at some point. Maybe we're going to be told now. Okay, here is Randy. One sleep away. What the hell are you on about, Joe? The Viper is one sleep away. What is he, 7? He's just a sleep away. There's only 3 more sleeps till Santa comes. Just a sleep away. This is a grown man trying to win a championship at WrestleMania. A sleep away. What are you on about? Blimey now. Okay, Randy has come down on his own. Sleep. I can't shake that. A sleep away. It's just a sleep away. Just one sleep away. WWE Creative Humor said, of course Randy was riding shotgun in the truck. He's been riding shotgun in his own main event story. It's pretty funny, actually. That is pretty good. Okay, Randy. Getting into the ring, and he's in the ring. Okay, Randy then in the ring. Is Randy even going to compete, says Iron Sentinel? Well, I believe so. I mean, the streets are saying, and we know the streets are always true. The streets are saying that he's got an injury or is hurting. But I don't believe it's be enough where he's out. Okay, Randy in the ring then. This, of course, is our first kind of glimpse at WrestleMania crowds. Disco Inferno was better than Pat McAfee, says that sign. Love that. Okay, Randy in the ring. Let's see what he's got to say. Let's get rid of it. I think we've got our poll. We had over 1,500 responses. The stage has scored good 88. Okay, here's Randy. What's he going to say? I'll be the first to admit it. I don't need Pats. Are you sure? But I want him. Oh my God. Finally he's come out to say some words and he's now he's talking about Pat. All I needed to do was just be me. Who would have thought? I won the chamber. I'm facing Drew. Do boos for Cody? Well, this story has worked perfectly, hasn't it? One of the positives was that they were saying by putting Pat with Randy, or at least get like people on Cody's side. They've just mentioned his name and he's been booed twice. Who the... I wrote the book on being me, but he started his promo by saying that it was Pat that helped him be him. I don't know what we're doing here. Okay, tomorrow night we main event night 1. That's good. He didn't call me. For WrestleMania 40. All he ever does is take. He gave a championship match to my friend Kevin Owens. Bring back 09 Randy, says Connor. I'm going to fix it. I'm going to right the wrongs. I'm going to do it with the 3 most dangerous letters. RKO. Okay, there was honestly, this just feels like it's a dumpster fire. I mean, it feels like tripling down again of Pat's involvement. I mean, I feel like Pat's name was mentioned just as much as Cody's in that promo. I thought there was some things in there that were good. Like him talking about how, why was I not his partner at WrestleMania 40? Why did I not get given a championship match? That's the stuff that, you know, I'm happy to dig into. But there's bits in there like him saying, Pat was the one that told me what I needed to hear so I could be myself. And then moments later talks about how he's always known who he was anyway. So you're like, I don't quite understand that. He's getting in the car and I think they might be done. Okay, they're done, they're gone. Corey Graves said, if the voice in my head sounded like Pat McAfee, I'd want to kick people in the head too. Yeah, well, your company that you work for made us listen to his commentary for I don't know how many years. And probably in the future as well. Okay, here's MFTs then. MFTs are making their way down. So our first match is going to be MFTs. I mean, the sweet mercy is that we are seemingly done with the Pat stuff for tonight. Very interesting Cody reaction, wasn't it? I mean, this is the WrestleMania crowds, and they were making their feelings felt about Cody. Boos for Cody. They might not like Pat, but it seemingly has not worked in making them like Cody. I wish he said, instead of RKO, the punt kick said game in 44LH. The Wyatts. This show is going more downhill, said Jordan. Well, that is going to be our next match. It is going to be the Wyatts versus the MFTs. So that's match number 1. Get your scores in for that segment. What did you think about that segment? Stuttering Steve, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you, buds. No worries. Higher ups, maybe The Rock, says Harry. This is like a feud that never ends, said Jojo. Well, it should end tonight. Let's go here. Okay, we are at commercial. Is it just creative that's damaged Cody, or do we think there's something else that's damaged his popularity? I think there's a mixture of both, but it's creative that I blame the most, because I think the big complaint that you get from people is that he is bland, vanilla, boring. And I think if you look at the stories they've had him in and the feuds that he's been in, they've been quite bland, boring, vanilla. I think that he needed to find an edge, and I think he needs to I think coming out and being what you want to talk about, and then I think he's so nice that I think there's a little bit of a problem with that. The white meat baby face, I think it's got a limited shelf life. I think it was good. Everyone was seemingly on board in finishing the story at 40, but then you really need to put him into some situations. I think that I think there are things like, for example, I was looking yesterday at WWE Worlds. You got Roman Reigns coming down, kind of being quite charismatic, getting the microphone, talking to the fans, acknowledge me, all that kind of stuff, right? And the fans were all amped to see Roman. And standing in the ring with the belt over his shoulder, dressed as Guile, was Cody. And he just sort of shrunk. I was looking at that situation, and I was seeing Roman come down, being like, larger than life, being this big superstar, like, thriving under the spotlight. And yet in the same ring, belt over his shoulder, his Guile hair. No one else was seemingly dressed as their character except for Cody. He was in the ring and he was just sort of like small. He just seemed to kind of shrink in that ring. And I think that I was looking at that and I was like, yeah, this is part of the problem. You've got all these charismatic people like Roman, like CM Punk. And don't get me wrong, Cody is the son of Dusty, is a very likable person, he's a good soul, he's a good person. But you've got to bring that showmanship. You've got to bring that larger-than-life personality. Certainly when you're in there with people like Roman. And I think that's an area that Cody falls short. So it's not helped when the creative stories that you put him in are also not that exciting. If you've got stories that aren't really hitting, and then Cody's character is not evolving, I think, you end up with kind of where we are. So I think that there is a bit of a problem with the lack of evolution of the character as well. Lack of the charisma. I think that he loses a charisma battle against Punk, a charisma battle against Roman. I think he loses a charisma battle against Ober, Trick Williams. He gets, there's these people that have got more charisma than what Cody has got. He's just a nice bloke, isn't he? He's a good person. But yeah, people are gonna tire of that eventually, and they have. So I do blame creative. I think this was always going to happen because it's always happened before, where people get tired of the person on top, Becky, Hogan, all that kind of stuff. People got tired of Hogan. People got tired of John Cena. I mean, he had a whole career of let's go Cena, Cena sucks. So we had to deal with the whole career of that. People didn't like Roman. Don't forget, Roman got booed out of buildings. I mean, think back to Royal Rumble 2015. Rock came down, held up Roman's arm, and both Rock and Roman got booed out the building. Because, the fans just did not care for Roman at that time as a babyface. And I think that was always going to happen. My surprise is that it's happened as quick as what it has. It's really hit quite quick. I mean, we're not even 2 years past WrestleMania 42, are we? Or 40. We're at 42 tomorrow. So, elbow there. Okay, let's get rid of the poll. Looks like you lot said it was good, okay promo from Randy. The score for it is... Oh, my God. Oh, geez, Louise. That has come out as good 64. That was not it. That was not it. Okay. Wow, that was quite impressive from Loomis. Gacy and Loomis going over that top rope to the outside. Now Rowan against the ropes. No, gets his leg caught. into the barricade, clothesline. Draft. There will be one, says Adam. There needs to be one. I think a draft would really help things, yes. Stairs being smashed into Gacy, into Loomis. Oh, being thrown at Rowan. That was good. Stairs being thrown at Rowan. Tyler with his arms outstretched. Right. Triple H backstage. What do we think his reaction to the boos were? What did he expect? Is he getting booed tomorrow like last year? Well, I think the belief was that he was going to get a bit more support as a result of this. I actually thought he was going to get a bit of support as a result of this. The problem is you can make Randy partner with Pat to get heat onto Randy. But if Randy's out there on his own, Randy isn't really getting much heat. People love Randy. Every time he mentions Pat, that'll be booed. But people still like Randy. And Cody hasn't really done much to make people like Cody. You've inserted Pat and people hate Pat. But has that helped Cody? Certainly judging by this crowd reaction, the answer has to be no, because a couple of mentions there and he got booed. And this is your WrestleMania crowd. I mean, the people that are here are the people that are going to be at Mania. There's certainly enough here. I mean, how many people are going to be here? 10,000? WrestleMania is going to be 45. So, I mean, we've got a quarter of the crowd here. Yes, there are going to be Cody fans not at SmackDown, but there's going to be people that don't like Cody not at SmackDown. I think that's the reaction I'm expecting. I'm expecting a bumpy ride for Cody this weekend. I'm expecting a bumpy ride. And to be honest with you, I think we're really running out of roads. I think we've messed around so much. We're really running out of roads. I think we're at the point now where you're not leaving yourself many options at all. And I think that the heel turn is one of, is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger as an option. So I don't know. I don't know what they do. I don't know what they're going to do. Whether they just keep sticking with trying to get him over as a babyface, which you're not going to do unless you make a drastic change with his character. And no change has been made to his character. You're just doing more of the same with him. The only thing you've done is you've introduced Pat as a heel, but that has not affected how people feel about Cody. So you either make a big change with Cody or you turn him. Right now we got Tama on the outsides. Beast Mode said, I think the heel turn is the only road to go down. Right now, shot to the back there by Solo. Solo with a kendo stick. Uncle Howdy down in the corner. Bruce said, what's your excitement for Mania? I managed to get to like a 7.5. I think that open might have hurt it a touch. I mean, again, to get Randy in the ring on his own and for him to talk as much about Pat as he did about Cody, like, it is unbelievable. You might as well make this a blooming tag match. I mean, it is unbelievable how, like, they have not only just put him in this story, they've made him one of the major focuses. Gacy, clothesline, down goes Tama, and that kendo stick was there. Net breaker. Hopefully this match can, get us going. I mean, they're operating at a decent pace. Kip up there by Loomis. Nice, jumps into a leg drop. That was pretty nice. Gacy goes against the ropes. Over the other side, roll through, flips him over. Power bomb. Where's the ref? I don't know where the ref was. Ref seemed to take his time there. Nice German. JC. Kick coming in there by Loomis. Picks him up. Slams him down. JC in control. MFT's in control. You can see on the outsides. Nikki Cross. Concern. Oh, big throw there by JC. Yeah, JC looking good here. I mean, this is Jeff Cobb. I mean, he is a great performer. Kicks coming in. JC going over to Loomis, having a few words. Uncle Howdy comes in, some big shots. Kelt said, I feel that we're closer to heel Cody now than ever before. I would agree. I would agree. Bang. Nice. Samoan drop. Talatonga. I mean, surely he's going to be a big star in the future. Look at that Samoan drop. Big there by Talatonga. Gacy is up. Imagine Talatonga getting in there, mixing it up with... going for a clothesline. Oh, Rowan on the shoulders, mixing it up with Oba. Oh. Drop kick there by Rowan. Tala to the outside, lands on his feet. Rowan against the ropes. Rowan! Suicide dive by the big man. Yeah, Rowan. Lot of excitement. Rowan with a big suicide dive. Grabbing a chair, chucking a chair in the ring. I don't think there's anyone in the ring at the moment. Kendo stick being thrown in. Yeah, lots of... Apparently, Stone Cold has been spotted. He is watching Bloodsport. Is that Bloodsport? Oh. Trash can used there by Howdy. Solo. Solo went down. Rowan said get up. Solo did get back up and then got walloped with the trash can. Big splash by Rowan. Okay, but right now we got... I think we're going to commercial break again. Okay, would Cody heel turn do better than Cena's? Yes. Yeah, I believe it would, yes. I think the reason for that is because Cena was in his final year. He's also a part-timer. So what you need, if you're going to do a heel turn, is you need like time, and you need fans to know that they're not seeing you for the last time. And that was a big problem with Cena's. People were buying tickets to say thank you and goodbye. And WWE wanted those same fans to boo him. I mean, it never made any sense. But, I mean, people aren't buying tickets to say thank you and goodbye to Cody. So, you know, the Cody's would be a proper heel turn. We could properly explore it, get our teeth into it. And yeah, it would definitely work better. Connor said, what was the reaction when the crowd was booing Seth when Randy mentioned Seth's name? I didn't pick up on that, to be honest. I didn't hear. I thought they were booing more the fact that he didn't have get selected. I didn't pick up on them booing Seth. I thought it was more a case that they were booing the fact that Cody had selected Seth rather than select Randy. I thought they were sort of booing that more so than Seth. So just saw Seth come out at the kickoff show. He got a decent response. Nikki Cross has got a trash can. We got everyone on the outside getting back in the ring. Nikki Cross hasn't had a match for so long, over a year and a half. And I think that's stupid. We're desperate for female talent on SmackDown. We have teased some feuds, but nothing has happened, said Radiated Zombie. Wyatt661 said, my guys had better win and just be done. I think they need to go solo and go back to scary MFs. Well, Howdy is down. Solo's just patting him with a kendo stick. Howdy is coming up. Kendo stick shot there by Solo. Howdy goes over to the corner. JC with a kendo stick on the outsides. We got a chair now being used and jabbed into Howdy. Shot coming in there by Solo. Howdy is down. Solo's going to look to collides. Charging in. Bang! Collides into Howdy. That could be the beginning of the end for the Wyatt Six, says Corey. Okay, well, Nikki's still standing. She's trying to get the crowd animated. She's banging around, trying to get people excited. You're not going to break this family up, says Solo. Howdy. Down in the corner. Solo throwing in some shots. Howdy backing over to the corner. He's got his arms outstretched. He's going to look to charge in again. Howdy moves. Howdy moves. Chair to the back there by Howdy. And again, down goes Tama. Shot to the midsection. Chair across the back. Howdy fighting back with the chair. David said heel turn. Would Cody embrace Iran? Cody Chic. I make you humble. He could call Roman a jabroni. Nikki is going up. Nikki to the outside. Crossbody lands on Tongaloa. Solo is up. We got a Sister Abigail. Kick coming in, though, by Tala. We're carrying on. Solo is going to splash on the coat. It's a long way for him to travel. Yeah, no, hits it. Did well. 1, 2, Gacy. Bah, makes the save. Up. Bang. Double choke slam. Chair to the back there by Rowan. Boot coming in. Tala, clothesline. Rowan to the outsides. JC in there. He gets caught by Sister Abigail, but... whoa, Tama! Tama's been looking quite good in recent weeks. Solo with a spike. 1, 2. The Wyatts lose. The Wyatts lose to the MFTs. Well, doesn't Nightbird seem like such a long time ago? There's Solo pinning Uncle Howdy in the middle of the ring. It's dead, isn't it? It's done. It's over. It's done. I mean, the big talking point is Solo steals the win away from Tama. Oh, well. They'll get him next time. Okay, we got R-Truth. Damien. Okay. Even I can't follow this. I'm confused. We got a championship match tonight. You got to get it together. Okay, well, even I got confused with trying to follow that. Okay, is it Andre Battle Royal time? Damien's just trying not to lose it, said Edwards. That was every day. That way. Hey. Okay. R-Truth just saying R-Truth things. Jennifer said WWE has ruined so many great things, like the Wyatt Six, like the heel Cena, like New Day's heel turn, Judgment Day breaking up, return of Rusev, the intro of Powerhouse Hobbs, on and on and on. I hear you, buds. Miz renewing his vows with Maurice. Danhausen popping up. I'm the best man. You may now curse the bride. Ah, Maurice has been cursed. Ah! Ah, she's gone into a cake. Oh, vanilla? Ah. That looked good. That looked good. Apparently a video is going up on WWE's YouTube channel of that, so we only got a taste. That was just a taste. Right. Let's go. Let's flippin' go. Where are we going? Maurice's cake. Ooh, vanilla, said V85. That is the best thing so far, says Joel. It was good. Eric said SmackDown is poop. Poop. Days, I've got a feeling that Pat was called in by The Rock. I remember The Rock always wanted a champion. What if he's using Pat to get Orton to be his champion, says Mr. Full D. Well, what I would say is, if that's the story, I hope you enjoy it. That was the best part of SmackDown, said Blake. Best part so far, but I don't want to complain, said Christine. Days, we are getting here. Long day, said Sweet and Sour. Well, if it's been a long day, it's going to get longer because we got 2 hours 15 of SmackDown, followed by the Hall of Fame. So lots still coming up. So, yeah, you haven't really missed a great deal. We've had the Wyatts lose to the MFTs in the street fight, and that was believed to be the end of their feud. And we have also had Orton saying a few words at the opening. Right, the same people who cried when Danhausen was the surprise for the mystery crate are the same people that love him now, says Brony. Dees said, is it me, or does the site look amateur with camera shots and the crew looking well off? Which site do we mean? I've licked all the batteries I own, said Miss Clown. Well, that should give you a lift. That should give you a boost. Days, they might as well get rid of the Wyatts. The group is dead, said Josh. Well, I don't know what their plan is. I mean, certainly there's not many good feelings around, are there, when it comes to the Wyatts? I mean, we had so much hope. I can't imagine this is how Bray wanted the legacy to carry on, you know? If this is how you're going to use them, maybe you should just wrap it up. Because this just feels painful, to be honest. I mean, it's one thing to not dig into the characters as much as we would like, but now they're just enhancement talent. Now they're just jobbing. So I get that a lot of people have already abandoned them. I won't ever find myself abandoning them. Like, if we carry on with them, fine, because I'll live in eternal hope that the group will become what we always wanted them to become. But there are absolutely no signs whatsoever that this group is going to become what we were hoping for. So, yeah, it's very disappointing. If you're a Wyatt 6 fan, I absolutely understand your pain. I'm not going to watch the Hall of Fame. That's just going on way too late, says the Ribs. I can understand that. It's not for everyone. I'm looking forward to that, though. And I do think there's going to be a big moment in the Hall of Fame. We said earlier, I mean, at some point, Stephanie's going to go in. She's going to give her induction speech. And we are going to find out if she is going to mention Vince or not. I would imagine she will. And I think that'll be a pretty big talking point if she does or if she doesn't, or kind of what goes down there. It was a big talking point last year, actually, when Triple H did. Even Triple H said, I've sort of been putting this bit off, before he actually then went into the Vince part of his speech. But, which I thought was very interesting to say, I've been putting this off. So I don't know quite how she's going to approach it. I don't know what she's going to say. But she's surely going to mention him, surely. What does she say, though? How much? I'm kind of interested to find out. Okay, we got a Royce Keys. Royce Keys video. Oh, he's upset. This was... Oh. In 2021, Royce's mother suffered a fatal overdose. She was 61. She never saw her son's dream come true. Well, let me know. This was, I remember they did this vignette last week, or not this one, but something similar, and it was one of the best things on last week's show. And this is the best thing on this week's show already. I mean, this is real, isn't it? I think we can all understand wanting your mom to be there. Well, just being there anyway, but Mark Henry said he's a good kid. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Royce Keys vignettes. Last week it was one of the best parts of the show, and once again, undeniably, that's one of the best parts of the show again. That'll be a feel-good moment for tonight if he wins and we get to celebrate with him, says Penny for your thoughts. Yep. Believe that he will be in that Andre Battle Royal. Josh Barnett has announced that Bloodsport will be ending, and today was the last show for the foreseeable future. lot of people wondered what was going to be happening, say, next year with all those indies having to potentially go to Saudi Arabia. But, yeah, that's quite a big announcement. There's a few WWE talent that are at Bloodsport tonight. Natalia's there. I think Pete Dunne's there. I lost my mom 6 years ago. I can fully understand how he feels, says Bradley. Bradley, shout out to you, buds. I'm sorry to hear that. We got police arriving. Did you settle up at the casino? The police car is actually coming into the arena. I mean, I'm guessing Drew's coming out. No, Jacob's coming out. I thought that was going to be Drew throwing a bit of shade at Jacob. That's Jacob coming out of a car. He's climbing all over it, standing on the roof. I mean, careful, Jacob. You got a couple of police officers there. I'm not sure they'll let you do that. Nah, they're fine with it, actually. They're probably not even real police, so they could be arrested for impersonating police officers. This whole thing's a disaster. It could really backfire. Jacob on the roof making quite the entrance to SmackDown. See what Jacob's got to say. Far too, far too, far too. Drew McIntyre. Good start. Do you want to tell the whole world that I'm still a criminal? I don't live that life no more. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not down on it. I don't live that life no more. Come on. You thought putting me in cuffs would embarrass me? Even the Popo? No. I'm not the same guy. This is where you get it twisted. Tomorrow night. Unsanctioned match. No Nick Aldis. No security. No army, no navy. There's no one to save you, Drew. Jacob's promos have been a little bit mid lately, said Brony. You try and put me in that jail cell. I've already put that in my rear view. Okay, I'm getting a bit more animated. Okay. Yeah, that I mean. I like that we got a little more animated towards the end. It's a little change of pace, being a bit more softly spoken. That'll be in the first hour. Okay, we got Alexa and Charlotte. I've got way more Charlotte Flair merch than I thought I would ever need. Bestie, they're best friends. No matter what, we will still be best friends. Friendship is super important. Okay, is this Damien? Okay, Damien's coming out. Alexa's defo turning, said Denley. The Hood Ghetto promos don't fly anymore. Jade tries that BS and it just comes off as whack, said DTA. Oh, it's quite a shift, isn't it? Having Damien come out with his music and then bang, here's R-Truth with his kind of more comedy music. Okay, Damien and R-Truth making their way down to the ring. They're defending these tag titles. Edward, hello. Days, how are you? I'm looking to make a wrestling podcast with me and my mate. Wow. Have you got any advice for podcasts? Would you come on? Well, get it up and running first, and then hit me back up because, yeah, I'd be willing to come on. In regards to any advice, I think you want to post regular. You want to post and talk about interesting topics. You want to talk about things that are... You want to talk about things that are trending, that people are talking about. You know, I mean, for example, every time we do these streams, people want to talk about Pats. Because that's been such a big talking point. And, you know, like, you know, there's been word today of someone coming back at WrestleMania. And so that's been a big talking point. The stage has been shown off. That's been a big talking point. I mean, if you do a podcast and you're not today talking about the return or the stage or, you know, those big topics that people are talking about. You know, on Tuesday, you could have done an episode about WrestleMania predictions. On Wednesday, you could have done an episode based on WWE Worlds and what's going to be shown there. Then, of course, you've had the return and the stage reveal. There's just stuff all the time at the moment. So I think, you know, with the Wrestling Escape Pods, obviously, we don't give a flip. We just don't care. We don't do any of that. But then equally, look at the results. I mean, the Wrestling Escape Pod struggles to get 1,000 views because it's just an hour of us talking, and all I try to do with the Wrestling Escape Pod is have fun. That's it. That's all I care about. I don't care what we talk about. I don't care what the thumbnail is. I don't care about anything. I just want to have fun, and I just want to try and make people laugh and have a good time, and that is my only focus for an hour. So I don't think that's right for you. I think you need to build a community. I think you need to try and get attention. Like, you know, I'm fortunate in that the Wrestling Escape Pod is just, it's not even on my radar, you know. This is what I do, is this. This is the most important thing. Streams, talking about wrestling, chatting with you guys. That's most. Wrestling Escape Pod is just about bonus. It's an hour a week. But for you, if that's your main thing, you need to be putting out regular content. You need to make it as engaging as possible. You need to involve your viewers. Don't outstay your welcome as well. You don't need to do hours and hours and hours. Just, you know what I mean, 20 minutes, half an hour. But just regular each day, probably the same time ideally. Get like a nice thumbnail style that looks similar so that people can see the thumbnail and go, I know what that is. And just know that it's going to be 6 months, 12 months of hard work. I mean, I had about 1,000 subscribers after 6 months. I mean, it was hard. It's hard. And there's so many people out there, it's even harder now. I suppose it comes down to the question you have to answer is, why should people watch you than someone else? Why should they watch your podcast rather than someone else's podcast? And if you can answer that question, I think you'll go a long way to being successful. Why should they watch you than someone else? You've got to be able to answer that. Hope that helps. LSW has been doing great work. Been enjoying LSW's channel. LSW said wrestling podcast is oversaturated. I don't feel like a traditional podcast is the way to grow. It's why I changed my content style. Yeah, LSW, I've been enjoying your work. Very, very good. Been watching. WWE alone has got so many podcasts. You can choose so much content to watch over other shows. It's true. Why should they watch you and yours? What can you provide that's different? It's a good point. Okay, they're just showing the stage reveal. There's the set reveal. Oh, they were content creators. Legit, I don't know any of them people. I thought that was all part of a package that you bought. Okay, Damien, R-Truth. Okay, it's New Day that they're facing. Okay, Kofi and Grayson making their way down. Upper said, what do we think about Paige making a return? Is it a rumor or not worth looking into? No, it's meant to be legit. I think PW Insider have even reported she's signed a couple of years. So, no, it's meant to be legit, meant to be happening. Even that she's been attending rehearsals earlier this week. So I think it's happening, yeah. I'm pleased for her. He just took that kid's belt and put it on the floor. Grayson just threw it further away. I thought Grayson was going to hand it back, but he chucked it even further away. Ah, that's great. That's great. Okay, we got Kofi, we got Grayson. Was there a time where you thought it was going to be hard to get past 1,000? Said Ronnie. Oh yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, when I started, I didn't have any expectations as to where this was going to go. I didn't start this thinking this was going to be my job. I mean, I started this because I was watching NXT Black and Gold. Well, I was watching all of wrestling, but I was watching Black and Gold with my then partner. And I was like, that was the only show she would watch. She was not a wrestling fan, but she was willing to watch an hour a week. And so she was willing to watch that. She wouldn't watch Raw, she wouldn't watch SmackDown, but I'll sit down an hour a week and watch that. And so I was like talking to her about it, and she didn't want to know. Like, as soon as the show was over, she was like, nope, not interested. She was like, don't even think of talk. She was a lovely person, but on this, she was like, not interested. And so I've said before, she said, just think about it. Don't talk to me about it. Just think about it. And so then, like, the next weeks, I'd be, like, thinking about what I'd just watched, and I wasn't talking to her about it. And she's like, that you keep going into a wrestling daze now. You don't even talk about it. Like, now you're just going into this wrestling daze. And I was like, well, what am I meant to do? You told me I can't talk to you about it, so what am I meant to do? And she's like, why don't you start a YouTube channel? And then you'll have someone to talk to about it. And I was like, oh, that's actually not a bad idea. So, I mean, this was never about like, oh, can I get 1,000? Can I get 2,000? Or whatever, right? It was never about that. It was just about talking about wrestling. That's why this was always the intention, really, watching shows and talking about it as it was happening. That was always the plan from the very beginning. I just couldn't do it at first because I still had work. So I couldn't commit to watching the shows live every single week because my rota would change. So as soon as I, moved here, then that's when I could, So yeah, no, I honestly never any thoughts. Never any thoughts about like, oh, am I going to get to 1,000? Am I going to get to 2,000? To be honest, I think if you focus on that and you're focused on the wrong things, that should look after itself, really. You should just focus more on making great content, which I tried to do, and I still try to do. Okay, we got Grayson on the outsides. He's out there with Damien. So we got the results from that Jacob promo. And you lot said it was Goods 87. Crowd a little bit quiet for this one. Grayson comes over, has a word there with Kofi. We're going to commercial break. We're an hour and 10 minutes in. An hour and 10 minutes in. Still got the Andre Battle Royal coming up. We have had the street fight, though. Days, I thought the Jacob entrance was fantastic with him in the police car. I thought the promo was a bit nah, though. Mm-hmm. I've heard that story a million times, said Corey. Yeah, it does come out once in a while whenever needed. Dropkick there by Kofi. R-Truth goes down in the corner. Kick out. I bet that Xavier is excited for Paige's return. Yeah, I would imagine they've probably been able to put that away now. But yeah, put that like behind them, but I mean, it's still going to be a little bit awkward, isn't it? Okay, Grayson in control. Boot coming in there by Grayson. I've noticed that you are excited for the Battle Royal, and I'm curious to know why. It doesn't mean anything, and I'm sure you know that already, said Brony. Yeah, I'm excited for it because, like, it's something that you can win each year. I agree with you, it doesn't mean anything. I wish the winner got a title opportunity. But it's a little bit like, if you win it, that's the company saying we see something in this person. Now, that might not actually go on to be realised, but I believe it was last year Carmelo won it. And obviously, as a result of winning it, he had that Andre head necklace. Do you remember that? But if you look at how they've used him since, certainly with the Open Challenge, good. I mean, granted, he hasn't made the Mania card and the fans are upset about that. But actually, that will work in his favor. I mean, one of the best, strongest things that can happen for you is that the fans feel like you are being wronged. Because if the fans feel like you are being wrong, that's a great way of getting crowd support. I'm not saying that they're doing that on purpose, but the fact the fans are really against Carmelo missing out is obviously not a bad thing for Carmelo. The shoe has come off and he... there we go. Kofi just hit R-Truth so hard his shoe has come off. Bang, and he goes down in the middle of the ring. So yeah, who's going to win it this year? Who's going to be it's not a big deal to win it, but it's just an indicator to me that the company really believes in this person and that, you know, they're probably going to have, you know, a lot of TV time over the next 12 months. It's an honor, isn't it? I mean, it's a little bit like winning King of the Ring back in the day. You know, that didn't get you a title shot. And it wasn't even that big of a deal. I mean, like, we saw quite a few people win that and didn't really do much for them. So it's a little bit like winning that back in the day. But to me, it like goes on your Wikipedia page. It's an achievement. It's something that you managed to achieve in WWE. And I think if someone like Royce Keys is going to get it, that'll be good for him, you know? 1, 2. David said, next year, make Raw combined show with Hall of Fame. Friday, no SmackDown. Well, we're still underway with this match and the pace of it a little bit slow. The fans a little bit quiet. Okay, Kofi. Stomping down. Back slap tag. I don't think both of Grayson's legs were down when he made that tag. Okay, right now Kofi in the ring gets pushed over to Grayson. Grayson goes down. Kofi trying to stop R-Truth from making the tag. They're really teasing a hot tag here. Tag being made, and it is made. Damien comes in, big right hand, and again, down goes Kofi, down goes Grayson. Big boot there by Damien. Grayson in one corner, Kofi in the other. Hot tag is in. They're colliding into each other. Oh, down goes Kofi. Right now, working on the arm. Climbing up. Paranormal Presence. Shout out to you, my friends. Days, I love the Days origin story. It brings a tear to my eye. By the way, there is a fat Nick Khan in the crowds. Fat Nick Khan. Oh, is it actually Nick Khan? He tends to sit in the corner, doesn't he? To the left of the entranceway is where he can normally be found. 1, 2. So, Paranormal Presence, shout out to you, my friends. Kofi, trying to go over. New Day without Big E is just not the same. LS Dub said, I don't know who greenlit this heatless mess. Do you mean SmackDown? I think that's your SmackDown review, is it not? Okay, right now we've got R-Truth back in. Down goes Kofi. I don't know quite what we're doing here. R-Truth momentarily thinking he was on the New Day. Okay, well, Waller's down. Kofi's down. R-Truth and Damien are in control. Jesus, even the fans can't do the you can't. Even the crowd are botching. The fans are doing You Can't See Me before they even did the You Can't See. Oh my God, how many times have we done that in history and they got it wrong? 1, 2, 3. Damien pins Grayson. The crowd just had to go, You can't see me, you can't see me. Oh. Well, look, they booed Pat. I'm letting them off. It's a victory for Damien and R-Truth. Jesus Christ, said James. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's get people's scores. Cody Rhodes is on his way. He's on his way to the T-Mobile Arena. And we're just looking back at how we got to Cody and Randy. Right. Truth got his shoe back, said Jennifer. Yes. That crowd was flat, said Black Onyx. Why are we watching this again, said Dr. Luchalala. Well, some of us are not. D said it was a decent match. Days, I think Rowan got injured when he went over the ropes because he grabbed his knee. I like 100%. Damien doesn't have a clue on how their matches end, said Fluffy Damo. Do we have to see this again, said V85. Yes. Yes, you do. Right. Pat killed the crowd at the beginning and we've not rebounded, said Steve. Well, I mean, I must admit, so far, this SmackDown, the highlight has once again been the Royce Keys vignette. I don't think there'd be too much disagreement with that. The Randy promo at the start got good 64. Wyatt's MFT's good 75. Jacob promo good 87. And we're just getting in the scores now for that second match. Damien and R-Truth versus The New Day. Didn't feel like those belts were ever really in any trouble. I can't say that there was much drama in that regard. But let's go down. Okay, the Cody segment is going to be interesting, said Brony. If we have another Pat Cody segment, will the crowd just boo both of them? It was awful booking for Cody. Well, this is not a pro-Cody crowd, is it? I mean, they'll join in with the entrance and do the woe. I'm sure there are some Cody fans there, of course. But we know that the WrestleMania crowds, and certainly those that are willing to spend this kind of money, they are not casuals, right? This is why Nick Khan's comments were a bit dumb. For him to come out and say, I'm not interested in the vocal minority. Well, that vocal minority, they're the ones that show out when it's time to really spend the money. You know, this is amongst your most dedicated, most loyal fans. So it's fine to say they're the minority, because I agree with that. But I think it would have been good if he'd have put a little sentence in saying, but, you know, they might be the minority, but we still value their opinions. We still, like, you know, really value them as, you know, fans of the products. They're amongst the most passionate, most dedicated. But instead, he seemed to just sort of go off on the online fans, on the fans on social media. Sort of very dismissive. Basically, we're scum and WWE don't like us. That's the message that we've received. That's the message I've received. We're scum. WWE don't like us. They don't appreciate our supports. And there's nothing we can do. This is toxic. This is an abusive relationship and we can't get out of it. But that's okay. Thank God for Kendall Gray. That's what I say. Thank God for Kendall Gray. Tommy Hawk, shout out to you, said, love the streams. Did you just hear about Barnett shutting down Bloodsport? No more shows for the foreseeable future. He said tonight was their last hurrah. I think that's so disappointing, and WWE would be wise to step in and financially support that, because I think that it's a show that is loved by the indie fans. I think, wasn't it GCW that were funding it or something? I'm not sure of how it's set up, but if I'm WWE, I'm picking up the phone to Josh Barnett and I'm like, what's going on? What do you need? Because, I mean, they've been providing talent like Pete Dunne, like Natalia. Shayna Baszler, obviously not with WWE, but she obviously always appears on those shows. Carrion has appeared there before, even when he was a WWE superstar. So, you know, there is WWE involvement on that show, and there was tonight as well. So I don't know if it's a financial reason or what the reason is, but what I know is that it is certainly one of the more popular indie shows that happens during WrestleMania season, during the week of WrestleMania. It's one of the more popular, well-attended shows. I think that there will be some real upset at the fact that that's it. It's done. I think that there'll be some real disappointment to that. And if it's financial, there really is no reason for it, because WWE can support it, no problem. You know, it can just exist as its own indie thing that just does a few shows. Actually, if WWE financially supported it, why couldn't you do it the week of the Rumble, the week of WrestleMania, the week of SummerSlam, the week of Survivor Series? Do it 4 times a year. I don't know if there's a Bloodsport Championship. I'm really not sure, but I don't know. I mean, there's got to be something to it. People love it. Whenever it's like WrestleMania week, one of the kind of loudest noises that any indie promotion makes, and it's probably because of WWE's involvement, is Bloodsport. I see the posters, and it's like, this person is announced they're going to be competing. This person's announced they're going to be competing. I don't know. I don't know what the reason for it is. I don't know if he went into any kind of detail, but yeah, WWE should really think about getting involved in that. It's definitely one that the fans really enjoy. So, Tommy, appreciate it, my friends. I did see it. It's this point. I've never been to one. It's not. Obviously, I've never been to WrestleMania, so maybe if I was to go, it would be on my radar. But yeah, I mean, look at that from Natty. This is Natty, hashtag Bloodsport. So there's Natty battling away with Shayna from today's Bloodsport. Blood all over Shayna's face. Blood on the face of Natty. Natty saying, this is Natty. And Natalia just showing us a glimpse of, I think, the kind of thing she would really love to be bringing to WWE, to be honest. So there's a glimpse from Bloodsport. Very much living up to the name. Okay, we are back from commercial break. Paranormal Presence said, I love this time of year, WrestleMania week and weekend, because I get to watch it with the GOAT. The 10 years always seen day. Paranormal Presence. Thank you, my friends. I really appreciate the kind words. Don't forget, we're going to be live tomorrow, flipping all day. I mean, we'll be live hours before the countdown show. Then we'll go through the countdown show. We're absolutely all over that thing. Okay, they're just going back, showing us some classic WrestleMania moments. One of the best matches I've ever witnessed. Yeah, Charlotte Rhea was so good. Jade's. I think Jade making her way down. Lone Star Friend said, I'm going to watch it at a movie theater. Are you? Enjoy that, buds. Special. I have not had dinner. I've just got some sandwiches. I'm actually going to have a little chicken sandwich. As Jade makes her way down. Little chicken sandwich, little bit of mayo. Lovely. That is quite an outfit she's wearing. She looks like Berserker. Huss. 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 Berserker's back. Same energy. She needs a sword. She needs a shield. But same energy. Let's go. Oh, Rhea's interrupted. Okay, Rhea's coming down. Bruce, see you tomorrow, bud. Johnny said, I mind him in the Rumble. Johnny, shout out to you. Oh, Jennifer. That sounds nice. A chicken pot pie in the oven. Lovely. Yeah, I woke up and just immediately started working on Unseen. Recorded it. Took ages to upload it. This stream was delayed as a result. It finally did upload. And I'm just straight here, so I haven't had a chance to have any dinner. Just got these sandwiches. Jake Cargill was like, Captain Caveman said paranormal presence. Let's go. Captain Caveman. Yes. No more Wally Mania. No more Stand and Delivers. No more Bloodsport. Did Wally Mania end as well? I didn't know that Wally Mania had finished. Okay, Rhea's come down. I just wanted to come out here before you started talking. Thank you. I'd love nothing more than to lay you out. I'm not normally the most patient. Okay, we got some mummy chants. I don't want to give you any excuse to not be going into WrestleMania. I think you're scared. I can't wait to embarrass you. The only one that should be embarrassed is you, Rhea. You keep coming for Jade and you keep failing. Fail, fail, fail. These promos have not been very good this whole show, said Let Him In. You hide behind social media. If there's anything you want to say, this is your last chance to say it to me alone. Okay, booze for Jades. You think I'm scared of some cosplaying goth kid? You think I want to be like you? Says Rhea. I don't want to be anything like you. My insecurities don't hold me back. They make me the person that I am today. Okay, Jade, Rhea, face to face. Jade holds up that championship. Had a little fire at the end, didn't it? There was a little fire at the ends. There was a little summit there at the ends. Okay, let's see what people thought about that, shall we? Jennifer said, Jade looks like $1 million, but the rest of the package drops it down to 1,000 max. Okay, let's get segment score, shall we? I mean, I was not massively impressed with that segment, but I will say that a little fire at the end there from Rhea with the face-to-face probably improved the score a touch. Okay. We're backstage with Solo. All right. Tala is going to be in the Andre Battle Royal. Let's get ready, boys. Is Tala going to be in the Battle Royal and maybe eliminates Tala? Tama eliminates Tala. Okay, Tiffany coming out. This is going to be a #1 contenders match. It's Tiffy time. Andre the Giant, and not having a giant like Tala would be a disgrace, said Dr. Luch Lala. Sleaze Boy, hello. This WrestleMania is cursed after screwing over New Orleans. Liv and Dom are going to win. Take off in a lowrider. Recreate the music video of White Snake's Here I Go Again. Or Madonna's Beautiful Stranger. Oh, I know the song, but I don't think I know the video for Beautiful Stranger. Wasn't that like Austin Powers? I think that was kind of from the Austin Powers soundtrack, so it probably has a lot of Austin Powers in it. Well, I'd like to see it actually, so I hope they do. Tiffany, they'll probably... Oh, God, what if they recreate the Trouble Liv Morgan video? And we have to listen to that again? We're already going to have to listen to it many, many times. It's going to be our theme music. So there's not going to be any escaping it. I wonder if it'll work as theme music. As a song to listen to, no thank you. But as entrance music, I don't know, will it fit the character? It's a bit bratty. I don't know. We'll have to see. Tiffany versus Jordan, I believe is what we've got now. Okay, get in your thoughts for the Jade segment. We are at commercial break. We are an hour and 40 in. We got an hour and 20 left to go. Obviously, we got the Hall of Fame after that as well. I mean, it's still not a good show, is it? If we're going to be honest. I don't find myself as angry as I have been the previous weeks. Maybe that's because there was less Pat on this. But so I'm not as, like, I'm not finding the anger. But there was still enough Pat. There was still too much Pat. And then, like, again, the match quality is just not there. I mean, you lot, maybe because of the result, went good 75 for the Wyatt's MFTs. Damien and Truth against New Day, you said, was good 83. I mean, this is still really, really low. It's still really, really low. We can't even get into the good 90 range. So, I feel like momentum is probably playing a part. There's bad momentum for SmackDown. You've got to do something that really turns that momentum around. If you ask people, what do you think about this? People are going to be like, it's all right. You know, and then the next thing, it's all right. There's a lack of goodwill towards SmackDown at the moment. And unless they can really turn that momentum around, I think you're going to ask people what you think about this. And unless you do something really, you know, eye-catching, unless you do something that really lands, it's just going to be a lot of, yeah, that was okay. Yeah, that was okay. God, this show needs a really good episode. I hope next week, coming out of WrestleMania, it can do that. But it will almost certainly be more Pat. Pat, 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 pat. Everywhere you turn on SmackDown, so yes. Well, get your thoughts in. What do you think of the Jade Rhea segment? Tiffany's here to save the day. Tiffany against Jordan. Can they pull something out the bag? Andre Battle Royal. Can that pull something out the bag? Days, I missed the WrestleMania kickoff show before SmackDown. Did anything significant happen, said Football Talk? No. Becky probably cut. Well, maybe Becky or CM Punk. They didn't really say anything. Punk just thanked the fans for all their dedication, for showing out during tough financial times. Becky was just kind of doing what Becky does. You know, I'm going to erase you from history. I'm going to certainly erase you from my daughter's mind. She's only 5. You've got her dancing around like an idiot. I'm going to erase you from my daughter's mind. I'm going to erase you from history. As well as that, we had Michael Cole trying to do the Penta Walk, which was all of a couple of seconds. Ray called Dominic Nepo Dom, which could catch on. That could become a chant. Nepo Dom. Really, that was it. I mean, we did have Seth and Gunther, but I mean, it was pretty standard. I'm going to beat you stuff. There was no real shocks or surprises. I don't think there was anything that's going to really be taking social media by storm. So, no, it unfortunately felt like one that you could have skipped. Sometimes you get summer. You never know what you're going to get with those kickoff shows. Okay, we're back from commercial break, and we are just seeing Vegas. In the crowd, we've got Dion Dawkins. Buffalo Bills. Okay, Tiffany in the ring. There's Julia. She's at ringside with Kiana. We didn't even get a Julia entrance. Why did we not even get a Julia entrance? How can Julia not even get an entrance? Are they forgetting that she's one of their champions, do you think? I mean, she was just sat in a chair looking glum. Mate, Julia fans must be beside themselves. Okay, here's Jordan Grace making her way down to the ring. This music sucks. A lot of this music sucks. Maybe Julia's dealing with an injury, says Mayor Pete's. Maybe. Here's Jordan. Tiffany Jordan. On the way, Name is Josh said, if your VPN keeps getting banned, turn off all the Wi-Fi. They can see your PC in one location and your phone using Wi-Fi in another location. Jacob, hello, shout out to you. Robbie said, the disrespect for Julia is unbelievable. Cleveland Brown said, I never thought I'd say this, but Julia should go to AEW. Okay, right, we are underway. Tiffany versus Jordan, #1 contenders match. Tiffany rolling up Jordan. Jordan getting on her feet. Crucifix, one. Just a one. Back up. Swing and a miss there by Jordan. Kick coming in there by Tiffany. Okay. Yeah, it is a fall, isn't it, from Tiffany? Backflip. Just talking about how last year she was competing against Charlotte at WrestleMania for one of the top titles. Now here she is on the SmackDown before WrestleMania, competing to try and become the #1 contender for a women's mid-card title. Tiffany getting smashed into the corner there by Jordan. Tiffany up. Clothesline there by Jordan. Tiffany goes down. Another clothesline. Short arm clotheslines. Back elbow there by Jordan. Crowds are quiet at the moment. In fact, we got a few comments online. People going, what's up with this crowd? Why are they so dead? Jordan Grace in control, going for the cover. 2 count, shoulder up. Okay, I think we're going to commercial break again. So we go to commercial break. It's Jordan against Tiffany, #1 contenders match. Okay, Jordan trying to get Tiffany... Knee to the midsection. And again. Clothesline. Tiffany goes down. Julia is top 5 in-ring wrestler in WWE. You don't let that kind of talent go. Putting her with a no-name Kiana didn't help, said Weird Flex. Radiated Zombie said it's strange that WWE wanted to change Tiffany's character because nothing has changed. Mr. Full D said the crowd is dead because the show sucks. They're dead because SmackDown has been trash, said Big Migs. If she does go to AEW, then she will go missing after 6 months, said Tribalist. Bang, face first in the corner goes Jordan. Kicks coming in there by Tiffany. Jordan down, Tiffany in control. Julia, Kiana watching on. It was like a DDT, but she rolled through. Referee coming over going, are you okay? Because I think she did drive her on her head there. Jordan over against the ropes. Is that blood? I think, is that eye makeup, is it? Yeah. No, is it blood? No, is it eye makeup? Yeah, it is. Eye makeup goes all the way back here. I wondered if there was a bit of blood here, but it is just eye makeup. 1, 2, shoulder up. Crowd are quiet, mate. They are quiet. Days, is there no Drew tonight, said Connor. Well, no, I don't know. I mean, they said that Jacob was going to respond to Drew. I mean, I would have expected Drew to have provided a vignette or to have said something. But with an hour and 10 to go, no word on him being on this show. Of course, he's going to be there. He's facing... Back elbow. Is facing Jacob tomorrow, isn't he? Barry the Angel said, if Randy wins, Pat gets Cody's spot in the Street Fighter movie. This is really bad, says Deacon Mason. You could hear a pin drop, said Draco. Tiffany in the corner. To be honest, this is how fans should react to the Pat stuff. Just hear a pin drop. Don't care. Dead. We're not interested. Any kind of noise, they take that as a dub. Shots coming in there by Jordan. Sonny said, I think Daisy's ignoring me. I'm not ignoring you, buds. I'm just engrossed in this captivating match. Pat is the only thing they've reacted to. That's how you know it's not go away heat, said Weird Flex. Oh no, it's go away heat. It's just that people still want to be going to the shows. They absolutely hate the Pat stuff, but if you want to go to WrestleMania, you've got to sort of tolerate it, haven't you? The only thing you can do is make your voice heard and just boo. Jordan down. She gets spiked in a DDT. What is the issue with SmackDown? It's like there are big stars there. It's not very good. What is it the Raw does better? Well, they got a different writing team. I think that they've messed up their women's division. They've left it very light. They've not booked Julia well. Tag division was doing well last year and they threw that away. The big thing they got right was their mid-card for the men, wasn't it? The open challenges have been the best thing on the show. 1, 2, shoulder up there by Jordan. Jordan up against it right now. Tyler said this match has been shiz. Spawny Boy said Tiffany has just lost that spark that she had. Okay, Jordan going over against the ropes. Tiffany. Back up. Boot coming in there by Jordan. Jordan flipping over to the outsides. Going through the ropes. Headbutts by Jordan. She's headbutting Tiffany. Another headbutt. Tiffany stumbles back. Jordan going into the middle of the ring. Death Valley Driver. Looking for double underhooks. Package. Oh, drives her down. 1, 2. Kick out by Tiffany. Tiffany gets the shoulder up. Tiffany gets the shoulder up. USA Network, remember SmackDown was better than Raw, and now it's the opposite, said Nick. Jordan. Is this a vertebraker? No. Yes. She's going for a vertebraker. No. Doesn't get it. Tiffany lands on her feet. Jordan against the ropes. Tiffany springing. Oh, into a stunner. Into a stunner. Picks up Jordan. Plants Jordan down. Tiffany gestures to Julia, who's on the outside. Tiffany moonsault. Prettiest moonsault. 1, 2, 3. Tiffany wins. Tiffany gets the win. Tiffany gets the win. Dun, 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 dun. Tiffany wins, 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 wins. Ha! Okay, there's Trick. Trick Williams. Days, I think people are going to have a hard decision tomorrow. Oh, we read that earlier, Tony. Points in Jordan Grace. They made her big powerhouse, but she hardly wins. Okay, get your scores in for that match. What did you think about that match? Bum, bum, bum. Connor says dead. Oh. They are making this so hard to be positive. Oh my God. I mean, it's a go home, so you can say that, you know, a lot of stuff is in place and that we're just sort of spinning our wheels. But I mean, this is not like a party atmosphere, is it? We haven't tuned into a load of people that are like so excited for WrestleMania and there's the energy and, do you know what I mean? Like, it is just the crowd are flat. The matches are under-delivering. Promo segments aren't really saying a great deal. And I mean, we're just looking for good scores. Good 64, good 75, good 87, good 83, good 76. I mean, you ain't having a good show if those are the scores that you're delivering. Those are matches and segments. We can't even get into good 90. We can't even get into good 90. Flip in hell. I mean, I'm just looking at the scores from NXT on Tuesday. Kalani versus Jada, good 95. Callie Armstrong versus Skylar Ray, good 96. Ethan Page, Tony D'Angelo, great 99. No. Great 57. Great 57. JC Lola, great 67. So 4 things that we scored. 2 of them great. 2 of them mid-90s good. We can't even get into 90. Good. Good 64. Good 75. Good 87. Good 83. Good 76. Flippity-doodah. I still think it's better, though. I still think this is better than where we've been. This Andre Battle Royal is going to be so good. It is going to be so good. It's going to save this show. Perhaps the crowd are just saving their energy for tomorrow. Perhaps they're just like being really clever and they're just having a little snooze now. They're just saving that energy because they want to go extra loud. That's it. That's it. That is it. They're just conserving energy so they can be even louder tomorrow. Billy said, I wonder if they know how bad the writing is. Instead of making it better, they said, let's make it worse. to draw heat and hate and then shock us at WrestleMania. Listen, again, they know that people online are not going to be loving it, but they are happy as long as they've got ratings, revenue, and relevancy. And relevancy is just general noise. So if they're ticking those boxes, then they are happy. Until these bad shows result in a drop in revenue, a drop in ratings, a drop in noise online, until they start seeing that slip, I don't think they're panicking. I think that they are just looking at those numbers. That's the only indicators that they need, really. We're just seeing drone shots of the Allegiant Stadium, WrestleMania Vegas. Okay, moving on to our next segment. It's Trick Williams. Oh my God, guys, I've frozen. I have actually frozen. Okay, Trick Williams is making his way out. Let me just fix this freezing. Okay, Trick Williams making his way down to the ring. You haven't missed anything. We're just watching Trick Williams. Getting a great reaction from the crowds. So this has woke the crowd up a little bit. Yeah, the fans are loving chanting for Trick. Okay, there we go. Whoop that, Trick. I tell you what, this is going to be really interesting when Sammy makes his way out. They've already sort of teased that they're not fans. Usually I come out and it's all smiles and jokes. Not tonight, though. Okay, something to get off his chest. We're going to talk about it. Okay, Sami Zayn, you crossed the line last week. Bang. Haluva kick to Little Yachty. Trick Williams still getting the win against Matt Cardona. What that trick? What that trick? Last week you hit Little Yachty with a Haluva kick. Last week you hit my friend with her Haluva kick. You hurt my friend. I don't know when he's coming back. Okay, so Little Yachty is not around. Oh, he'll be around. He'll be around. Sami Zayn, you gingerbread man. Bring your ass out here. Okay, Sami's music hits. What the hell? Is that going to be... No, that's going to be Little Yachty, isn't it? That's going to be Little Yachty. We've got an actual gingerbread man making his way down to the ring. Wow. The gingerbread man has come out. Trick Williams called out Sami. Sami's music hits. And it looks like we're doing even more trolling. The problem is, though, that poor Sami's going to come out after being humiliated like this, and the crowd are still going to boo him. Do you think it's meant to be a swerve? Do you reckon, like, He thinks it's Little Yachty in there, but it's actually Sammy. Where's this going? Vince McMahon's back, guys. Are there some diehard Sami Zayn fans here? No, not really. If he just takes that off and it's Little Yachty, that's what we would expect. In my mind, it makes a lot more sense for him to take that off and for it to be Sammy. When life gives you lemons, you put on your lemon pepper steppers. This is my WrestleMania. This is my moment. What that trick? What that trick? Sign in the crowd said grown folk talking. Oh, no, Sammy's there. Ah, I thought there was a real chance he was going to be in that costume. Someone just yelled, "You suck!" I haven't been having a good time. Can you cry for it? Who's in the thing then? Is it just going to be Little Yachty? It'd be great if it was Kevin Owens. Sounds like a lot of fans here haven't been having fun lately. Well, where do we start, Sammy? God, honestly, you won't believe what they've been putting on TV. It's been awful, Sammy. It's been awful. I'm still not really sure exactly what it is that I did wrong, says Sammy. I don't care. I do this for the ride or die Sammy fans. That's me. I'm a ride or die Sammy fan. There are plenty of ride or die. We're here, Sammy. We're here. We're here. They're not in Vegas. Shut the F up is the chant. Mate, it's bad. This is bad. This is bad for Sammy. That's got to be hard, isn't it? Shut the F up. Shut the F up. The gingerbread standing there, like, listening to Sammy. Sammy's like, can you please not do that? Get out of here. Yeah, get out of here, gingerbreads. Gingerbread's over. Gingerbread's over. Everyone was talking. Go home, Sammy says. Can't stop, won't stop. Shut the door. They're getting on Sammy, said Davids. They are. They are. It's over, Sammy. It was a good run. Apparently you can drop a pretty decent diss track. You haven't shown me anything in this ring where it counts. When I look at you, Trick, all I see a punk rookie. That's all. A punk rookie. Give the belt to the gingerbread man, said the Beach Kevin. The gingerbread man's more over. No plan. I am the plan. Look at me, I am the plan. You're crashing out. You've lost yourself. You're one of the most respected guys in the locker room. Look at me when I'm talking to you. I'm the one that's going to get the job done, says Trick. Whoop that, Trick chance. You think that's in my head? He points to the crowds. You think you're in my head? Yeah, that's a good line. I'm standing in the ring with two gingerbread men. Sammy throws the belt to one side, starts unloading. Gingerbread man's in the corner. Oh, who's the flipping gingerbread man? I want to know who it is. Big cheer as Trick laid out Sammy, clothesline. Trick goes over the top to the outsides. Okay, that's going to just leave Sammy and the gingerbread man. This is my ring. The gingerbread man's in the corner. He's stepping forwards. Sammy is going to turn around. He's going to look at this gingerbread man. Here we go. Dream match. Dream match. We all remember one in Hogan Flair. Sting Undertaker. Well, now it's Sammy versus the gingerbread man. Haluva. Surely. Here we go. Boom! Oh! The head went round. The head went round. There's glasses. There's glasses in the ring. Ah, trick shot. Trick shot. Well, it wasn't Little Yachty that was in there. It was some, I think, white dude with glasses. Was it me? Was I in there? Am I the gingerbread man? Perhaps in many ways, we're all the gingerbread man. Gingerbread man better than Pat McAfee. That's a sign we need. Right, let's get a thing up, shall we? A poll. There's Cody, and he's getting a great reaction. Do you know what? I'm just watching WWE burn right now. All their baby faces are getting booed. All their heels are getting cheered. Well done. Well done. It was excellent idea to take that belt from Carmelo. Have Sammy take that belt from Carmelo. That was an excellent idea. Well done to anyone that decided to do that. The fans during that segment were chanting, "We want Melo," making it very clear that they've really enjoyed Carmelo's work in recent weeks. They're not fans of Sammy taking that belt away from Carmelo. And you've just absolutely derailed Sammy, pushed Carmelo to one side, made Trick Williams one of your heels an even bigger babyface. Good job. Good job. Well done. Do you know, there's parts of SmackDown that are genuinely so bad that all you could do is just applaud the creative team. Because, like, I don't know that even if they set out... I'm not saying that that segment was that bad, by the way. But I'm just saying, like, you know, where we find ourselves right now with certain wrestlers and their reactions that they're getting and some of the quality of the overall shows, right? Again, I'm not talking about that segment in particular. But, like, even if you purposefully set out to write a bad show, I don't know that you could even get to these levels. I don't know that you could actually achieve what is being achieved. It is super impressive. It is very impressive. I suppose what you could do is get that creative... How about this? Get that creative team, get them to write an episode, and then just do the exact opposite. Because if what they're proposing gets you a 1 or 2 out of 10 type show, if you do the exact opposite, then that would surely mean that you could get a 7 or 8 show, you know? So this creative team, it might be useful, actually, because you just do the complete opposite to what they propose, and then you might end up with a decent show. Very good. Okay, we are 45 minutes from the end of SmackDown. Iron Sentinel, shout out to you, my friends. Iron Sentinel said, from Sunny, hey days, I super chatted you, but I couldn't afford a $2 one. So this is technically my super chat. How is Kia? I hope she's doing well. I hope the family is doing well as well. Iron Sentinel, thank you, my friends. I appreciate it. Look at that. Iron Sentinel now posting messages from other people in the community. That's wild. Sunny, shout out to you. Iron Sentinel, shout out to you. Kia's doing all right. Kia's our dog, and she's very old. You know, she hits, I think, 13 this year, which is old for a German Shepherd. And, you know, her legs aren't too good now. Like, you know, it takes her a bit longer to get up. And she's actually been, like, when she walks, she doesn't really pick her leg up as high anymore. She sort of scrapes it a little bit. And, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a bit concerning in that regard. I don't know how long she is for this world. Hopefully she makes it out of this year. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Brie Bella. But she's all right. She's still with us. She's just an old lady. But aren't we all? Okay, we've just got a video package for the women's tag match. Lyra, Bailey, Brie Bella was just talking. There's Irresistible Forces. No sign of Nikki. But yeah, they're good, Sonny. Thanks for asking. Okay. We've been doing this together. I'm just waiting for Brie to say that Nikki is out and there's going to be a mystery person, you know? All right, we're not here to remind people of who we once were, so they're still acting like Nikki's involved. We're bringing our absolute best. I wonder if it's going to be on the day of the show. We find out she's just not going to make it. We'll make sure that you all get your moments. Okay, there we go. Few words being exchanged, and that's going to lead to the tag match. So Bayley and Lyra taking on Charlotte and Alexa. Okay. I don't know how to get the chat back on screen. You know, I keep trying to reload it, and it just will not have it. It is just not having it at all. I will get it fixed tonight. I'll chat GPT it. That'll tell me what to do. Right. Big Migs said, this ain't a go home. It's more like a funeral. Come on. Come on. Come on. I mean, you are right, but come on. It's gonna be okay. We've still got the Andre Battle Royal. Do you know what I mean? Still got that coming up. And Cody. So he'll get like a great reaction. And the fans will be going, Cody, Cody, you can do it, Cody, 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 Cody. Finish the story, Cody. Like that. It's going, and we'll be crying. And Sonny, shout out to you. Appreciate it, my friend. Iron Sentinel, thank you. Appreciate it, buds. And Sleazeboy said, I want Spinal Tap to appear at WrestleMania to perform, but they run afoul of Danhausen and they get cursed, which their performance is then a giant botch fest. Well, I would like that as well. That would be very entertaining. Sleazeboy, thank you. Please send your ideas to Triple H at badcreative.com. Even though we know that Paige is going to be the replacement, they won't announce it until the match itself. No, but I wondered. No, you're right. But I wondered if it would be her saying Nikki's out. I need to find a replacement. You know, just tease that there's going to be a replacement. There's Bayley. They got to replace Nikki with Paige in that graphic, and it's going to be awesome, said 57 John King. Days, who are the winners for WrestleMania? I've got my prediction videos already up, Billy. I've broke it down. There's 13 matches. So a lot to talk about. I think personally I would go Punk. I think Roman has won the main event of WrestleMania many times. I think he just had, a couple of years ago, the run he'll be remembered for. I sort of feel like, I don't know, that we get back to this with Punk. I don't know that Punk's main event in night 2 of WrestleMania again. This could be his one and only time. So he's a full-time champ. This is his maybe only time. In that main event, so I would go Punk personally. Not really bothered who wins the night 1 main event. I think Randy will get it. But it doesn't really matter when you know where it's going, and it's going to that tag match that I'm not bothered about. I don't think you're bothered about, so I'm not really bothered who's champion going into that match. We are underway with Charlotte and Alexa. Charlexa versus Lyra and Bayley. What's happening? What's happening? Oh, Nia's here. All right. Well, that was pointless. Okay. Well, that's the thing that's happened. Okay, so Irresistible Forces are here. So, I don't know. Has that ended this match? I'm guessing it has. Lash Legend in the ring. Well, no match. I mean, I can't say I'm heartbroken. Wow, you lot did not enjoy that segment either with Trick and Sammy. Good 76. Okay. Nia in the corner. Leg drop. Nia with a leg drop to Lyra. Lyra down. Well, there we go. I did wonder if Brie might come out, but nope. Just bodies everywhere. Irresistible forces arrive even immediately. Almost immediately, and that is that. How long we got left? 36 minutes. Guys, we've still got the Andre Battle Royal. Prologue. Brock Ober. Let's go. Okay, so right now we've got a little video package for Brock Ober. Days, would you like to see Paige go to Raw? Don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind where she goes. I think SmackDown needs a more... But to be honest, we need a draft. So it doesn't really matter. We just need to do a draft and move everyone around. The entrances for that match was longer than the ring action, said Chris. Deacon said, who do we think is going to be the best match on both nights? Brock Ober. Well, Brock Ober's the one I think everyone's most engaged with. I think that Gunther Seth has got a great opportunity to really deliver in-ring wise. So, I mean, that for me deserves a mention. I think women's wise, I don't know what we're getting out of Jade. I think it's probably got to be Stephanie and Liv. I mean, AJ, Becky, we've seen it. It was okay. I don't know how much better it's going to be the second time. So I think Stephanie, Liv, and there's been a bit of heat to that as well, actually. Okay, we're seeing people doing the struts. What a boring show it's been tonight, said Dom. Jacob Drew will be good also, said Billy. Don't we think Roman wins after he said if he loses, he's done? He's obviously not done. Dad Stuff, hello. Yeah, I don't take the quote that way. The way that I took the quote, I mean, that to me wasn't him saying if he loses, he's definitely leaving. It was him saying that he doesn't think he belongs here if he loses. But I don't think he's planning on losing. So if he does lose, that is something he is going to have to think about. And that could lead to him going away for a while. You know, if he loses at WrestleMania, he could go away for a while to have a think about his future, to then, you know, come back, obviously, when it's time for him to come back closer to SummerSlam. Well, I didn't take that interview that he did being, if I lose, I'm 100% going. WWE have not presented it that way. I think it was more just a bit of a throwaway comment of like, if I can't beat this guy, what am I even doing here? But if he loses, you know, I could see him going away to really think about things. So to me, it wasn't concrete enough that that's what he was saying. Guys, we're at the Andre Battle Royal. Here we go. Oh, there's some AAA talent in there. I just saw Psycho Clown. Guys, this is what we've been waiting for. This is what's going to turn this show around. Andre Battle Royal. Okay, Royce Keys is getting an entrance. Here's Royce Keys. Battle Royal time. As soon as we're done with this, we're going to be having Cody. Okay, Royce Keys coming down. Johnny is still laying down. Oh, well, is Johnny in there? I didn't get a chance to really see who's in there. Okay, we've got Americano. Axiom. Oh, yeah, there's Johnny. Johnny's lying down in the ring. Oh, Joe Hendry's here. Joe Hendry's coming out. Okay, well, there we go. That's Joe Hendry's appearance. It was a nice reaction for Joe Hendry. So is it just going to be those? Who else is going to get an entrance? Or is it just those two? Parker's in the ring. Shinsuke's in the ring. Johnny is still lying down in the ring. Okay, yeah, that's it. Bella sounded. We are underway. We got Berto in there. Kit Wilson is in there. Kit Wilson tripped over Johnny and went straight out the ring. Tripped over Johnny and got eliminated. Oh, dear. That was toxic. Tripped over Johnny and went to the outsides. Johnny is back up on his feet. Nathan Frazier battling away. We got Saban. He goes to the outside. Chop coming in. Ilya Dragunov's in there. Tala is in there. Okay, we got Motor City and Fraxium battling away. We were watching them at WWE Worlds. Big boot there by Saban. Frazier goes down. Close to getting eliminated. No joy. Back in the ring. Oh, okay, he's definitely been eliminated now. Nathan Frazier going hard and getting eliminated. Hard to the outsides. Axiom. Over the top to the outside. We got El Grande. We got the two El Grandes battling. The mask is being pulled there by OG El Grande. They both get eliminated. They both go to the outsides. Tala Tonga. Tala Tonga eliminating both of those. Is Shiloh in there? Oh, Shiloh's in there. I didn't even see Shiloh was in there. Shiloh Hill from NXT. He hasn't even been in NXT that long. He's in the ring. He's on the outside of the ring. Elio with a big boot. Shiloh eliminated. Well, that's big for Shiloh to get into the Battle Royal, isn't it? La Parker in there. Psycho Clown is in there. Bye-bye both El Grande, said Connor. Okay, right now we got Los Garza battling with La Parker. Right now we got La Parker eliminated. He goes to the outsides. Dropkick Berto eliminated. Okay, we got Ray Phoenix. He's in there. Alex Shelley is in there. Some incredible talent in this, actually, if you think about it. It's not talent that gets used very well in WWE, but Psycho Clown taking the mask off. Psycho Clown taking off that mask. It's always fun when he does that. A few people might not have seen him do that before. Royce Keys. It's random, innit? We got Alex Shelley, we got Matt Cardona, we've got Powerhouse Hobbs, we got Joe Hendry, we've got Hikuleo, we got Alex Shelley. Like, the list of names in this Battle Royal, Johnny Gargano is so weird. Ray Phoenix, Aleister Black, Shiloh Hill, DDT on the outsides. Alex Shelley helping Johnny, but now we got Ray Phoenix, double kick, and Alex Shelley eliminated. Royce Keys has got to be the favourite. Could this be what turns things around for Johnny Gargano, though? Let Gargano win. It'll get him out of his funk, said Final Boomer. I forgot that Rey Fenix even existed, said WrestleRants. Sad to see Nakamura like this, though, said JJB Gaming. Nakamura in there, eliminating Apollo. Okay, we got Joe Hendry with Matt Cardona. Matt Cardona gets chucked. Johnny in the corner. He gets caught there by Joe Hendry. He's got Johnny. Throw. Kip up by Joe. I tell you what, this has got the crowd going. Turn around, Aleister Black eliminates Joe. Joe did his pose. And as a result, gets eliminated by Aleister Black. Okay, big kick coming in there by Wilds. Del Toro's in there as well. On the outside of the ring. Bobby has said, can anything save this show? Oh, elimination there for Wild. Del Toro, top rope Enziguri. Going up. Tala eliminates him. Do you reckon this is going to be Royce and Tala as the final two? Johnny is in there. Ilya is in there. Matt Cardona is in there. Otis is still in there. Tala, they're all ganging up on him. Shots coming in. Clothesline there by Tala. Kick coming in there by Rey Fenix. Ooh, went for a super kick. I kind of like that by Tala, swatting that kick away. Phoenix over in the corner. He's trying to climb up. Tala coming over. Shots coming in there by Phoenix. Headbutt there by Phoenix. Going up top. Oh, gets caught. Gets caught by Tala. Picks him up. Ah! Phoenix eliminated. Chokeslam to the outsides. Forearm shot coming in there by Matt Cardona. Enziguri kick coming in by Angel Garza. They're all unloading on Tala at the moment. Lovely work there by Ilya. Kinshasa. Kinshasa connects. Nakamura eliminated by Aleister. Nakamura gone. He's doing well here, Aleister Black. He's doing well. Ilya is on the outside of the ring. Going after Aleister. Forearm shot coming in. Ilya climbing up. Aleister. Big boot. Ilya eliminated. Aleister Black is really proving himself to be the MVP of this thing so far. Kira Tozawa rips off the shirt. Turns around. Black mass. Tozawa goes down. Over the top. Gets eliminated. Gets eliminated. We're getting through the fields. The numbers are going down. Connor said there's no Danhausen. There's no Danhausen, yeah. I suppose if Danhausen was in it, they would want him to win it because he's such a popular superstar. Big splash there by Otis. Colliding into Garza and Johnny. Garza eliminated. Okay, right now we got Otis in the ring. Shirt is getting ripped. Big Doze. Oh, splash there by Otis. Grabs Johnny. Johnny is eliminated. Johnny is not winning the Andre Battle Royal. Matt Cardona, powerbomb. Powerbomb there by Otis. He grabs Cardona, chucks him over the top. Cardona eliminated. Okay, we got Tala. We got Otis. We got Royce. And we've got Aleister Black. Is that our final four, is it? I don't know if anyone's rolled under the ring or any shenanigans, but we've got Otis, Aleister, Royce, Tala. We got some Otis chants. Otis goes down. Otis goes down. Aleister Black in control. With the amount of talent WWE has, I wish they would go back to the style of booking in the 90s. Each talent involved in a story said undercover manager. Alistair eliminated. Okay. There were 3. Otis, Royce, Tala. So, Royce Keys. Otis against the ropes. Collides into Royce. Royce goes down. Otis into Tala. Otis is colliding into both. He's trying to pick up Royce Keys. He does, and he slams him down. Big boot. Huge boot there by Tala. Otis in a bit of trouble. Otis gets chucked over the top to the outside. It's Royce or Tala. We're down to the final 2. It's going to be Royce or Tala. He's got him by the throat. Royce Keys battling away with Talatonga. Who is going to win the Andre Battle Royal? Duck underneath. He's got him up. Spinebuster gets it. Straps coming down. It's looking good for Royce Keys. And it is. Royce Keys wins the 2026 Andre Battle Royal. I think he was everyone's favourite to get it. Royce Keys does it. And he steps outside. He's going to go over to that trophy. The Andre trophy. And there we go. Got to do the pose. Got to do the pose. So it came down to Royce and Tala. And Royce able to get that win. Boo. Let's get... there we go. That was a bit of fun. That was a bit of energy. Crowd was certainly more animated. I knew this would save it. We got pyro. Royce Keys is your winner. Okay, get your thoughts in for that Andre the Giant's Battle Royal, the 2026 Andre Battle Royal. At least it's something for Royce. Plenty of time to get to a mid-card, said Dr. Luchalala. Okay, they're just going through the cards for this weekend's show. Royce Otis Mania match. Make it happen, said Mr. Full D. Okay, they're just talking about Joe Jonas. He's going to be doing the national anthem. Is the Hall of Fame stream after this? It is. Yeah, we go straight into it, but I wish I could get the chat back on screen, but I've tried everything and I just cannot get it back. It is just not being responsive. I might even chat GPT now and see what it says. I've asked ChatGPT. We'll see what it says. It's an OBS browser cache issue. Open your live chat on YouTube. Pop out. Take the URL. Paste that into browser source. Should look like this. If it says live chat replay, that won't work during. Turn on shutdown source when not visible. What? What's that mean? Oh, change scenes. That's interesting. Okay. Change scenes. Does that do something if I go here and go back again? I don't think that's done anything. It's giving me bad advice. ChatGPT is giving me bad advice. Hall of Fame is on YouTube internationally, yeah. No joy. No. No. You fail, said the boomer. I do that a lot, but you honestly get numb to it. I'm doing it again. I'm going to try again. I don't think it's doing anything, but, you know, I live in hope. Lol. We've just got CM Punk Roman video package right now. Days technical difficulties are better than SmackDown. Thank you, Eric. WrestleRant said this was a good-looking spine buster from Royce on the size of someone like Taller. It was very impressive. Can you restart the program, said Arib. So I'd have to shut it all down. I don't really want to be doing that. That's kind of how we got in this problem in the first place. But you are right. If I shut it down and pop it back on again, that could fix it. I don't know. It's about 7-8 things it's asking me to do, and I just wanted a quick fix. That's all I wanted. Quick fix. Okay, here we go then. Cody. Cody is coming out. They've got to know that this is not going to go well. You're cursed, I am cursed, you're right, buds. You are cursed. Here he is. Cody coming out. Okay, what kind of reaction is he going to get? Probably not a great one. Okay, Cody making his way down, just getting the intro. Very interested to hear the response. Is people excited to interact with him in the entranceway? That young lady just got to touch the belt. People are acting like everyone's been getting loud pops all night, said Jordan. Yeah, I mean, it's true. The crowd have not been the most animated. Pyro going off. Okay, Cody. In the ring. Okay, Cody. How long we got? 13 minutes. Yeah, a few G's. Few G's. A few Cody chants. Ooh, it's muddy water, innit? It's muddy water. I like him all in black, though. It looks good. What do we want to talk about, says Cody. We're not going to talk about how someone might be messing with me in the last 3 WrestleManias. Travis Scott last year. Booze for Travis Scott. Or someone that should just go home this year. Go home, Pat Chance. Sort of. Tomorrow is simple. It comes with the territory, just like the reaction tonight. He was saying, I just take. He's never taken responsibility in his life. I was there in 2009. He went to Mania and competed for this and he lost. I don't know what someone just said there. Okay, CM Punk's coming out. Okay. This wasn't on the bingo cards. CM Punk's coming out. I do like the outfit he's wearing. It does look classic, said Lovecat. I like the all black. Oh, Punk's in a suit. Punk's in a suit as well. I was settled in then. I was settled in. I was ready to see where this was going. And now CM Punk's made his way out. CM Punk getting in the ring. Punk in a suit and beat up sneakers, said Jennifer. Punk's thinking the Hall of Fame has started, said 57 John King. The fact that Cody has been in a world title match at WrestleMania 4 times in a row, said Sally. Okay, Punk with a microphone is always gold. And the fans are singing CM Punk's theme song. We got CM Punk chants. Champ's champ. Yeah. If we shake hands, are you going to kick me in the balls and turn on me? And the fans are going, yes, yes, yes. The fans are all right with that happening. There's a lot of people that deserve to be kicked in the balls, and you're not one, says Punk. Are you wearing a bow tie? He is wearing a bow tie! We go back a long way, says Punk. Okay, CM Punk. We're headlining WrestleMania 42 as friends and as champions. Focus. Don't worry about anyone else but Randy. Monday, win, lose or draw, you'll be here and I'll be here. I'm proud of you. Go get it done. Okay, no, we're not happy with this. I know who you're up against. Okay, so Cody's saying, I know what you're up against. I do not hate this segment. There's not really loads to it, but it's the two champs just before they defend, just giving each other advice. You came back better than ever, says Cody. You are better than you have ever been. CM Punk's loving this. He's loving this. I want you to hear something from it. Where is this going? Thank you for everything you've taught me. If it means anything. Ooh. Emotion. Real emotion. Cody says to Punk, my dad would be extremely proud of you. I love you. Cut the music. Cut the music. What's he say? Cut the music. Okay. There we go. Didn't know where that was going, but just a bit of a rah-rah speech, firing up the crowds, and that is the end of SmackDown. Oh, this is going to be the cold open, isn't it, for WrestleMania? This has been doing the rounds online, so yeah, I believe this is the cold open. That was random. Okay. Let's get... it's 4. What time does Hall of Fame start? I don't think the Hall of Fame red carpet coverage has started yet, but we'll jump over and have a look at that, shall we? Let's just get to a poll. Let's go step by step. So, segment score. What did you think of that segment? Segment score. We've got Hall of Fame coming up next. Starts in an hour. Oh, what? It starts in an hour? What, really? The red carpet? I suppose they got to get out the building, haven't they? To get over to the other building. I don't think it's far, but, you know, you got to get a load of people out. It's time for another sandwich. It's definitely a sandwich time. Right. Okay, I've got a feeling that promo is going to come back to us later. Nothing is random in WWE, says Iron Sentinel. Oh no, red carpet things in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Okay. Is this the same stream? It is, yeah. Same stream. I cannot get the chat back though. That looks like plain white bread. No, it's got chicken in it. And a bit of mayo in there as well. I'm rating this 6.5, said Connor. What's in the sandwich? Chicken. And it's nice chicken as well. It's proper like pieces of chicken, not like thin chicken, bits of chicken. Bit of mayonnaise. This is my dinner. Which I have still not eaten. I've got about half of it left. Dad Stuff said, I think a 40% win rate in 2025 is a terrible Mania record. This is a first WrestleMania singles match. I think WWE do what they do and we would live with the moment. Okay. So Liv, we're talking about Liv. Mr. Valdi said, can I have some of that sandwich? It's really nice, actually. Considering it's been in a plate down there for... How many hours have I been streaming? I don't know. Since I started streaming, it's been down there. Will said, that was a terrible show. Okay. Let's get some stuff done, shall we? We need to change over the thumbnail, which I can do. Let's do that. Change over to that. I also need to change over the title. Oh, that was good, you know. I enjoyed that sandwich. I needed that. I feel a little bit like I'm flagging, a little bit like I'm low energy. And honestly, I think it's because that SmackDown sucked. I mean, there was just nothing about that SmackDown that was really that entertaining. I feel like you absolutely could have missed that show. The only thing you need to know is Royce Keys won the Andre Battle Royal. That was it. Every other segment you lot were not crazy about. I am not seeing much love for that episodes. But then why should we be surprised? We've not been seeing much love for SmackDown all year. So why should we even be surprised? I suppose the hope was that this was going to be a lot of fun and it was going to be crazy and, do you know what I mean? They'd really deliver. But sadly, not the case. Not an episode that I think people will necessarily revisit or go back to. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay. Let's go. That's so annoying. That's playing on my mind as well. I wish I could get that fixed. But it is just not happening. Where do you watch Hall of Fame? It's on YouTube, Callum. ESPN app in America. Punk and Cody for me delivered. I think that was the best part of the night. I think one of them turns heel, and I think it will be Punk, said Michael. Let Him In said it was 5 out of 10. I mean, it probably was better than the past few weeks, but, you know, it's just still a bad show, isn't it? Dynamite was the best show this week, said Pushing Up Daisies. Uji said it was 8 out of 10. BBK said it was 6. Connor said, are we still getting John Cena Danhausen segment? That's the rumour. Black Onyx said 0.5. Jeremy said 5. Hannah said big weekend ahead. We got a real streaming marathon. Remember, it is a marathon and not a sprint. You've got to pace yourself. You've got to hydrate. You've got to carbo load. Does the show satisfy your needs? Well, I thought that SmackDown was a little better than what we've been getting. I think part of that was because there was less Pats. Also, the Andre Battle Royal, it does sort of matter who wins. If for nothing else, it could be a bit of a quiz question in the future. You know, like who won the Andre the Giant Battle Royal in 2019? You know, so who won it in 2026? It's something that is just worth knowing. And, you know, we haven't been getting anything like that in recent weeks that's been worth knowing. So we got that. So many segments under-delivered. I mean, the best segment was probably the Royce Keys vignette. And then the highest scoring segment was the Andre Battle Royal. I don't know what Cody and Punk segment's going to score as. Obviously, we need to get the number for that. But, yeah, an episode that it's kind of difficult to be excited by. But it's done. It's over. On we go. Next stop is WrestleMania. That's going to be our next stop. Being here made SmackDown not seem as bad. When it's in Saudi, the fans are not always the loudest compared to tonight. I would have preferred them over tonight, said Craig. Craig, I hear you. I hear you, but I think that I think the Saudi fans Definitely bring a bit of noise, a bit of energy. I'd imagine they'll be excited. They'll provide more energy than that crowd did. I feel a bit sorry for that crowd because, again, we're sitting here saying this show, it was nothing special. It was nothing really to get too excited by. But again, rightfully people will turn around and say, yeah, but what was there to be excited by? Like, what was that crowd meant to actually be excited with? I do understand that. I do get that. So part of me does feel a little sorry for that crowd, but I don't know. It was what it was. It's in the rear view mirror. On we go, on we move. And we'll see what the Hall of Fame has got for us. To be honest, I think this is going to be interesting. I'm very interested to see what Stephanie has got to say. I'm really interested to see what she says about Vince. She's got to mention him. But like last year, where Triple H was really struggling last year with, that part of it. I mean, he even admitted this is the part I've been kind of trying to put off. And you could tell that, this was going to be a bit of a challenge for him. And I do get that. I do understand. I mean, you've got to thank the man that has kind of made this possible and all of that. Like, without Vince, would Triple H be where he is? Probably not. Without Vince, would Stephanie be going in the Hall of Fame? Probably not. Almost certainly not. So, I mean, I feel like he's got to get mentioned, but it's controversial. It's, obviously going to be a talking point. And, well, to be honest, I'm interested to see how it gets received, what she says. I mean, it's her dad, I feel like she's got to mention him. Will she tell him that she loves him? That's going to be that's going to be an interesting part of this. And I think seeing AJ go in and hear what he's got to say will be good. It'll be great seeing Demolition go in. I'll be really pleased to see them go in. So, we can very easily take the taste out of SmackDown out of our mouths. We've got something to do that, and that is the Hall of Fame. In 5 minutes, the coverage is starting on YouTube. The coverage is starting, and it's going to be the red carpet. So this is where we see people arrive. We'll see what people are wearing. We'll kind of get stuck into that. So, okay, let's get rid of the poll. We're going to get rid of the poll. So you lot said that was good 82. So even that struggled. That's that bit, that segment, that close. Let's go show score. What did you think about the show? What did you think about SmackDown? Let's do a show score. Okay. Where are we time-wise? We've got 4 minutes. 4 minutes. And we'll be going over to the YouTube coverage. Nice. Are we doing Hall of Fame? Yeah. We're here. We're doing it. We're living our best life. Let's do that. Nice. Yeah, so we're doing Hall of Fame. As I said, I'm looking forward to the Hall of Fame. I like the Hall of Fame. I don't find the Hall of Fame a chore to watch or anything. I like it. But then, I like the legends. I mean, it's going to be so great to see Demolition. I've actually met Demolition. So it's going to be really great to see them take their rightful place in the Hall of Fame. Bang. Nice. Okay. We're just waiting for that to start. It's got just less than 3 minutes to go. Okay, get your thoughts in. What did you think about SmackDown? You can vote on that. Boom. Right. Wes, hello. I didn't mind at the time, William. I think I left the glove box of the truck. Wes, hope you're doing well, buds. Make this a bit bigger. Fox said, are we staying for the Hall of Fame? We are, buds. Yep, we're here for the Hall of Fame. Let's get back to the chat. What did Pat sign at the beginning? Don't know. It was some sort of stipulation thing. No idea as to what it was. Nick Aldis seemed happy with it. And they never referenced it again. So, I mean, I'd imagine that'll come back tomorrow. I mean, if it bans him from ringside, I'll be flipping thrilled. Uji said, Red Carpet Special Hall of Fame has got 22,000 people. Is that how many people are waiting for it to start? Oh, yeah. 22,000. Mackenzie said, I've got work today at 10 in the morning. Oh. Will you be able to watch WrestleMania when you finish? I don't even know when it starts, actually. I don't even know when everything's kicking off. All I know is that once this is done, gonna need to maybe get a couple of videos done, but get to bed quite quickly. Who did you prefer, Demolition or Road Warriors? Well, I never watched much Road Warriors because I didn't watch much non-WWE. So it would be Legion of Doom or Demolition. And it's really close, isn't it, between them? I think they were pretty good equals. I think WWE did a really good job of building a tag team in Demolition that felt pretty equal to Legion of Doom. I think for me, Road Warriors and the Road Warrior pop. What they did outside of WWE means that Legion of Doom, Road Warriors get the nod, of course. I mean, if you're going to rank the best tag teams ever, I'd say Road Warriors come out at number one. But I thought, Demolition to me were a fantastic team that got built in-house. They had a great look. I mean, it's a bit kinky now. You don't really think about that as a kid. But the masks and the face paints, the names, Axe, Smash, Crush. They were great. I mean, they felt credible. They felt like the music as well. Here come the ass. Like, just felt like a badass team. Really felt like a badass team. So, absolutely, they long ago should have gone in. And they would have if they hadn't fallen out with WWE. They had a falling out with WWE and they were part of like a concussion lawsuit. And so that meant that they were on the outs for many, many years. But, TKO have took over. And as a result of that, we're in a much better place now. So they're back in the family. Figures are being made of them. And they go in the Hall of Fame tonight. Okay, so the coverage is starting on YouTube. It's Jackie that's doing hosting duty. This is Hall of Fame red carpet. We are at the Dolby Live Theatre at Park MGM. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I like that. There's a section where there are tables. There's Alicia Taylor arriving. There is Pete Rosenberg, Jackie Redmond. They're going to try and talk to as many as possible. Do you know, I didn't think actually, but I wonder if Stephanie McMahon's going to get a statue. When Triple H went in last year, he got a statue. They've already unveiled a Hulk Hogan statue. Oh, Jackie's a big speech girl. There's Danhausen just walked past in the background. Is that Ivy Nile? Why didn't they just grab Danhausen then? Big E? Yes! Big E? He'll go in. He'll go in with the New Day. Imagine if they don't put him in, they just put in Xavier and Kofi and Grayson. Oh yeah, Dennis Rodman's tonight, isn't he? Oba Darula. Jackie says the aura is still off the charts for Dennis Rodman. So, Sid, Bad News Brown, Stephanie, AJ Styles, Demolition, Dennis Rodman. I mean, I think you're going to get 4 speeches. I don't think you hear from Sid or Bad News. I mean, they're not with us, but I mean, like, you know, their families. But Stephanie will, AJ will, I think Demolition will, Dennis Rodman will. So they'll get speeches. And then, of course, we've got to put the match in as well. There's Stephanie. Bad News Brown. Demolition. Dennis Rodman. Will Hall of Fame be on YouTube channel? It is internationally, yes. I don't think we'll hear from Sid. Said full clip. No, I don't. Those two that are going into the legacy, I think it will just be a well done sort of moment, you know. Mackenzie said, I will be home for Mania because I finish at 5. Very good. Christopher said, Dave's a real college friend of Pat said, when Ari Emanuel calls you and asks a favour, you don't say no. Knowing wrestling fans won't like it. You just agree and say yes to an angle in a segment. Well, apparently he was going to say no. He wanted to turn it down at first, didn't he? And they started looking for someone else, and then he came back to him and said yes. Okay, we got Kalani and we got Carmelo. It feels like prom, says Kalani. Ah, they're a lovely couple, aren't they? Okay, Carmelo's excited to hear from Dennis Rodman. Booker T, Queen Charmel in the background. Who else is coming through? Roxanne, she's with her partner. I can't remember his name. What's Roxanne's partner called? Just seeing people walking past in the backgrounds. Drake Moreau said Radiate Zombie. Thank you. Is that his current name now, or did they change it? Mr. Roxanne Perez. Let's cut the BS. We need less TKO, more HLA. We always need more HLA. Oh, there we go. Big E. Big E with Danhausen. Danhausen in a suit. Is that Mrs. Hausen? Danhausen's a Hall of Famer. There we go. Confirmed. The people going in with me. Oh. They're all safe. Bouncy! Javon Evans. Oh, we just saw Mrs. Hausen. What are the emotions for the bouncy one? He's nervous. He's blessed. He's nervous. He's blessed. What would you rate SmackDown out of 10? 4. I think it's better than recent weeks, but not by much. Take everything Royce Keys out of that episode. Ugh. The people that I grew up watching are people I now have a connection with. It's crazy. I can call AJ Styles a coach or a mentor. AJ is one of the true flyers in this business. How much do you admire him? AJ Styles is top 3, says Javon. Oh yeah, he did say that Dragon Lee could do the Styles Clash. Javon's like, I've heard he's passing out moves. I think we just saw Eric in the background. Have fun, Javon. Okay, we got Miz and Maurice. Miz is one of the hosts tonight, yes. Big E's like, here's the Miz, and the reason why we're really talking to him, Maurice. I'm going to keep my composure. Ooh. Little moment between Maurice and Danhausen. We're proper. We're classy. Danhausen ruined it. Are we doing a little Maurice Danhausen moment here? I don't know if it's going down now or on the actual show, but... Maurice keeps getting distracted here. Don't know where we're going with this. Maurice, Miss, thank you. Okay, there you go. Whoa, Dennis Rodman! Blimey now! He's got a NWO Hogan shirt on. Look at the size of him. Dennis Rodman, what a legend. I feel like I'm at the Oscars. That's true. How tall is he? I know, man. Yeah, that was true, actually. In The Last Dance, he did leave the playoffs to go and do wrestling shows. Who's that lady in the background? But that's Lola. Lola Vice has arrived, but I was just looking to see. I can't. Jackie's in the way, so I can't make out who it is. Maybe that is that the pot? Is that someone that's with Dennis? Oh yeah. Hulk, we love you and we miss you so much. Dennis Rodman saying some lovely words. Yeah, he went over to that lady in the back, so they must have been together. Now, there's some woman I didn't recognise. She was kind of hanging around in the background, but she turned out to be, I think, with Dennis. He said he loves what they did for Hogan. I think he's probably referring to the statue that got revealed yesterday. Zoe Stark was back there a second ago, said GS Dub. Shaq was also in WWE. That's true, wasn't that? That was in an Andre Battle Royal. Our Truth is here with Big E. Ron, how's your week been? You big oldie. Is Stephanie. Our Truth said he's excited to see everyone that's going in. You see Helms. Shane Helms in the background. Road Dogg, Miz, Kofi, Little Jimmy. My older brother, John Cena. These are the people that he wants to see go in. Apparently Little Jimmy does a lot of talking. There we go, Big E chatting away. Little Jimmy, apparently all he does is keep talking. Okay, here's Damien and Lola. I'm very curious to see what Dennis Rodman's going to say. I think we all are. Right. Damien's girlfriend, Lola Vice, yes. Oh, yeah, she is the NXT Women's Champ. I left it at the room. It's a little heavy. Well, that's the wrong attitude, isn't it? Stephanie was a huge reason why I signed with WWE, says Lola. I'm not a big fan of his suit. I sort of feel like he should be in a boy band music video with rain sort of pouring down on him. It's giving me that sort of vibes. It's like someone's thrown black paint over his white suit. He's saying about the advice that Stephanie has given him. Do we miss AJ Styles? I don't think he's really been away long enough to miss him, to be honest. But yeah, I definitely would like to have seen more AJ matches. I think we all would. Mackenzie said, I wonder if Ryo will be with Soul tonight. Wow. Great point. That'll be a big talking point if they did get together. Damien said he was sat at Gorilla. He didn't expect Lola to get the win. Oh yeah, new walk-in closet. Saw that on Unseen, didn't we? Days, you would have the best suit if you was there. Let's go. Oh, someone is there that you'll be interested in. John Cena. There's Lillian. Lillian Garcia. Titus O'Neil is there as well. We're trying to zoom in on Jackie. Why don't we just cut to a different angle? Who else is coming down the line? Trick Williams, I can see. Drew McIntyre, I can see. We're looking at some of Steph's finer moments. Going down, but being down. Shit recorded, said Duron. I feel like Priest has got a better presentation, said Steve out of the ring. Maybe not the suit, but a suit and glasses. This vibe could work as a character. He's someone that could use with a refresh. To see John host WrestleMania is well deserved, said Denley. Who's going to induct Psycho Sid? I don't think anyone is. I don't think anyone's inducting Sid or Bad News Brown. It's hard to miss someone that you can't see, said Wes. WrestleMania Night 1. Mickey James and Nick Aldis. AJ Styles gets a mention. Everyone here is a legend. Okay, so Nick Aldis said he just wants to be here for AJ's big night. Antonio said, AJ disrespect crazy. No way Stephanie is headlining. I think she probably is. I think she probably is. That was the concern when they put AJ in the same year as Stephanie. I think as soon as they announced Stephanie last year, it felt like she was going to headline. In WWE's world, they probably see her as being bigger. But in the wrestling world, obviously anyone that followed AJ's career, there's that obviously real connection there with him. What he did in New Japan, what he did in TNA. Yeah, I think it is Stephanie that headlines tonight. Scottish Chris said, what if Vince does come out for Stephanie's Hall of Fame speech? Well, that would be a massive moment. I don't expect it, but it'd be absolutely huge. Okay, there's CM Punk. He is looking dapper. Oh, there's Stephanie. Stephanie with her daughters. There's John. So we just got a glimpse of Stephanie. Oh, he's trying to get John. Pete Rosenberg said it's unusual seeing CM Punk suited and booted. One of the great heads of hair. Here's John. What an intro, says John. John says he's less stressed. Okay, John's having fun. Yeah. So the pressure is off. It's a good question. I'm present all the time. I'm always present. I've always been present. Bad News Brown gets a mention. This is Cena being ambassador. Yeah. This is the Cena we will be seeing going forwards. AJ means a lot to me, says John. So he shouts out AJ and he shouts out Stephanie. He said she was there with the advice I needed when I needed it. Yeah, it's true. He went from being almost kicked out the door and fired to being the John Cena we know, and that was because of Steph. John said the only match that he watched back was him and AJ from the retirement tour. They got quite a bit of Cena time, haven't they? Did you see Drew in the background? Yeah, he just popped past, didn't he? I think we'll hear about you, John, when AJ speaks. Okay, that was pretty good. Pretty good. Chaos said, you are the problem with wrestling. You are a mark that understands nothing. Randy and Roman need to win. Sorry for your oversensitive ass. What's going on in the chat? What's happening? Here's Stephanie. 57. John King said Cena and Danhausen at WrestleMania. Looking forward to that. Would be good. Apparently a few Danhausen segments coming up. Mr. Full D said Days Cena will come out to host and simply say we get nothing. Big E said I got to meet some fans from Chile. That's a lovely dress, isn't it? Okay. Here's Triple H. Here's Triple H. Is he going to be crying tonight? The Chief Content Officer. The Game. Last year was a little hectic. Oh, he says his speech was not formed when he was on the red carpet last year. Have you heard Stephanie's speech? That's a good question. I've heard a version. Oh. Okay, so he doesn't know any bits of her speech that talk about him, and he was not a part of the video packages being compiled. We just had AJ Lee in the background. We just had AJ Lee with CM Punk. Did I just see James Ellsworth? James Ellsworth. I didn't see James Ellsworth. So Triple H just talking about Dennis Rodman. I don't know, how long have we got until this gets going? I don't think we got that long, have we? I mean, we've been live with this for half an hour. So... Triple H said, Dennis Rodman, you'd have to ask him to turn his personality down if he was coming into our world. Okay, so he's talking about Dennis Rodman. Isn't the Hall of Fame like 3 hours, said Flame Fists? I think it can go on a while. Yes, we've just got to pray there's no speeches as long as Triple H is. Big E is got Nikki and Brie. Okay, there's Nikki and Brie. There's a walk-in boot. I would never leave Brie's sides. Okay. So Big E's like, so you're still competing? She's like, yep, yep. So she has got the walk-in boot on. Just for lols, really. Just for some lols. So, there we go. We'll have to see if she does compete at WrestleMania. She will not. Okay, they're just talking about Stephanie. She's really selling that she's still competing, said 57 John King. Wrestle Scotch said, I'm hoping that we get Asuka EO surprise edition on Sunday. Bummed that that's not on the card. Big E talking about mothers. Ready, somebody said, could they actually do a surprise match on Mania Sunday? Well, they could. I mean, at the moment, there's only 6, isn't there? There's only 6. Okay, here's Drew. Okay, Drew said he replied online to what Jacob had been saying. He's like, I didn't need a script to be able to reply. Drew's partner's just like, Drew said he respects his peers. Kurapika. Holy chain. Will, hello, my friends. Will Punk be the first person to retain that new world title at Mania? Well, that's the big question, isn't it? I would have him retain. But I think Roman is the favourite. A lot of people thinking Roman's going to get the victory. I've always watched her. I've always been inspired by her. Okay, we got AJ. Oh, look at this. AJ and Big E. Oh, that's good. Big E said, if I told you 5 years ago you'd be here, what would you say? And CM Punk said, I would say it was about time they inducted AJ Lee into the Hall of Fame. Stephanie. All right. She's really pleased to see Stephanie going in. CM Punk shouts out AJ Styles. Demolition. Honestly, this red carpet thing has been better than the kickoff show thing we had earlier today. Joe Hendry just walked past in the background. Oh, that's interesting. CM Punk's hoping the Dennis Rodman speech is going to be a car crash. Honestly, yeah, pretty good. We're under 5 minutes, and I thought that genuinely that had some interesting stuff in. We spoke to John Cena, we spoke to Nikki Bella. Now we've got Becky and Seth. Blimey, now look what Becky's wearing. She does look incredible. Jackie said it looks like you're renewing your vows tonight. Was that Alexa that just went in the background? Dirty Dom, I think that's Liv. JD, Judgment Day just arrived. Okay, Pete Rosenberg just mentions how you're going to feel when Becky goes in one day. And Seth's like, I hadn't really thought about it. If I'm Becky, I'm like, what do you mean you haven't thought about it? Okay, we got Sammy just went past. There's Big E. Seth, straight out of a 80s rap video, said Glockness. Was that Zelina and Alistair, I think, just went past? Okay, Becky just being asked about Stephanie. Everyone's saying such lovely stuff about Stephanie. I mean, there does seem to be a lot of goodwill, doesn't there? Okay, Christopher said, Days, I want CM Punk to retain. We don't need part-time champion Roman. We need to level up to a full-time champ for the fans. Part-timers later, special occasions okay. Roman can still go. I don't mind whoever wins. I think the fans love Roman. The fans love CM Punk. It doesn't really bother me which way they go. I think I personally would go CM Punk because CM Punk for me is full-time, as you said. I think that he is a very interesting promo. He's a better promo than Roman. Match quality-wise, I don't know. There's not much in it. They're a bit different, really. I think Roman's great in big matches. I think Punk's good in big matches. Roman might have the edge in ring at this stage. I don't know. I think back to last year at SummerSlam, I really enjoyed Punk Gunther. I thought it was a good match. So there might not be much in it. Promo-wise, I think there is. Punk definitely takes that. Punk's full-time, whereas Roman's part-time. So for me, if I've got to pick one, I'd pick Punk. But if they're going to be Roman, no dramas. No dramas. Okay, we got the all rights reserved thing popping up on screen. Okay, let's go to the Hall of Fame. That's starting up now. Okay, did Becky say that's why the New Day turned? Oh, I didn't catch that. Time to switch to live videos, said Blake. Punk is definitely a bit slower in the ring than he used to be compared to Roman. Oh, yeah, I agree with that. He's not where he was. He's still good, though. As I said, like, there's... that match with Gunther last year I thought was very enjoyable. I can't remember what people scored his match with Finn Balor. That's his most recent one, isn't it? I don't think it blew minds. I certainly don't remember it being like a banger, but I think it was okay. There's Triple H and AJ Styles. Oh, Undertaker is narrating the open to this. Bruno, the Warrior. It's been some great Hall of Fame moments over the years. Triple H. Ric Flair. It's right that Undertaker does this, isn't it? Considering he's the one that goes up to people and tells them they're going in. There's Stephanie. Days, where are we watching it? It's on YouTube. In America, it's on the ESPN app. The Hall of Fame is only on the ESPN app. In America, yes. Black Onyx, yes. Should Rey Mysterio retire from in-ring competition, said Flame Fist. There's the Undertaker statue as well. Okay, there's the Hall of Fame. There's Miz and Michael Cole. How many people are tuned into this? 41,000 are tuned into this. Still people trying to get to their seats. Oh, yeah, the host of American Gladiators. Nice. I'm getting 2011 flashbacks from these two, says Davids. WrestleMania wouldn't be WrestleMania if it wasn't for you and me. Yeah. Yeah. The Miz in the main event, WrestleMania 27. It's still going on today. It's been voted the worst match in WrestleMania history. Do we want to build up Michael Cole? Or shall we just get to the Hall of Fame? Are we putting Michael Cole in? What's this? What you have been able to do for me. What's going on? What is this? Thank you, Michael. You are a goat. That was a bit weird. But, okay. Okay. There's Maurice. We cut to Maurice and the Trish. Who we cut into? Danhausen! There's some beautiful people and not so beautiful people. Okay, who's going in first? Who's going to open this thing up? Ah, some people are yelling. Yeah, let's get into it. Oh, without this woman. We're going to be Steph. Wow, we're putting Steph in first. Blumming hell. I wonder who did it. So what's that mean, that AJ is going to be classed as the headliner? Some of these pictures are fantastic. Oh, there's Vince. Stephanie. Oh, that's probably true, isn't it? Is there a more iconic female in the history of WWE than Stephanie McMahon? I learnt from the best. It's a good video. I wonder if Triple H is balling. You might be struggling here, Triple H. I thought Steph would go in last year. He is the headliner this year, says Matt. It's a good video package, this. I like it. JJB said everyone had a crush on Stephanie. Metal Mama said, now I feel like Vince could be there because of her going first. It's a good video. I like this video package a lot. I've been in easier street fights than being slapped by Stephanie. She is a slapper. Really good. Oh, it's still going. It's still going. I was there at Raw at O2 when she came out to Daniel Bryan's music, said David. Oh, Connor. Is Connor's Cure still going? I mean, I'm guessing it is. So they're just showing the charity work. Oh, yeah, that's great. There she is working the merch. It's a brilliant video package, honestly. Really good. She is the headliner, I guess, or is it AJ? I don't know. There's confusion. I mean, I just thought it was Stephanie that was headlining. She was the first one to be in, like, put in, and she is like massive. I can't quite imagine WWE without her, actually. WWE wouldn't have women's wrestling if it wasn't for Steph. Women's wrestling as it is today, said Radiated Zombie. There's Bianca. Vince is all over this video package. Gotta do the induction after this. Blimey now. Blimey now. Who inducts her? Is it going to be Triple H or is it going to be Shane? Or I think people said it might be the daughters. This is cool, said TMS. It's a fantastic video package. It's hard to tell her story without Vince, though, said Eric. That's true. Oh. Oh. Do you know, on that red carpet, a lot of people were saying they were really pleased for her. Her laugh is the best. Ah, she was the first to get the tour bus to accommodate the family. They could not have done any more with this video package, could they? I feel like every moment she's ever had's in it. I love those old clips as well. They're great. Of her when she was like really young. I mean, this is a life spent. Yeah, it's the daughters. Oh, and Linda? And Linda? Linda. So it's the daughters and Linda. Oh. She'll be in bits by the time she comes out. To be honest, I think that's how production meetings start now as well. I hope we have no chance in hell, says Paul. I don't see him being there. I really don't. That must be really hard for her to stand there kind of doing this in front of me. It's one thing to do it in a room, 2,000 people in front of you. But imagine like Becky and Cena and all these, and you've got to do this induction. No. Oh. The best compliment I'll ever hear is you're just like Stephanie, because all I've ever wanted to be is just like you. I want to see where is Triple H? I wonder if he's in the back producing this. Tell you what, there's a few teary eyes in the crowds. Oh yeah, everyone's mentioning the laugh. He's in the front row, is he? Oh, I want to cut to him. I want to see if he's in bits. My mom is a certified badass. Oh, Charlotte sat next to Alexa. Ah, Becky and Seth are just sort of holding hands a little bit. They're allowed to do that. I wonder if Triple H is sat there going, mother, mother, mother. I did stuff as well, you know. She's the light in my life. It's so amazing to be compared to her. Mama, mama. Do you reckon she'll come out and she'll just be like, thanks? Oh, look, there he is. We've cut to him, look. He's sat next to the evil Nick Khan. Yeah, he is a bit teary-eyed, isn't he? He is a bit teary-eyed. So they've allowed all of the daughters to really say as much as they want to say. I'm not down on that. Do what you want. It might have to be, though, that Miz comes out and goes, right, just so you know, we've also put Demolition in. Bad News Brown. Psycho Sid and the Hogan thingy Andre match. We've got Dennis Rodman, right? He's going to have a few minutes, and then we're going to wrap up with AJ. Now Linda's talking. I thought she wasn't going to talk. Oh my God. Okay, in the future, we're going to cap it at one person gets to speak. One person gets to speak. I thought she was just there for moral support. Oh, she is the best of us, though. Oh, nice. Oh. Well, she told someone, otherwise you wouldn't know about it. So she's some sort of snitch, isn't she? So we're hearing about young Stephanie from Linda. All right. Being like an assistant to Linda. She dismantled the US education system. What, Stephanie? I don't know how she had time. I'm not feeling warmth from Linda's speech, said Jesse. Well, Jesse, that's because you're a woman, and for some reason women hate other women. I don't know what that's about. I think there's a lot of warmth coming from Linda McMahon. She's got a lovely necklace. JJB, is Shane not there? Oh, God, if he comes out, we have to hear from him next. We're just having one in the future, yeah? Not 4. That means we will have had 5 speeches by the time Stephanie's given hers, just to put one person in. I don't begrudge the kids, you know? This is still better than SmackDown, said Radiator. Oh, that's true, actually. That is true. Mayor Pete said Shane is setting up to do a bump from the balcony. Oh, yeah, good point. Okay, we're just talking about what she's achieved, and she's a fellowship of the ring or something. I don't know. She was one of WWE's most successful ambassadors. Jim said Stephanie becoming well-breasted helps with popularity. They haven't mentioned that bit. She rocked it. I'm just waiting to hear what she's got to say about Vince. Not Linda. I don't think Linda will say anything. It'd be hilarious if Shane comes out and said there's a McMahon going in the Hall of Fame and that McMahon is Shane McMahon. Said, God, that would be great. That would be great. Oh my God, it's still going. We're 33 minutes in. We haven't put anyone in the Hall of Fame. 33 minutes in, no one's got in the Hall of Fame. Days, do you remember Shane Vince at Mania with Linda in Seated? 17, yeah. Steph has got the best hugs. Everyone keeps talking about her laugh, don't they? Okay. She married the love of her life. Triple H gets a mention. He enjoyed that. Oh, there's Finn Balor. Bailey. Do you reckon she'll be crying when she comes out? Wonder how Vince feels about not being there for this. I mean, Shane would have been invited, wouldn't he? Sure. Okay, I feel like we're getting there. I couldn't be more proud. Stephanie, you're one of the most remarkable women I know. You're an inspiration, a wonderful daughter and friend. Okay, here's Stephanie. Stephanie is coming out. Yeah, she is emotional. She goes over to her daughters. Ah. Okay, Steph is out. It was, you're right. That was quite the introduction. What are they chanting? Oh, thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Stephanie. The only person missing is my grandmother. Oh, I didn't know this. So they were told they might not be able to have children. I didn't know that. Okay. If you want anything in life, you have to pay for it, said Mr. Lucius. Oh. She didn't want Stephanie's... She didn't want Stephanie's job. She didn't want Triple H's job. She wanted Vince's job. Alexa deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, says Ultimate Super Fan of Alexa Bliss. Yes, they thought that Steph might have been unable to be pregnant at first. They sought fertility advice. John Cena sat next to Seth Rollins. Did Vince get a mention? Pops. Okay. Truthfully, my mum should be going in tonight. Should we all go in one day? The very first CEO of WWE. Oh, and Vince. Big cheer for Vince. Big cheer for Vince. Thank you, Vince chants. Wow. Wow. Shane gets thanked. Wow, that's a talking point, man. That is a big talking point. So she thanked her mom and dad. And the crowd break out into thank you Vince chants. I've often heard people say wrestling is life, life is wrestling, and that couldn't be more true. I literally grew up in this. The Grand Wizard or Uncle Ernie. Oh, the Grand Wizard gets a mention. Vince was good for WWE. You can't take that away from him, says Blake. So talking about growing up, talking about Mr. T coming round and... She's a really good talker, actually. It's very compelling to listen to. I broke my ankle and wrist trying to be Superfly Jimmy Snuka. AW8216, I'll give you $2 to shoot me. This is 45 minutes of oof. Well, I'm not sure I could do that. Because, I mean, it's all public at the moment. Do you know what I mean? I could have done it if you'd have DM'd it and that sent it as a request. But you've asked publicly. If you get shot now, everyone's going to know it was me. She remembers Howard Finkel's extension 8651. I wonder if that'll be it for the Vince stuff. I mean, she thanked her mom, she thanked her dads. You deserve it. Ah, it's an honor to be inducted alongside the phenomenal AJ Styles. Hogan Andre. Yeah, that golf cart's sick. Don't throw shade at that golf cart. My first dinner date was with Andre. Andre ordered pretty much everything on the menu when she went for this dinner date with Andre. Everyone in here thinks I'm a dirty old man. I'm here for Andre the Giant stories. Piper was out of his mind. What brings us together is what happens in that ring. Okay. Connor's Cure gets mentioned. Millions have been raised. Oh, where are we going? I remember this. Let's go. This is better than SmackDown. This is better than SmackDown. Just get these kids. Let's go. We need Jimmy against the Destroyer. We need that kid. Book it. Ah, Jimmy's here. Jimmy won. Jimmy won. He wasn't meant to live past one, but he'll be... Oh, that's great, isn't it? See, these are the moments, aren't they, from the Hall of Fame speeches? These are the moments. Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy. Yeah, we got a Jimmy chant. God, this crowd's... Thank you, Vince, to chanting for Jimmy. You've always been there to boo or cheer or chant horrible things at me. She hasn't mentioned Triple H. Think we're going to. Perhaps she's not going to bother. Crew, refs. Yeah. I'm sorry. Oh, they're Triple H's parents. Uncle Sean. Billy Bob, Sally Mae. Good night, Billy Bob. Are we just naming everyone? I don't even know what we're doing now. Why doesn't she just get the phone book out or get her contacts out? I think she was saying those were groomsmen or something from the wedding. Nick, Yvette, Natalie, Tony Khan. Oh, here we go. Thank you to the man of my dreams. Here we go. Here we go. He was a bad boy. There was something irresistible about him. It wasn't his booking. Did he? Is that what he was doing? Yeah, top business. The business of making babies. You're my soulmate. You're my hero. Oh. Ah, you flirted with... It's on records. You flirted with me first. Mm. Oh, what a lovely... Oh, there's tears. Oh, we're going to hear from Stephanie the character. Stephanie slips into character. B+ players. She's still got it. Get on your feet right now. Bask in my glory. Goods. Oh. Well, there we go. I feel like I know more about Stephanie than I do most of my own family at this point. But, yeah, very good. Very good. So, the question was about Vince. It was, thank you, Mom, thank you, Dad. That was all we got. But, wow, the reaction from the crowds. That's your talking point of the day. Stephanie's induction took 50 minutes. 50 minutes. Of course, it was long, but it was good overall, said restaurants. Yeah, I mean, look, I think we knew it was always going to be long, that one. I found her to be a very captivating talker. I mean, she was very easy to listen to. Of course, the kids have not experienced. I mean, do you know what I mean? So there was nerves there, and they were good. I mean, I'm not going to say anything, you know. I don't know if I needed Linda, but, you know, fine, whatever. It was good. It was good. I wondered what we would got from Vince. I was not expecting that. Jackal said, was an hour slot necessary? Not necessary, no. Not necessary. But seemingly that's what they've given her. CT said, I appreciate she didn't talk for over an hour, like Triple H. Okay. We are at commercial break. So we are at commercial right now. Who are we placing bets on falling asleep first? I don't know. I don't know who's struggling. I mean, it's a long day. You got to remember, a lot of those wrestlers have been at WWE World. So they've had to do that. Do interviews. And now here they are sitting at the Hall of Fame, and some of them have got to wrestle tomorrow. So, yeah. I don't think the rest will take long, though. They're not going to give Demolition long. They're not going to give... I don't even think Sid and Bad News will get an induction speech. They won't do the Hogan-Andre thing very long. I mean, really, it's just going to be Stephanie, maybe an hour for everything else. And then, I don't know, maybe AJ gets half an hour or something. I don't know. We might be done in 2.5 hours. I'm not sure. Who's waiting for Booker T to fall asleep like last year? Vince was busy on some island, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Surely that Mayo's done at this point, said King Yeti. It probably is. This is probably going to make me horribly sick tomorrow. I don't know. At least NXT doesn't have an early call time. That's true. That's true. This event's ending at 3. What time is it now? I don't know what time it is now. It's 1 minute past 6 in the morning here in the UK. Chicken with a bit of mayo. Anything else? No, just that. To be honest, there's no point getting any more adventurous because it's had to sit there all night. It's been down there for about 10 hours. Very telling with that Vince reaction. Wow, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, innocent till proven guilty? Is that where we are? I don't know. Or is it that people just don't care? And it's just thanks for what you did for me. I don't care what you did with Janelle Grant. Thanks for what you did for me. Is that where we are? I don't know. I mean, it's one thing for people to say, like, yeah, well, Vince, created all this, like... But that doesn't mean you have to chant for him, does it? That doesn't mean that you have to start chanting, thank you, Vince. I mean, you can choose to just not say anything. I don't know how people feel about that. If it was right, if it was wrong. I think that's one that's going to really divide opinion. Some people will say that it's right. Some people will say it was wrong. Okay, we got Seth. This is why I think it'll be such a big talking point, because where you do have such a topic that has such strong reaction to it, that's where you tend to get such a big talking point. Okay. Legacy. We're going to Legacy now. I put match scores, but I meant Steph's score. What do you think of the Steph speech? Bad news. I don't know loads about him. The thing about him, though, is that because he featured on some of those early WrestleManias, he's someone I've watched kind of like my whole life, even when I was a kid. I was watching Bad News Brown matches. They ain't going to talk about the WrestleMania 6 match, are they? Ah, we have got the family. Oh, but they're in the crowd. There's the family of Bad News Brown. That's a shame, isn't it? That feels like a real shame. There we go. 2 inductions done. Oh, tag team wrestling. Here we go. This is one people have been waiting for. He said face paint. I was all in, but now that Danhausen's around, I've had enough. Let's go. Long overdue. Long overdue. Here come the axe. Here come the smasher. Love the... I can't cope with the earlier face paint. It just looks weird. They found a face paint that worked and they stuck with it. Blimey now. Takes Rey Mysterio back to his childhood. I got a picture with Demolition. Yeah, those masks are sick. Yeah. It's got to be amongst the kinkiest wrestling attire ever, hasn't it? What wrestling gear was kinkier than that? I can't wait to hear what they've got to say. It's been a long time coming, man. Really long time coming. Phantom6715, thank you, my friends. Appreciate the support, buds. Yeah, New Day beat that records. WrestleFest. It is crazy that we've got this far into doing this many Hall of Fames and we are only now putting Demolition in. This is mental. Oh, great picture. Great image. Oh. Haku's doing it. Arn Anderson. Warlords. Blimey now. It's a golden era reunion. Some tough men. Some tough men here in there. Arn Anderson. Warlords. Great seeing Warlords. They're all coming out to Haku's music. Oh, it's great seeing Warlord, actually. Warlord's changed his name to Terry Zapinski. Yeah. To pay respects, I would be sat in the crowd as Demolition with the face paint like that. I'd be like, woo! Full mask, face paint, kinky straps. Why don't we see Warlord during these like reunion shows? Saturday night's main event and whatever. Oh, they just had to censor WWF. Did you hear it glitch out? Like, they muted the F. We can't even say WWF. To freedom of speech. I had to wrestle them for a part of that. Well, these are from a brutal era, aren't they? Why they got to bleep WWF? Oh, stupid. Stupid pandas. Guys, Haku is talking. You better listen. Colossal connection. That's when they lost the belts, wasn't it? And Andre finally turned on Bobby. There you go. Haku just saying a few words. Here's On. Nice cheer for On. I'm going to be so pleased for them when they come out, you know. They so deserve this. And because they were on the out with WWE for so long, didn't know that they would go. I thought they'd go in one day, but maybe they would have to pass away before WWE put them in. And they're so active as well. They've been to pretty much every Comic Con that's ever existed. You can always meet Demolition. Haku deserves to go in, says Mayor Pete. Absolutely. This is an easy one, says On. The newest members of the Hall of Fame. Demolition. Oh, hello. They got some pretty nice looking graphics. There they are. ZX. Disasters. Oh, even this the theme music's so good. God only knows what it'd be if they got Def Rebelled. Some generic slop. It's Repo Man, said Big Migs. It is Repo Man. You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it. Oh, they're emotional. Billy is emotional. It's hard to beat Stephanie McMahon's speech. It all comes down to tonight. Vince gets mentioned. Are they going to mention Crush, do we think? Oh. And they go to all the Comic Cons together as well. Bill Eadie, man, is having to take a bit of a deep breath here, isn't he? Like, I think this means an awful lot. Well, it means an awful lot to both of them. Of course it does. Brainbusters. Do you know, they still look like you wouldn't want to mess with them, though, don't they? Both of them have got, like, do you know what I mean? Crush gets a mention. It was a good man. Okay, well, Crush got a mention. That's nice. Hmm? So he's just shouting out the family. I got the Demolition Funko Pop 2-pack. It's great, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Dub for Crush, said Big J. Triple H, Undertaker, everyone at WWE, thank you. Bill's in. Tag's been made. I didn't think this day would come true. You're doing a fantastic job. He wasn't talking to the SmackDown creative team when he said that. Yeah, you deserve it. Champ breaks out. You deserve it. I wonder if Hawk and Animal would have put them in if they were still with us. Good friend. Yeah, they were good friends, yeah. Both Vinces get a mention. Antonio Inoki gets a shout. Mr. Fuji gets a shout. Good manager, better friend. So he says, without good opponents, the matches, they just don't work. Thank you very much. He's thanking his family. Dr. Lala said, weird to say this, but I'm glad they're still alive to get their Hall of Fame flowers. Yes. Oh. So he's just thanking his family at the moment. So again, just thanking the family, finally. Oh. He thanks, he must be a very spiritual man then. God, don't they just seem like the nicest people? This isn't the Demolition I know. Okay. That was pretty fun at the end. He said, I just want to quote one of my favourite movies, Dumb and Dumber. I'm thinking Casablanca. I'm thinking Gone with the Wind. I don't know. What films do boomers like? I wasn't expecting him to say Dumb and Dumber. Okay, Demolition score. What did you think about that as an induction? Demolition are in the Hall of Fame. Boom, boom. Dej, you're a boomer. You could tell us. That's true. Well, Dumb and Dumber. Dumb and Dumber. Nice speeches, says Jesse. You need to change the red carpet thing. Yeah, I can't be bothered to be changing that over. I'll just get rid of it. There we go. That was wonderful, said J14. Demolition, yes. Shining Wizard said, if my doctors allowed me to travel, I'd be at Mania in a heartbeat. Weekend passes for WWE World 2. WWE World looks fantastic. Yeah. Prince said, people still love Vince. Wow. I think that's the big sort of talking point, is the reaction to that for me. That from when Stephanie mentioned it, yeah. I think there might be a bit of a talking point of like how long the Stephanie thing was, so that it went like an hour, but that wasn't all her talking, of course. I don't know. I mean, I feel like with the red carpet and what we've had so far, this has been way more engaging than SmackDown. I'm not even being silly. I'm not even being like messing around. I think this has been way more. I think there's been more talking points. I think that there's been some heartfelt moments during this as well. Obviously, we even saw Triple H getting quite teary-eyed when his daughters were talking. So, and we've still got AJ to go in. We've probably got some comedy from Dennis Rodman. God only knows what we're getting from that speech. Obviously, we've still got to put in Andre and Hogan. This will be Andre's second. Do they get a ring for match? I don't know what they get for when the match goes in. But Andre was the very first person to go into the Hall of Fame in 1993. This would be his second. I don't think he's gone in. I mean, there's no other reason for him to go in. I don't think they put the machines in. So this will be his second induction. Of course, Andre not with us. He passed away in 93. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know who. His daughter might be there. But we still got that to do as well. Weird to say, but I'm glad they're still alive to accept their Hall of Fame flowers. They both look really good, said Shining Wizards. Bill Eadie as Mass Superstar was one of my favourite heels growing up, said Toga Breads. How are you live and also putting out some little shorts? Oh yeah, I got my laptop in front of me, so it's easy to just do that. But to be honest, I've got that on screen there. I've got you on the chat on screen here, and I got my laptop in front of me. So it's like NASA. I've got screens everywhere. Okay, we're back from commercial break. People are saying, the streets are saying that this is going to go another hour and a half. That's what the streets are saying. Okay, there's Liv. Oh, she is still banged up, isn't she? Look at that, under her eyes. And I wonder how guilty Stephanie feels about doing that. John Cena is shown, and a big cheer for John. You can see Charlotte and Alexa in the background. Dizzledog, thank you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Shout out to you, buds. Yeah, that was great. Booze for Pat. You weren't doing that well. Some of us was, Miz. Miz is like, you weren't booing him when he was kicking my teeth. Wow. I think you'll find some of us were. Is this the match? Or a celebrity? Dennis? It's going to be Dennis, isn't it? Yeah, it's Dennis. It's Big D. Big D. Big D, the Rodman. Oh, no, look at this. The 90s. I don't even know what that means. The greatest rebounder, arguably in WWE history or basketball history. It's a bit random, isn't it? Hearing from Candice LeRae about Dennis Rodman's involvement in the NWO. That's a talking head I didn't know I needed. I need to know how Candice LeRae feels about Dennis Rodman being in the NWO. Not against, I like Candice LeRae. But of all the people to reach out to, I am surprised they did go to her. I suppose the same with Alexa, actually. I mean, he was just sort of crazy, wasn't he? Out of control. Okay. This guy, Dennis Rodman, truly one of one, said WrestleMania. Well, that is true. Ain't that the truth? There's been a lot of people saying that this has been the part they've been most excited for. What the hell is his induction speech going to be like? Okay, we got NWO graphic in the background. Who's inducting him? Is it Candice LeRae? No, it is X-Pac and Kevin Nash. I thought it was going to be Candice LeRae and Alexa Bliss. Sean Waltman, Kevin Nash. I like how Sean Waltman's reading the auto cue. So you can see Kevin Nash like doing it. And then next to him, Sean Waltman's going. Quick tangent. It's a good story. He does. When you're NWO for life. Okay, there we go. Quite a short intro for him. This is what a lot of people have been waiting for. Here's Dennis Rodman. And he is dressed for the occasion. We've got a baseball cap on. Pink hair. I think there might... Is there a bit of sparkle on the trousers down the side? There might be. The microphone is just the right height for Hogan on his shirt. Yeah, this could be a car crash. This could be a car crash. People are filming. People are like, oh, this is going to be good. Okay. Becky's got a big smile on her face. We've had a little pop at Stephanie for going so long. There's a lot of guys in this industry that have been physically damaged. I mean, right now, Nick Khan's like... But you don't turn your back on these people. Yeah, look at Triple H. Triple H's like... At least I know what loyalty is in this industry. We've had to go at Steph. We've had to go at the NBA. I'm going to cut it short. Jimmy Hart gets a shout out. Okay, here we go. Jimmy Hart gets a shout out. This guy eats peanut butter with cucumbers in the morning. This guy over... Eric Bischoff. Eric Bischoff gets a mention. Hang on, sorry. He eats cucumbers with peanut butter. Some of the people in the world are just absolute savages. He's getting upset. What's happening? What's going on? Oh, what's happened? I don't know what's happening. We should have had a handler out there with him. Okay, at what point is Triple H getting on stage? We got Hogan. Nick Hogan gets a mention. Nick Hogan gets a mention. Got his shiz together. Yeah, he was trying to not swear there, wasn't he? I'm just trying to get through it, says Dennis. What you got going on? What you got going on? Okay. Here's the ending. Here's the ending. Okay, so he likes the statue of Hogan. What took so long? We got a Hogan impression. It was not a bad Hogan impression. Wow. There we go. Dennis Rodman is in. Just relief is going to be sweeping through. I'd imagine Triple H will turn to Nick Khan and be like, we survived. We survived. We got through it. When he was talking about his mom and he was starting to go, you know, I mean, understandable, but I mean, I didn't know if he was going to be able to pull it back or... I mean, I'm sure WWE would have wanted him to have scripted something so that they could have looked over it. I don't even know if that was scripted. I feel like he was getting distracted, emotional. I feel like we were free balling things. Freestyle. We were freestyling. Yeah, I mean, that was as raw as it gets, said Island High Life. Do you know what I mean? Honestly, it was fun. It was fun. And I felt for him when he was talking about his mum. Of course, who didn't? But, yeah, I think, like, part of me wondered, like, should someone have been there on stage with him? Just to have sort of... Because actually, he did, well, I mean, he kept it relatively short. He got upset. He got distracted, but fair play to him. He was able to get back to the speech, you know? It didn't, like, completely derail. There was a couple of times I wondered if it was going to. But, yeah, there was a lot of people excited for that, wanting to know how that was going to go. And fair play. He comes across like a real fan, doesn't he? Really fond of Hogan. And I think really appreciative, actually, of going into the Hall of Fame. Like, that really feels like an honour that he's very grateful to receive, so. Goods. Goods. Moneyworth Monster said, Dennis Rodman is best friends with Kim Jong-un. Well, maybe he should have inducted him. It's wild to think about them two talking in a room. That is wild. That is wild. I would have loved it if Kim Jong-un had been there to induct Dennis Rodman in. Funny but sad, but better than Pat Still, said Tahil. Lisa said, I think Danhausen might have cursed Dennis before that speech. Wrestle said, only one, Dennis Rodman. You know for a fact that Triple H was leaning out of his seat, getting ready to run up there. Yeah, it was, I mean, like, it was fine. But it was just, I was watching it wondering, is this going to go off the tracks now? I mean, you just don't know if he's going to get lost and distracted, not forget where he is, but, you know, I mean, obviously there's, like, a bit of a time thing, and it's like, we need to get this done within this certain amount of time. He was kind of out there on his own as well. I mean, there was no one sort of bringing him back to the podium if he walked away, or trying to get him back on track, or having a word in his ear, or like, he was just out there on his own. Like, we were all just at his mercy then, whatever was going to happen. So fair play to him that he was able to kind of stay largely on track. I think my takeaway from that is just one of, like, I think how much it meant to him. I mean, like, he just went on stage and got emotional and seemed very, very grateful for obviously this honor. So I think he came across well, really well, actually. So, yeah, good. Well, there we go. We've put Steph in. We've put Bad News Brown in. We've put Demolition in. We've put Dennis Rodman in. You know that Sid as well is legacy, so he's just going to get a mention. So he's got to go in. I suppose the two big inductions left to do are going to be AJ Styles and the match. And the match, I think, is next. So I'd imagine we put Hogan Andre in next. Then we'll just mention Sid's. Then we'll wrap up with AJ Styles. Jackal said, Hogan Andre, Mania 3, the moment WWE became capable of getting to where it is now because of that famous match. Thoughts, said Jackal. I think it should have been the first one in. I've said before, if aliens came down and wanted to know what wrestling looked like, for me, I would show them Hogan Andre. I think it is. It's not the best match, but it is the spectacle. It is the massive baby face that everyone loves, taking on the heel that everyone hates. The size difference, where you've got the giant and you've got the plucky underdog, you know. You've got that moment with the stare down, the face-to-face. I mean, they talk a lot about the slam, and the slam being the moment, but I think the face-to-face is the moment. Yeah, 93,000. The attendance as well. I mean, this was not in front of 50 people, 100 people. Irresistible force versus the immovable object. I mean, it just is wrestling in its purest. It's such a shame that Hogan's not here. Miz said it wasn't just a match, it was history. Jackal, shout out to you. I love your enthusiasm for this. Pontiac Silverdome. Hulkamania in its prime. I'll tell you the other amazing thing about this match is that Andre, obviously, his health was gone, right? I mean, he was in real bad shape. He has to wear a brace, doesn't he, around his back to support himself. They had Mr. Wonderful, Paul Orndorff, ready to replace Andre if Andre just couldn't do it because of his health issues. I wish Andre had won it. I mean, this is Andre's moment, isn't it? And it had to happen here. It had to happen. It's a stars aligning moment. It had to be in front of that crowd at that time, where Andre only just makes it really to the ring. I didn't even realize he had a back brace on underneath that singlet. It's at WWE World. You can go to WWE World and see the actual brace that Andre is wearing in that match. They've got it, and it's at WWE World. It's under the singlet. I don't know if they've got the singlet, though. Here it is. It's a good slam as well, isn't it? It's a good slam. I mean, it's a proper slam. Bobby makes it as well, doesn't he? Bobby in all white. Like a tuxedo. And gold, head in his hands, the cart. Oh, God, it's just perfection. It's perfection. The only thing you would want is maybe for the match to just be that little bit better. But with Andre's limitations, what can you do? It doesn't even matter. Yeah, we got it right. It's Jimmy Hart, it's Nick Hogan, and it's Andre's daughter. So Andre's daughter is going to be there. Oh, that's nice. There's Andre's daughter, Jimmy Hart, coming out. We don't really ever see Andre's daughter. Jimmy Hart coming out as well. Dennis Rodman's got me all choked up. Is this the guy that's eating cucumbers and peanut butter? Is that this guy? Stephanie Man? Like Stephanie Man earlier? And Bobby. Bobby gets a shout. Of course he does. Oh, where are we going? Oh, we're going to have a look at the statue thing. Oh, that's great. There's Hogan slamming Andre. That's good. That's cool, isn't it? Do they not get to speak? I think what would be nice is if Nick picked up Andre's daughter and recreated it. I think that would be really touching if they did that on stage. WWE has always been about big men. It's certainly why I watch. Big men. That's awesome, said Dom. AJ Styles. Oh no, Sid. Sorry, Sid. Sid's going in. Sid's going in. You lot so far saying that Demolition had the best induction. It's not really any point voting on the moment one. I mean, it was just Jimmy Hart came out and said a few words. Nick didn't say anything. Andre's daughter didn't say anything. I don't know if they get a ring for that though. I don't. We only put the first one in last year. I wonder what next year's. It's got to be Undertaker Shawn next year, surely. So we just got a Sid package right now. All the other Andre slams were different kinds when Andre was more agile and slimmer. The first time that Hogan slammed him, it was a scoop swinging slam. It was different, said Shining Wizards. Oh, there's the family of Sids. So we cut to the family of Sids. So we've sort of done what I expected. First hour to Stephanie, middle, or everything else in the middle hour. Does that mean the final hour goes to AJ Styles? Don't know. Thank you, Joey Morella. Late ref was part of that. Oh, was it? Do you know? I didn't even know. I don't know who the ref was. Joey Morella. That's Gorilla's son. It's deserving to go into the normal Hall of Fame, not the legacy wing, said Dots Luchalala. Again, I don't know. I don't know kind of what the... I mean, do the family get a ring? Is it is it still just classed as Hall of Fame? Because I agree with you. I don't really get... I feel like the legacy thing now is maybe for wrestlers that have passed away. So does that mean that Bray would go into legacy? I don't know. I mean, the legacy class, when it was first introduced, it was for people that had contributed to wrestling really before WWE or in a different company. So we were putting them in to honor them, but they hadn't really made a contribution to WWE. And then as the years went by, we started to see people like Lord Alfred Hayes go in there, and he did. And Luna Vachon, she did. But they went into legacy. And then there's been some years we haven't done legacy. And now here we are with like 2 or 3 people going in that have absolutely contributed to WWE. But because they're not with us, we call it legacy. So, I don't know. For me, just say they're in the Hall of Fame. Just say they're in the Hall of Fame. I don't know. They keep messing around with the Hall of Fame. I mean, I feel like every year it's a little bit different. I mean, it was only last year we started putting moments in. When do we think my GOAT John Cena will be inducted into the Hall of Fame? What's the prediction for next year? It's hard to predict, isn't it? Because there's no rhyme or reason, really. I mean, I can't really give you a reason as to why they've put Sid in this year or why they've put Bad News Brown in this year. I mean, I think when Triple H got surprised last year, I think it probably felt a bit awkward he was in, his wife wasn't. So, I don't know. I mean, who do you put in next year? Are we just going to keep sticking with that family? Is it Shane that goes in next year? Or do we put John in next year? But you got to remember, next year's in Saudi. So it's a tricky one next year, isn't it? Because it's going to be in Saudi Arabia. So who is going to want to travel to Saudi to go in the Hall of Fame? Plus also, are they going to be able to take their loved ones? Like, how's that going to work? It's got an extra complication next year, which I think makes it harder. To be honest, they might even ask a few people. They might be like, I don't want to go in next year. So, don't know. That make it extra difficulty. I mean, I'd imagine that they will want some big names that's going to really, hopefully, bring people over. I think they will want some names that will kind of convince people to travel. But then, if you put The Rock in, or you put John Cena in, would they be willing to go in Saudi Arabia? I don't know. It just makes it a bit more complicated, doesn't it? The legacy class means they're not going to give a full send with all the speeches. They just get like a video package, said Dizzledog. As soon as Queen Shamel got in, the Hall of Fame prestige dropped off a cliff. Mayor Pete said, I bet they do Hall of Fame around SummerSlam. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. That might be a way around it. Mayor Pete, was you at SmackDown tonight? If so, did you enjoy it? What did you think? Jesse said we need Batista to go in. Well, he's weird, isn't he? Because he was announced before the pandemic hit, and then the pandemic hit, and he didn't want to go in without fans there. Understandable. And so he's one of those that's been announced but hasn't gone in. Imagine if they say to him, we're ready to put you in. It's going to be in Saudi Arabia. Oh my God. You wanted to put me in the first year when there was no fans, and now you want me to have to travel and bring my family to Saudi Arabia? Yep. Congratulations. Okay, I've got a black screen. I don't know what's happening. I'm very sad. I've got just a black screen. Guys, I don't know what's happening. No AJ Styles induction. There we go. Look at that. It's lovely, that, isn't it? AJ said, Nana. Black screen on YouTube and ESPN. Well, you're not alone. We're just going to look at Nick Hogan and Andre's daughter looking at this pretty cool. I mean, there's a lot going on here. I don't know why. I don't know if it needs these like side plates, but they're there. I think they got the scale of the ring completely wrong, to be honest. But other than that, I think they've done a very good job. Yeah, it's cool. I'm not sure if that's how Andre wants to be remembered forever, though. You know, couldn't we have done them face to face instead? Do you remember that badass moment where Andre's standing there looking down and Hogan's looking up, like, you know, in the face to face? Like, that was a massive moment. Maybe we could have made a statue of that rather than poor Andre going for a ride, you know, for eternity, being stuck in that position. Okay, I've still got a black screen, and I'm still finding this to be very distressing. Andre prefers being vertical, said Dizzle Dog. Jesse said it's back. Oh, well, it's not back for me. What's going on? What is going on? Are they being racist to us here in the UK? It's come back on ESPN. Well, good. Exit out of the stream and click back on. Well, I'm on YouTube. Let's go. WWE. WWE. Click back on. Still black screen. Black screen. Black screen. Live chats. TKO is cursed. It's working on ESPN. It's working on ESPN. It's working on ESPN. Lol. WTF. Screen's gone black. L for YouTube. AEW would never let this happen. This is a phenomenal stream. Then, now, and never again. Vince is here. Guys, it's back. It's back. Okay, it's an AJ Styles video package. Guys, it's a video package with a sick tune. Which I just largely missed. Anderson, Gallows and Anderson. He did say, I've got some people. Gallows and Anderson are doing it. The Good Brothers. Okay. OC chants. Thank you. Okay. Bullet Club get a mention. AJ has inspired an entire generation. It's hard to find someone that says a bad word about AJ. AJ Styles is a fantastic family man. Oh, I think we all believe that. I believe he's a fantastic family man and a very avid video game player. And a fantastic professional wrestler. Okay, this is interesting. It's a good little story, that. And he does a very good AJ impersonation as well, Anderson. So a pretty short little speech from these two. In my opinion, the greatest professional wrestler on God's green earth, AJ Styles. Yep. I love his music. I've always loved his music. Do you know, now his career's over, you do kind of go, damn. Did we get everything from AJ that we could have whilst we had him? I think the answer's no. Definitely no. I mean, think of all that time that he was with Omos in a tag team. I feel like we should have done so much more with AJ. We had him 10 years. If I get emotional, you can call me a baby. It could happen. He could get emotional. Do I miss wrestling? One more match. One more match. One more match. When you do that, it makes it complicated. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Oh, we can get one more, can't we? I'm sure Gunther will say, yeah, it's fine. Have a match on Sunday, AJ. We've only got 6 matches. I loved everything about it. It's addictive, and it's great. The people I got to meet, it's stuff you don't forget. There's more professional athletes in basketball and American football than there is of you in professional wrestling. You like the plane rides and the train rides? Well, he'd love the film Planes, Trains and Automobiles. Oh, there's Asuka and Kairi. And Kairi's smiling. Aww. She hasn't had much reason to smile being around Asuka. Oh, does he miss wrestling? No. I'm lucky enough to go home to my family. Oh, that's not really good enough, really. You should still miss wrestling. I don't have to miss any more birthdays. Oh. I bet. He said it's even better the time it's just me and my wife. Bet he don't miss wrestling then, does he? Plumb it up. I mean, he's got 4 kids, hasn't he? He's got 4 kids. He might have to get another tattoo soon, I don't know. There's a lot of people I need to thank. He thanks all the promoters. He thanks all the talent he's been in a ring with. If I ever told you I loved you, then I meant it. Oh. My job. My job is to find the next phenomenal one. Okay, he's talking about his faith. I'm so blessed to have what I have and to have done what I've done. He is a very religious man, isn't he, AJ? Guys like me were never supposed to make it to places like this. But because of you, I did. I feel like he's wrapping up. Yeah. Well, sure. Well. 23 minutes, I think, in total there for AJ. I'm surprised that wasn't longer. I really am. Okay, Michael Cole saying thank you. We'll see you tomorrow at WrestleMania. Well, there we go. Pictures. Triple H posing. With the inductees, a few shots from the red carpet. That was a great moment, wasn't it? That was great when that kid was shown in the crowds. I think it was good. I think it was good. I would go to the Hall of Fame if I went. I think it's enjoyable. I love seeing Demolition go in. I thought it was very interesting, Stephanie's speech. I don't know if they would have given AJ longer. I don't know if they told him to keep it short or if he just kept it short. I'm not sure. Don't know. But WrestleRant said it's 10 out of 10 for the phenomenal one. It was short and it was sweet. Let's go. It was. It was. I enjoyed Demolition, said Alvin. Mommy, shout out to you. No name said, good news. I caught the last 10 seconds. Metal Mama said it was fun. Thanks for having us. And we'll see you all tomorrow. Let's go. See you tomorrow, bud. Abdullah said, who's the person that decides who gets inducted? Is it Triple H? If it's him, then did he induct himself last year? I don't think he inducted himself, no. I think it's spoken about. It's probably Nick Khan, Triple H. Maybe they bring, Bruce in or someone, but yeah, it's going to be those names that kind of figure it out as to who should go in. But no, I think it was a Nick Khan thing that he decided this year we're putting Triple H in, and then they surprised it on him. I wouldn't be shocked if Triple H decided this year it's going to be Steph. I mean, he went in last year, and as I said, it probably was a bit awkward, him going in and his wife not being in. So I can sort of understand him going, yeah, this year we're putting Steph in. I'm not being the only one in my family. Like, I mean, Shane's not in, Vince isn't in, Linda's not in, Stephanie's not in. So he's like, no, we're putting her in this year. I get that. I can understand that. Thing is, though, I mean, Stephanie could have gone in next year, actually, if you think about it. I don't think she wouldn't have minded going in Saudi. I mean, the kids would have gone over. Linda would have gone over. I'm sure Triple H's parents would have gone over. So, they could have done Steph next year in Saudi. Not that it matters. It doesn't matter. But, yeah, I think it's Nick Khan, Triple H, a couple of them kind of sit down and work that out. Joshua, hello. Hope you're doing well. Said, Days, how are you? Ready for WrestleMania? I'm hyped. Me and my dad get to see it live. Well, Joshua, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to your dad as well. I hope you have a fantastic time. Obviously, a lot of excitement around people. Really looking forward to seeing what WrestleMania has got in store. So, yeah, just take it all in, man. Enjoy it. Just, WrestleManias are so special that got to make the most of it, haven't you? So, I hope you have a great time, my friends. This was the worst Hall of Fame ever. They did... Who dirty, Colton? AJ dirty, is it? I want to see that Bray Wyatt induction. The kids to be inducted every year after. Sid. They did Sid dirty. Got you. Lucia said, I paid $58,000 for my ticket. I mean, now what ticket have you got? Is that a ticket that allows you to have a match? WWA Clip said, Days, I'm in Vegas. I saw Taker today at WWE Worlds on the nightcap pods. Got your giant head for Mania and Raw. Wrestle with Andy. Hello. I didn't recognize you because you was using a different handle. But Wrestle with Andy Clips, you got to see Undertaker, and you got another head of mine. Wrestle with Andy, when are you going to stop this weird addiction that you've got with carrying my head around? I've still not forgotten the last time you left it behind, right? Did you have a good time, though? Matt Pete said, did you try Ammo? Did you try Ammo? Matt Pete said, no SmackDown for me. Just Mania, maybe Raw. Okay. Well, have fun. Mayor Pete's there, Wrestle with Andy's there. There's loads of people around at WrestleMania. I wonder if they do Hall of Fame here next year so the families don't have to travel, said Eric. Yeah, Mayor Pete just said that. Maybe they'll do SummerSlam instead or something. Don't know. It's going to be a thinker, that, isn't it? It's going to be a thinker. I did try it. It was a pretty decent cold brew with some unique, subtle flavors, says Mayor Pete. Mr. Lucius said Haku, the model, Killer Bees, Cyndi Lauper, yes. Ken Shamrock, Batista. Could they be 2027? I have to see. Some great names. Andy said it's been a long stream. Yeah, it's been a long stream, but do you know what I mean? It's only preparation for tomorrow, isn't it? WrestleRant said, you know what? I actually enjoyed this year's Hall of Fame Stephanie speech. It was way too long, but it was good. Rodman was fun. Demolition, way overdue. And the Andre Hogan match, well deserved, said WrestleRants. Jeffrey said it was a great Hall of Fame tonight. Alvin said Batista was meant to be inducted in 2020, but they just keep putting it off. Colton said the Powers of Pain next year. Eric said WWF got a shout. Well, WW got a shout. The F got sort of bleeped out, didn't it? What if Cena, Batista, and Brock go in the Hall of Fame in the same year? Said Flame Fist. That would be wild, wouldn't it? That would be wild. Right, my friends. I think we are done. I need to save a little bit of voice for tomorrow. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us. Apologies that, like, when it comes to the Hall of Fame, I'm not able to. It's a weird stream. From a watch-along point of view, it's actually my least favourite stream of the year because you have to listen to what they're saying. So obviously, if I'm talking over the top of it, I can't hear what they're saying. And there's no action to call or anything like that. So there is just a lot of, like, having to listen. There's not tons to react to, but there's normally little bits and bobs. So it's actually one of my least favourite streams of the year from a watch-along point of view. But, yeah, the excitement's in the air, isn't it, for WrestleMania? So it's just good to hang out, really, isn't it? Just chat away. I mean, you know, what is it? East Coast right now, about 2:30 in the morning. It's 7:30 in the morning here in the UK. We've literally gone through the whole night whilst we've been streaming, whilst we've been doing the kickoff show, which seems so long ago now. SmackDown, Hall of Fame, all of that. But listen, we'll be going this long again tomorrow for WrestleMania Saturday. We'll be doing it again on Sunday. I don't think it'll be quite as long on Monday, but it'll still be a long stream on Monday. We'll go a bit longer than usual. So, yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate everyone joining with us. Lucia said, what's the schedule? I mean, we're going to start at least 2 hours before the countdown show. I mean, it really just depends what time I get to bed, what time I'm getting up. And then, you know, I mean, I'll just start whenever I'm up and we're off. So I want to go and have something to eat. Probably just finish off these sandwiches, actually. Make sure that all the graphics and everything are ready for tomorrow. And yeah, I mean, really look to go to bed relatively soon, get up, and that's it. We're underway. So just keep your eyes peeled because there's a good chance that if you're awake, I'm going to be streaming. So, right, let's get the votes in for the AJ Styles. Oh, yep, came out very strong. According to you guys, the AJ Styles one just pipped Stephanie's. You've got AJ Styles at great 80. And Stephanie was great 69. Great 69. Awesome. Thanks a lot for joining. Really do appreciate it. I'll see you tomorrow for WrestleMania. Bye for now.